Mark the Mentor. Are you ready to take your trucking business to the next level? With Trucks.pro, you get access to the best load board in the game, giving you the tools to find higher paying loads and streamline your operation. And right now, you can try the Pro plan free for 30 days, a $159 value. Click the link in the description to claim your free Pro plan and start making smarter moves for your trucking business today.
Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning. Well, no, it's not morning. It's afternoon now. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Come on in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Turn on post notifications. Make sure you hit that like button. What's going on, everybody? Make sure you contribute to this poll, too. Does economic cycles affect trucking? I'm curious to see what your answers are. Last night I said something about, being smart in what you invest in. And it's cool to be smart. It's cool to, you know, educate yourself. And it's cool to be flamboyant about being educated, especially in something that you're investing in. And I purposely wanted to come with a more complex live stream today, coming off the cusp of the holidays and the type of content that I put out, going into Christmas. There's always a method to my madness. I do things purposely. I just don't do things just because I pay attention to data, which a lot of people don't do. But I pay attention to data. So, coming off the cusp of the holidays, I wanted to put out some more engaging content, something that was more fun but educational. Because I've been creating content. It'll be 3 years in April, but this is my third Christmas break as far as being a content creator, because I started in April of 2022. So I had the holiday of 2022, 2023, and then obviously this 2024. But based off the data that I've seen from 2022 and 2023, I noticed that there was a very sharp decline in interest in content as far as the creation of it, as well as the engagement of it during the past two holidays. So I purposely put out the most engaging, entertaining, educational content to keep my engagement up. So it was done purposely. Nothing I do is just, there's structure behind everything I do. And, today I wanted to do something that was a little bit more mentally challenging to prove that what I talked about last night was fact. I talked about being smart. There's 27 people in here, 10 likes. You see a guy screaming from the top of his lungs, saying FCPM.
I don't give a fuck about a cost per mile.
There's 50 people waiting before I even go live. 50 people waiting, listening to All Eyes on Me. I ain't even came on screen and said a word yet because of the thumbnail. Based off the content that I create, people know whenever we talk about cost per mile over here, it's going to be a good show. You never know who might show up. You never know what debate might go on. You never know if I'm targeting somebody. But based on, my tenure in the space, people that have been following me, they know, okay, this is going to be a good show. The entertainment value, the satire, I get it. Great. I know how to put the medicine in the candy. Shout out to Cars and Cribs. I want to talk about that too in my monologue before we get to the economy thing. So today I want to do something purposely that's more meaningful to how you run your business and the way you understand the landscape of the industry that you're in. Now, this is something that, people denounce both from viewership and from content creators too. And I'm going to talk on that in a minute too. But the reason why, outside of people not knowing what it costs to operate their business, because people refuse to educate themselves. The shit that will probably provide you more value, you run away from. Why is that? I'm not going to not do this content. I'm going to, of course, do it. I don't care how many people show up for it, because this proves my point as well, too. There's a reason why majority of the people fail. Because a minimal amount of people are going to constantly consume all the information, but more importantly, the most valuable information. I was talking to someone this morning, not going to say who. It was a peer in the space, content creator. And, you know, it sparked, this part of my monologue before we get into the topic. We don't like to take advice from each other. I see it a lot, especially in my community, not in the trucking community, but, the demographic community. I don't want to say what, but y'all know. We hate to listen to our peers, especially when here's the thing. As I grew up, a lot of the shit that people would tell me, I didn't want to hear it, but I consumed it. 100% of the shit that someone that was older, wiser, more experienced in something than me in whatever it was, 100% came true. I can't think of any situation where someone pulled me and tried to give me information based on those variables, and the shit didn't come out to be true. It wasn't the fact that they weren't right. It just wasn't right then at that moment. So like sometimes you'll hear me say, it's not the fact that I'm not right. It's just not right now. Meaning I'm giving you the information that you need to either avoid a certain situation that you may be coming up on in the future, or I'm giving you information that might not, applying it right now, you may not see the results instantaneously, but you'll see them over a course of a period of time in the future. I was talking to somebody this morning, and they were just uninterested in what I was saying, and I was coming from a place of genuineness, trying to save this individual and kind of steer them in the right direction of going down a path of, listening to what the individual, because the first thing I asked the individual, and I'm not going to say who, because I'm not, it's not, I'm not trying to, but it was a peer in the space. But I asked them first, like, what's your goals? What are you looking to get out of this? And once they told me the goals, I challenged them on the way that they were going about things. People only want you to hear their side of the story. But everybody can learn from each other. The problem I see with most people is everybody wants to be a leader, but nobody wants to be a follower. In order to be a good leader, you at some point you got to be a good follower. Everybody can't be the boss. But in order to be a boss and to be the best boss, you got to be a good follower. In order to be a good chief, a good commander, you at once had to be a good soldier. In order for me to become a good leader, I once was an employee. But see, the difference of what a lot of people who are employees, they go to work every day and they just become a robot, and then they complain. Me, any situation that I am, I'm adapting, but I'm also looking to learn. When I worked at the Gap through college, I learned HR, I learned operations, I learned supply and demand, I learned seasonality, I learned fluctuations in the market, consumer buying behavior, demand, supply. Same thing when I worked at Target. So now I'm looking at it from a retail and logistics point, but from a clothing perspective and now from an essential perspective. Because when I worked for Target, majority of the sales were essentials, household goods. I learned seasonality. I learned peak. I learned back end logistics, the trucks that would come in, how many trucks. Well, we're getting one truck these days during this time period, and now we're getting 2 trucks a night. Now we're getting 3 semi trucks a night. During different economic landscapes, I see the sales. Being a manager, I got to look at numbers for the other stores in the district. Daily numbers, weekly numbers, and then compare it to LY. LY means last year. I learned the consumer buying behavior, different different demographics. I'm telling you this shit 20 years later. It intrigued me, and it was very interesting to me, hit the like button, that I worked at a Target that was in a predominantly Hispanic community, and I opened that Target. I got hired to open that Target. So it was a brand new Target. This is when Target was really entering into the market, the early 2000s. My store would do, on average, Monday through Friday, $40,000, $50,000 a day. The Target on 87th and Cottage Grove in the middle of the ghetto would do $100,000 on a Monday. And that was strange to me. So I dug to understand why. Why is it a store that is in a predominantly underserved, poor community are doing double the numbers of a store in a community where the household income is higher? On a Saturday and Sunday, which is when, back then people went to work every day. So people did their shopping for their essentials on the weekend. Obviously, if you're old school and you pay attention to things, sales start on Sundays. So Sundays were busy because those were the first day of the sales. This is back when you get your newspaper. You know what I'm saying? You go on your newspaper and you pull out the sales papers and you see what's on sale and you clip your coupons and things of that nature. So Saturdays and Sundays were more people came in to do their shopping. On a Saturday and Sunday, we would average about $100,000. The poor Target was doing $100,000 on a Tuesday. What do you think the Target in the ghetto in the poor community would do on a Saturday and Sunday? Somebody take a guess. They were doing $100,000 during the week. What do you think they did on the weekend? And this is non-peak. This is not Christmas. This is February. This is March. This is June. What do you think that store was doing on the weekend? They were doing twice as much King Royalty got. They were doing $250,000. They were doing $250,000 on a Saturday. They were doing $250,000 on a Sunday. See, some of y'all listen like, Mark, what does this have to do? It has to do a lot with what we're going to talk about. But it also has to do with me paying attention, even from an employee standpoint, because that shit I didn't understand it. So I went and did my research. And I found out, though, that even though Black people economically are the poorest, we're the largest consumers. Then it started to dawn on me why everybody would come out of their community into our community and make money and take the money back to their community. See, even as an employee, I wanted to learn. So years down the line, when I got into business, all this information that I learned from being an employee, it resonated with me, and it made me a better leader. It made me a better business owner. When I worked for this advertising firm, I got a chance to travel into different markets and work on different campaigns for corporate companies like Bank of America and Cricket, when Cricket was building. This is the mid 2000s now. I'm an OG now. Metro PCS. We didn't even have these cell phone places in my market. They didn't even exist in my market. This is still during the evolution of the cell phone. The iPhones weren't even out yet. The evolution of cell phones was, it was still, the technology was still advancing. I got a chance to work on different campaigns in different markets. I got to travel. Even though it wasn't at my cost, I saw the logistics of working for a company, being a marketing rep, traveling. I learned about per diem. This is something that even my business degree, we didn't talk about per diem in college. I learned what per diem was. I implemented that once I started my moving company and did cross-country moves. I understood the importance of a per diem. I understand the logistical landscape of traveling from market to market and what that would entail, costs associated with it, time management. All this stuff that I went through, right, while I did work for different companies, I was able to take from those situations and implement that stuff into my business years down the line when God gave me an opportunity. After that, I worked for a local guy who owned a cell phone and urban clothing shop just to help him out. He saw, I was in there, I was a shopper. I would go in there and shop with him. But we would have conversations, and I wasn't working at the time, but I would go in there and buy clothes and stuff. Like, this is back when urban fashion was still in. Like, I would buy like a Nietzsche and Artful Dodger and shit that probably some of y'all ain't never heard of. But this was popular during that time period, and we would have conversations, and this is one of those clothing stores that was in the urban community. And it was refreshing to him. He's an Arab guy, to see someone come in the community that he serviced that was more well-spoken and more mentally advanced than the majority of people that came in the store. I'm in the community. It just was different. So we would talk. Like, every time I come in, he would always want to talk. And I just talked a lot and ideas, and he would run ideas past me. What he was doing was he was using someone from the community that came from both sides of, like, I could talk that shit, but I was also well educated and articulate. So I'm both, which is rare. So he could ask me questions to get ideas on what's the next thing. So when he went to the magic show to make orders and things, he could be ahead of the competition as far as the next trends, just the mindset of what people in the community coming from the culture was thinking. Eventually, he just said, man, I'll offer you opportunity. He knew that he had to come with it because I wasn't looking, but he offered me an opportunity and he paid top dollar. And he wanted me to come in and design his website and build his website and run his e-commerce business. He was an innovator and a visionary as well. Shout out to Jamal. We still are good. He's sold the store, and believe it or not, he is, and this is another where we resonate. He sold his store because obviously urban fashion is not, no one cares about it anymore. And then, he was making a lot of money off cell phones during that time, because this is when people would go into the store and, man, put minutes on their phone. right? So that shit is pretty much over. It still exists, but you know, we were doing thousands and thousands of dollars a day just off selling minutes back then. Um, but he saw the end coming, and he sold, and he became a Chicago public school teacher. So we kind of resonate there because obviously you guys know my mother's a retired Chicago public school teacher. He became a school teacher. He went back to school. He got his degree in psychology, I think, and he's a Chicago public school teacher now. So shout out to Jamal. But you know, he made me an offer, and I came in and I started building his e-commerce store. We started first with eBay, and that blew up. We blew up so big on eBay that eventually eBay held all our funds, and Boost Mobile was trying to figure out how we were pushing so many phones because we did something that hadn't been done before. Instead of selling phones straight out the store, we were selling them in the store because I brought them the idea, and we were selling them on eBay as well. So we were selling clothes, everything that we had in the store, we would also sell it on the eBay store. But the phones took off, and we would sell the minutes on the phone. So eventually, Boost wanted to figure why we were ordering. We went from ordering this many phones to this many phones. And then for those people that don't know, back then, I don't know if it's still the same way now. The minutes, when you used to go into these stores and buy minutes, we would have to buy the minutes from a distributor wholesale. So a wholesaler would buy so many minutes from Sprint, let's say 5 million minutes at a discount. And then the retailers would go to companies like, we would go to VHA, and we would buy minutes from the distributor from VHA, and then we would sell those minutes in the store. So a person coming with a Boost phone, what was it, the I-90 back in the day, and they say, yeah, man, I need minutes on my phone, was $50. I forget how many minutes you got. Obviously, you got free nights and weekends, but we would sell them for $50. I think we were paying $42 for whatever those minutes, $50 would get you, and we would make $8. But we in the hood. People come and put minutes on their phone all day long. Mark, what's the purpose of you telling me that? Because I learned what it took to run a small business. Building the e-commerce for him, and then eventually just being there every day in the back room, doing all the building and IT and the shipping and the receiving, because I was doing everything, and eventually we had to get help. Hired this girl to kind of assist me, and she pretty much packaged everything. It allowed me to see what it was like running a business from a small perspective. When I worked at the Gap, this is a big corporate company, right? Target, big corporate companies are two publicly traded companies. I see you can call in. Let me finish my monologue because I'm still on my monologue. I haven't gotten to my lecture yet, but just sit tight. Mr. Holiday, I'm pretty sure you're chilling. I'll drop the link at the end. The advertising company, it was a privately owned company, but it was a company that had multitude of partners and a lot of money invested. And then I worked for this guy that owns a cell phone and urban clothing shop. So I would see the stress that he would endure on a day-to-day basis. I saw what it was like hiring people from the community. I witnessed an employee setting him up, knowing where the safe was in the store. One night, a hole is cut through the brick. They knew where the alarms were. They knew where the cameras were. They came in the middle of the night. They cut through the wall, through the brick wall, unmounted the safe, and took the safe. They knew exactly where the safe was in the back of the store, cut a hole right next to where the safe, which means it was loud because you're cutting through the brick, came in, unmounted the safe, and pulled it out the store. I witnessed that. I witnessed the store get broke in through the roof. The next time they came through the roof, oh, this Chicago. Oh, yeah, they climbed up on the roof. They cut a hole through the roof and dropped down, all on the cameras. It became, and this happens at a lot of stores here, that he had to put a chain link barbed wire fence on top of the roof. You drive past stores here in Chicago, you like, why is it a gate on the roof with chain link? What's the purpose of that? This is the purpose of that. That ain't going to stop somebody who trying to get to the money. So then eventually we came, because now we got the lights off, we can't really see the culprits on the camera when these things will happen. Now you got to keep the lights on at night. Guess what? I'm tired of these people coming in tearing up a register. Fuck it. Just leave the register open. So then it went from all that to now leaving the lights on to just, you know what, at the end of the day, just leave the register open. So at least what they steal, at least we ain't got to buy another register. I wouldn't have learned all this if I wouldn't have been paying attention. Hit the like button. You learning you something today, and people don't even want to hit the like button. See what I'm saying? I don't ask you for nothing. It's just a like. I paid attention to every single thing, even hiring people in my own community. So when I started my thing, all these past experiences, I didn't forget them because I learned from them, which ultimately helped excel my success more expeditiously. It wasn't a fast process, but just not going to work and being a robot and just doing whatever was in the scope of my task to do. No, I did what was in the scope of my job, but I'm also paying attention. I want to learn everything. I'm paying attention to everything. So when you go and you approach people, because when I approach an individual, it's coming from a place where I don't want to see a person crash and burn. But what I've learned, which I already know, but I'm actually living through it now when it comes to social media, when I see peers in the space and I try to grab their coattails and just from an OG perspective and try to give them a little game, people don't want to hear this shit. So fuck it, crash and burn. I won't do that shit no more. I'm not doing that shit no more. This is the last time I'm gonna allow somebody to spit in my face. Not literally, because I'm not gonna let nobody spit in my face, but you know what I mean. In order to be a good leader, you must be able to take constructive criticism. This whole ego thing of, man, can't nobody tell me nothing, this is going to lead to your demise because we can all learn from each other. There's people in the space that I have more experience in this industry, but when it comes to content creation, they have more experience than me. I tell you all the time, shout out to Carlton Cribb. He told me as far as the whole put the medicine in the candy. He's the one that told me that. He's a better content creator than me. But I listened to him. I didn't say, well, man, I know more in trucking, because he always gives me the credit there. But when it comes to capturing an audience, he's better at it than me. I have no ego saying that shit. But when he told me that, I listened to him. I'm older than him. I'm more experienced than him. But that's his gift. And he's better at it than me. Now, what if I didn't listen to him? People let their ego get in the way of everything. And this is what holds you back. This is one of the contributing factors that hold you back. Oh, you look like me, so you can't tell me nothing. Okay, fine. I've learned more from homeless people than I've learned from people who got a roof over their head. Just because a person is in a certain situation doesn't mean you can't learn nothing from them. I want people to continue to do what's not in their best interest, continue to be ignorant. Continue to ride on a high horse and not think that everyone can help each other. And then people wonder why they're having a hard time, because you ain't never been a good follower in order to be a good leader. And I ain't speaking on nobody in particular. I'm speaking in everybody, even viewers and consumers of content. This is a complex that is damaging our community. And I'm speaking as far as like the black community is concerned. We think we better. All right. 2025. Listen, don't ask me to do shit. Today was it. I've never listen. If I don't fuck with you, I'm not going to. Today is the last day I go out my way. If I don't mess with you already, I don't want to. I'm not going out my way no more to help nobody. Because it's just this is where we at with it in our community. All right. 2025 as far as information. Now I'm going into my lecture. I think people need to stick to what they know. Information that misleads people, I'm poking holes in it all 2020 FNAF. All 20 FNAF, I'm poking holes through everybody's misinformation. Don't give me no reason to go through your shit. Okay? You've been warned. I want to talk about the economy because this is something that I get challenged on all the time, and I see people posting like from viewership to even content creation, and it's the most asinine shit that I've ever heard in my life. Even in the poll, 80 for like this poll should be one-sided. It should be 100% one way. Now, it's not to say that the 2% that said no trucking is unaffected, whether you're trolling purposely, to get me riled up so that the engagement goes up, or the 4% that says rarely affects the trucking industry, or the 13% that says somewhat. I'm going to tell you what. Let's add that 13, that 4, and that 2. So that's 19% is ignorant. Gonna call you ignorant. Well, Mark, how you gonna call me ignorant if I just don't know no better? See, this is what I'm saying. And there go the thumbs down button. I already knew it was coming when I said that. People can't, this is my point. People can't take constructive criticism, and then they think ignorant is a bad word. I knew the thumbs down button was coming. They was waiting for me to call their ass ignorant. You are ignorant. Now let's look at the definition of ignorance, because everybody thinks ignorant is such a bad word. Oh my God, he called me ignorant. Like, and then y'all come with these gay ass thumb down button. Like that really means something. No one fucking cares, bro. No one cares about your thumbs down. Your thumbs down is not going, it's not like it affects anything. But check this out. All right. Lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge or awareness in general. Uneducated. Lack of knowledge. That's all it means. It doesn't mean you're a piece of shit. It doesn't mean you're the scum of the earth. It just means you lack knowledge in a particular field or subject matter. It's not a harsh word. You're ignorant. No. Do what you may with that. I don't like it. Doesn't. When I get off the stream, my day is gonna go on. I'm not gonna be affected, so I don't really care. But I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to you so I could have 100% likes. I'm not that guy. I'm gonna call you ignorant. I'm gonna call you ignorant because if you voted the opposite way, I'm going to prove to you why you're ignorant. Why am I ignorant, Mark? The economy ain't affecting what I got going on. Yes, it do. That's why you saying shit like cheap freight and it's slow. Why are you saying it's slow, fool? When you say, man, it's slow out here, it's a reason why it's slow. Listen, anybody that says the economy does not affect trucking, it 100% is the economy parallels with trucking 100%. When you say shit like it's slow, why? Because it's direct. The economy is affecting the reason why you're saying it's slow. For whatever reason. When it's busy for a reason. The reason is the economy. So how can you say the economy doesn't have a direct correlation with trucking? How can you say that? How can you say that? The people in the poll that did say yes, how can you say that? First, you don't understand what you need to understand the economic cycles. I'm going to pin a link to the chat. I want that guy to come up and whatever. And check this out. For the people that disagree, that like to use thumbs, why won't you ever click the link? Because if I'm wrong, come expose me. Come make me look bad. Come explain to me how the economy doesn't have a direct correlation with trucking. Come discredit me. I will fucking make you look bad. There's 4 stages. First is expansion. Increased production, increased job growth, rising consumer confidence in the economy, and ultimately what? Spending. What's next? Your peak. Every business, every economic cycle hits a peak. What goes up must come down. What is a peak? It's the pinnacle, it's the climax, it's the top. The highest point before the slowdown. What's next? Contraction. A reduction in economic activity. See, these are things that you learn when you go to school. And I'm not saying you got to go to school because this is 2025. You can educate yourself on this shit now. Like the internet is the information highway. Back in the day, you couldn't get this information unless you took your ass to somebody's college. But anyway, what's contraction? It's a reduction in the economic activity. It's declining demand, and then you see job loss. We just saw that. We just saw this cycle play out, but people are saying the economy doesn't have a direct correlation with trucking. Fool. I'm speaking to viewer and content creator. Link gonna be pinned to the top of the chat. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna give you a chance to come and express your grievance and prove me wrong. Trough, which is the lowest point. I just explained to you the boom and bust cycle. A lot of y'all just went through it. So to be ignorant and say the economy has no bearing on trucking, you are ignorant. You're ignorant. If consumers don't spend, what the hell are you going to move? Trucker, box trucker. This is where they say, oh, Mark, your delivery is harsh. Well, guess what? When you talking to pushback, I'm going to push back. Because I know what I'm saying, I can stand on it. You're a trucker. You move goods. Whether they're essential goods, they're material, raw goods, whatever. You're moving them. What happens if no one buys anything? What happens if less people buy things? It's going to be less goods to move. So don't cuss, Mark. How in the hell the economy don't got no bearing? 2025, I'm calling names. Now, I don't get into the whole mentorship. I'm not doing that. If I see somebody put something across my desk that is ignorant and you're a content creator, I'm gonna bring you to the front. I'm gonna bring you to the front. Stop talking about shit that y'all don't know about. Stick to what you know about, because this is where a lot of people get misled and then they say dumb shit. And then they hear you, because I got something that's been sitting in the kitty for a minute, but I'm not going to put it out because I don't want to make said person look a certain type of way because they ain't did nothing to me. But somebody came up on my show last year and said they learned cost per mile from this individual and they gave them this bullshit ass equation. I'm not going to put it out because I'm not in the humiliation business. But this guy wanted to argue me based on some shit that he heard that he believes because he believes in that guy, and the shit is wrong. It's totally wrong. If consumers don't buy anything, what is it to move? If less people stop buying shit due to economic factors, what does that do? That means that the suppliers are going to have to fight for less things to move, which ultimately going to affect the rate. So how does the economy don't have no correlation, no bearing on trucking? You're not moving air. You're not just running cross country or market to market with nothing in the back of your goddamn box truck or your truck. So how don't the economy have a direct bearing to trucking? When consumers have confidence in the economy, they spend more. When the consumers have more money, they spend more. And that does what? That drives demand. So how don't the economy have anything to do with trucking? When the demand was really high in 2021, y'all was running around here posting all these big ass, inflated ass rate per miles, weren't you? You don't think the economy had anything to do with why you were receiving so much per mile? But then when you tell people this, they get quiet. All you hear is this. If the economy don't have no bearing on trucking, you got overpaid during the pandemic then. You need to go give all those brokers and all those shippers some of their money back. You got overpaid. Why were you getting $10 million a mile during the pandemic? If the economy don't got has shit to do with trucking. You owe somebody some money. You got overpaid. There was increased demand due to an infusion of capital into the households across the country. And when people make more money, they spend more money, which increased demand, which increased volume, which is why the rates went up. You saw supply scale to meet that demand. When you go look at the chart, look how many entrants came in. Why? Because the rates were extremely high. So that influenced people to come in to meet the demand at an inflated rate. But content creator, Say, oh, the economy ain't got nothing to do with what goes on or what they make. You a lie. And the truth ain't in you. If anybody challenges me on a platform, I will 100% pull up. I will correct the person on my platform, their platform, when it comes to shit like this. Because it's ignorant. And it's misleading. And it's a contributing factor to why there's so much ignorance in the space. Sometimes it's good to just sit back and listen, which is where I wanted to speak on the monologue. Sometimes people can try to compete with people so much for whatever reason that they don't realize that what they're saying is ignorant, and it just makes them look bad. Industrial production, manufacturing. What happens when the housing market collapses and people don't have money to buy homes? The materials that get moved on flatbeds, the demand goes down because home builders stop building. You don't think that affects drivers that drive flatbeds? You don't believe me? Go look back at the numbers during the housing market crash. So how does the economy not affect trucking? E-commerce boom. This is probably the sector in the space that's going to continue to rise over the next couple of years. Did you guys know that a lot of your major trucking companies weren't in final mile prior to as recently as the last 10 years? Why is that? One, it's the most expensive leg of transportation. It's the most expensive leg for a multitude of reasons. Two, it's the riskiest leg due to claim. What forced major trucking companies into e-commerce? Consumer buying behavior and people shopping from home. Why do you think XPO went on a massive buying spree in the mid-2010s? Because they were the visionaries that saw the importance of the final mile from a trucking perspective first. This is why they are now the third largest trucking company in the country. They surpassed all their predecessors. And some of their predecessors met their demise this year. Yellow. How is it that a trucking company that's been in business for decades prior to XPO fell short? The same reason Barnes & Nobles, Borders, Toys R Us, Montgomery Ward, Sears, so on and so forth did. Why? Old people sitting on the board that weren't innovative, that weren't visionaries, that did poor R&D and refused to transition. They refused to accept reality. So with the boom of e-commerce, created the boom in final mile. Final mile was a leg that trucking companies refused to invest in. Hence, most final mile companies, especially when I came in, were privately owned. I've contracted with quite a few of them. And I was active throughout the acquisition phase of when these companies were selling. And now look, all your privatized companies that were in final mile are now acquired by big companies. CRST acquired NAL, which merged with installs. We were running installs. They got merged with NAL, and then they got acquired by CRST. JB Hunt has a final mile. XPO has a final mile. They're doing so much on final mile, they created a sister company, RXO. Maersk has a final mile, Pilot. All these big institutions acquired privatized. They didn't build it out. They just went and acquired them. AIT acquired Select Express. That was one of the last acquisitions that I can think of. And that just happened 2-3 years ago. AIT Worldwide acquired Select Express. They were one of the last big ones to hold out. Why do you think these companies all of a sudden avoided the final mile all these years? And then they say, all right, because the dollar signs. Why? Because even though it's the riskiest and the most expensive, now it's financially rewarding enough for us to take the risk. Why? Because of consumer behavior. People are shopping more online. So I ask you the question, how doesn't the economy affect trucking? See, I got to break this shit down. But guess what? Even after this lecture, you're going to have content creators, you're going to have viewers that still disagree. People say Amazon. Somebody said Amazon. The economy affecting Amazon. Why you got dormant Amazon facilities that never were built and build and ceased? They ceased construction, or they were already built, construction completed and never opened. Who would build all these multi-million square foot facilities and just never open them? Do you think that had something to do with the economy? Or did you think, we're just going to build them, and then we're going to cease building and let's lay off 100,000 people while we're at it? Why do you think they did that? Think the economy had anything to do with it? Things that make you go, The economy ain't got nothing to do with my rates. Yes, it do. Because the more economically destitute an individual is, the more competitive they become. I hope that didn't go over your head. Don't worry about it. Let me give you another example. Now, some of y'all middle Americans may not understand this. My big city people, you will. You got people out there. They may have good intentions, but guess what? They may not be getting opportunity. They looking at these babies crying. They open that covered shelf and ain't shit in it, and ain't even no oodles and noodles in it. What happens next? Hoodie, Scully. You understand what I'm saying now? Sometimes desperate calls for desperate measures. And people make bad decisions based out of desperation. People look at the now. That's why I'm like, well, why y'all complaining about shit that you can't control? Man, they keep taking cheap freight. Listen, If I got to get something coming in, and I'm keeping it a buck with you, I'm gonna keep it a buck across the board. I would give two fucks what you think. You want me to have camaraderie with you, and I got these babies crying. I'm thinking about the now. And that's just the reality of the situation. This is why I tell people, focus on what you got going on, and you won't never have to worry about what the next person is doing. You'll be able to survive in any economic landscape. But so many people focus on other people, and not everybody is ignorant. Some people just have unfortunate situations that cause them to do things that you may not agree with. But I'm here to tell you that that's happening every single day, and you cannot control it. Do I agree with a person putting the hoodie and the mask on? No. But not everybody that puts a hoodie and a mask on is doing it because they're the devil. Some people have their back against the wall, and that still doesn't make it right. But sometimes people make decisions out of desperation. They didn't realize that, you know what? It's a food pantry right down the street. The church is open. They close at 7. They'll go, you can walk down there and they'll give you canned goods. Sometimes people just don't think and reach out for resources to ask people questions before they go make these bad decisions. Goes back to what I talked about in the monologue. You call me, Mark, I'm ready to put that mask on, man. Little man in there crying. Man, I hate to ask you, man. You done loaned me so much money and I can't pay you back right now. But man, bro, I'm finna put this mask on, bro. It's Christmas. I'm finna run one of these beauty. Oh, it's New Year's Eve. I'm gonna tell you how a criminal think. It's New Year's Eve, Mark. I know they in the barbershop. I know they in the beauty salon. It's cash in there because they don't take credit. Man, I'm finna run in this beauty salon. It's New Year's Eve. Tomorrow, the first rent due. I'm finna put this mask on. I'm finna go rob them ladies in that beauty salon because I know it's cash in there. And it's a full house because they finna go out and kick it for New Year's Eve. You like, damn, Mark, that's a great plan. How you know that? You the stick up, man. Don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that. You know what Mark gonna tell him? Bro, don't do that. Man, just go down to Father Flager. You right there on Damon, man. Father Flager, man. They there. Just go down there, man. They'll give you as many canned goods as you need. Don't go do that. If it's just food you need, don't worry about it, man. I'm finna sell you this money, bro. I don't want to see you go to jail. Or, bro, go down to Father Flager. He right down the street on Racine. Knock on the door. They'll give you as many canned goods as you need. For real? Yeah, bro. Don't go do nothing that's not in your best interest. But not everybody gonna make that call. It's a lot of people out here that are in bad situations, so they're doing whatever they need to do just to get by. You may not agree because your situation may be better, but that's not going to stop them from taking a rate that you disagree with, whether they're taking it ignorantly or not. Some people just want to do something so they can factor it out, so they can get some type of money in, so that they can sell it to whoever they need to sell it to, so baby mama can go get some Pampers or some shit. These are just the situations. But getting back to the e-commerce boom, the reason why these companies started to buy into these private owned companies and started acquiring because of the rise in e-commerce, because of the shift in consumer buying behavior. It started to shift from brick and mortar to online. So now the risk is worth the reward. I just saw something yesterday. Look how many stores are closing next year. Party City is closing all their stores. Big Lots is closing all their stores. JCPenney's is closing more stores. I think Sears is closing the last of their stores. Advanced Auto Parts is closing. Who else is closing? A lot of stores are closing. You don't think the economy got nothing to do with that? Yeah, the behavior in the consumer. Let's talk about infrastructure growth. CDL Shorty was up here complaining about parking. Why do you think there's a parking issue now? More so than ever. An influx of entrants into the space. Duh! You don't think that got anything to do with the economy? Why were there an infusion of new entrants into the space? Because of the demand. So now money has to be pumped into infrastructure to meet the new economic landscape of trucking that once didn't exist. Why do people say things ignorantly? It's okay not to know. And it's also okay to accept information from other people. Whether they're people that look like you, don't look like you, are your peer. I take in information on things that I don't know. And I appreciate people that take time out of their day to provide me with information. I give information. But you're always going to have people what would you do, Mark, right now if you were coming in? Follow the money. And the economy is going to dictate that. I would diversify into areas that are growing. All while following the money. I believe if you follow the money, you can't go wrong. You know what, I believe, what brought, people to my channel was me looking at and forecasting that peak season of 2022. That was a pivotal moment for me in content creation because I was, beginning and, had to, earn, people's trust as far as being credible or not. And when I saw the ignorance that was displayed on YouTube, and I just realized that most people that were creating content at that time were just ignorant and just had a lack of knowledge as far as trucking. And that was fine. There's nothing wrong with that because they had just started and I understood. But when I saw how people just swallowed that shit up, and then I was like, okay, well, this is the new way people consume information. I consumed it by Encyclopedia Britannica and World Book Encyclopedia, the card catalog at the library, microfilm, books, going through the card catalog, finding books, going in the back room, cutting the lights off, searching for microfilm to place up on the wall with the projector. This is how you research, and talking to people that were more well-versed based off wisdom and experience. This is how you learn back in the day. I didn't realize it because I hadn't been in a space at that time where I needed to consume a vast amount of knowledge in the current time period. So it was a little adjusting for me. But when I realized that this is people like take what a person says because they have a camera and they'll just take it at face value, I said, oh, okay. So my strong point in this space where I can really make a change is I'm more experienced than these guys. What can I do to really put eyes on me? All right, everybody's talking about peak season getting ready. Like they don't even know that the bubble burst already because they don't even know what a bubble is. They're telling people to go out and rent trucks and run it up because they think they're going to have a parallel of what 2021 was. To me, it was the most ignorant shit ever, but I went out and I said, ain't going to be no peak season. And for 4 months, I was slandered. I was harassed. you know, I was a horrible person for telling people I was a hater. Now, nobody really knew my experience at that point because I hadn't really expound on it. I told people, but people just took that as we don't see it, and I get that too, and I understand. But that was 4 months of just slander that I took, and a lot of you guys that were around, you remember it. And then November came. Some content creators tried to refute it, but then you go back and you look at their comment section, all you saw, hashtag Mark was right. I didn't have to go respond because the people that listened to them, that went out and did what wasn't in their best interest and went and rented trucks and did all this dumb shit because they thought that they were going to have a parallel of 2021, were now going out of business in November and December. I thought it was peak season. I thought this was the time to run it up. Why are you shutting down? I didn't have to respond. The community responded. How did I know that? I never told nobody then because I didn't want to give up how to read the economy and how to forecast, but I eventually did. It's because I study the economy. I understand what a bubble looks like. Been in the industry long enough. I've lived through a bubble before in the space. I lived through an economic downturn. Any person that has any sense could have saw that. But yet and still, people consumed information that were provided based off ignorance, and they ran with it. And so many people that could have had a fighting chance still if they would have exercised a little bit of common sense instead of just completely cutting this guy off because he's saying the complete opposite of what the majority is saying, and just looked at both sides, would probably still be in business. But because they went out and listened to what the majority was saying based off of ignorance, they went out at the last minute, ramped up, and failed. They could have ran that one truck, transition, focus, worked really hard, and they would have probably still been around. But they thought that this was their saving grace because remember, the industry was already on a decline. Fuel was up, rates were coming down, and they thought that everybody was going to go out and spend so much money. How, Sway? Everybody bought everything already with the PPP. They had already bought everything that they ever desired in life. There's nothing to buy. 2, there was no more money. The money that they had in 2021, they didn't have it in December of 2022. 3, when supply chain picked back up, the stores ordered a multitude of things just in case of another shutdown that they would not go without product. That's why you saw rail yard containers by the dozens in the back of a lot of your favorite retailers. They were over ordering. They already had their supply. It was nothing to move. Then you had a bunch of ignorant people that thought that peak season freight actually moves during peak season. And I'm like, bro, what are you thinking? You think this shit comes across the ocean in a week? That's the ocean phase of it. That shit starts in July, August. You think this shit comes from China? You think all this freight is going to come from China over in the course of a week, come to a port, get processed, get put on a goddamn chassis, taken to a yard, taken off the chassis, put on a rail car, run intermodal. Bro, this is a process. They didn't know that. But the reason why they failed is because they didn't understand the economy. So I ask you again, they didn't see the indicators. Why? Because they didn't believe that the economy, or they didn't know that the economy is going to determine whether they had a peak season or not. And the economy had already determined it. They didn't see the indicators. I saw the indicators. I see you, buddy. I'm going to bring you up in a minute. I ain't forgot about you. What happened after that? Reduced freight volumes. Rates came down. People started crying. You had a lot of people that believed that everything was going to remain the same from when they came in 2020, 2021. The economy affected the rates. Why? Because the volume came down. So I ask you, few people, content creators, viewers that believe that the economy has no bearing on the trucking industry, how come y'all ain't getting the same rates that y'all was getting in 2021? You can't say it's because people taking cheap freight. That ain't got shit to do with it. Why aren't you, when you say ignorant things, be able to substantiate why you're saying what you're saying? So I ask you, if the economy has nothing to do with it, why aren't you getting the same rates that you was getting in 2021? If the economy has no influence on trucking, why do things fluctuate? Why is it that when there was so much money, the rates went up? And now that people don't have money, things are more of a struggle now. People are spending less, volume is down, and the rates are a direct reflection of that. But guess what? You still have increased supply, which also contributes to the rates as well. If the economy has no influence on that, explain to me, how is it that when things are all on the up and up, always things are on the up and up in trucking, but when things are economically down, trucking parallels that? Can you explain that to me, people that disagree? It's easy to say it don't, but I never hear nobody substantiate why it doesn't. See, me, I can tell you why it does, and I can articulate why it does. I can use case studies and I can use real life situations that you are in. I'm using your situations. I'm not making up analogies. I'm utilizing the last 3 years of your trucking experience. You were happy in 2021. Why are you so sad now? Why do you complain? I use your information against you to disprove the ignorance. Listen, I love when people say things that don't make any sense. Listen, I am not short of any content. It's so much shit that I can dismantle from the shit people say on the internet. It provides me so much content. Sometimes I have a hard time talking. I don't know what I want to talk about. Okay, this person said this. Okay, we can chop that. Yeah, we can disprove that. Oh man, but this guy just said this. Ooh, which one should we go with today? If people stick to things that they know and stop saying crazy shit, man, it would be hard for me to come up with ideas. This shit is so easy to me because of the ignorance. The more ignorant this industry remains, the easier content creation is for me. This shit is just simple. You don't believe me? Go look at the case studies. I'm going to give you 2 periods you can look at. You can look at the 2008 recession from a negative perspective, and then you can look at the boom phase of the pandemic, and then look at the bust phase, and then look at trucking during those time periods. Look at the charts. Education, man, is very key in everything you do. Like I said, this content shit is easy for me because there's so much misinformation out there that's spread. Because I have a vast amount of knowledge and experience on the industry, it's easy for me to come up here and dissect all the misinformation. I think people should just stick to what they know. I think consumers should stick to what they know and not challenge people that are more experienced than them. I think people should be more open-minded when it comes to learning and stop being so judgmental on where the information is coming from and how the delivery is, instead of focusing on what's most important, which is the message. I think people that focus on things that have no relevance or just aren't relevant to what will help dictate their success, it just adds on to your ignorance. It inflates your ignorance even more. A person who wants to educate themselves, they're not going to limit where the information comes from. They're going to have an open door policy, and they're going to be all ears, and they're going to know how to dissect and pull out all the good information, take it, do their due diligence, and then go and apply it. Hit the like button. Link pin to the top of the chat. Did we pin it? Let me close this poll. So we got 16% that says somewhat. You're wrong. Ain't no somewhat about it. The economy 100% influences trucking. There's no somewhat. There's no rarely, the 3%, the 1% that says no, where if you answered this and, with good faith, meaning you believe that, unfortunately, you're wrong. I just proved it. If you answered it to troll, this is probably why you're in the position that you're in. I'm going to close the poll. We got 95 votes. If you want to vote, we can make it get to 100. We got 4 more votes to 100. I'll close it at 100 votes. There was a guy that wanted to call up. Link is pinned to the top of the chat, man. If you're still here, we'll see if he stuck through the whole lecture, if he just came in here because he wanted free information, but he didn't stick around to hear the lecture, which ultimately is going to help him be a better business owner. So let's see if he stuck around to that guy. Let's see if he stuck around, because see, people want to come and they want to pick my brain, but then they don't want to listen to the lecture. This is why I didn't drop the link, because I want to see if he was going to stick around and listen to the whole thing. We got 97 votes. Let's see if we can get 3 more votes. We'll close it out at 100. Then we'll pin the link to the top of the chat. See if that young man is going to come up. This is probably him. Let's see. Hello.
Yo. How you doing, sir?
How you doing? You got noise cancellation?
Say what?
Oh, you ain't even got no headset.
Nah, I don't got no headset on me, but can you hear me?
Oh, man, you must be on the new. You on the new?
Nah, I'm on the iPhone right now.
No. How long you been trucking, bro?
I've been trucking for 2 years.
Where your headset at?
I don't have one right now. It's in my other truck.
Well, I don't want you to, like, I don't want to talk to you when you driving and shit, bro. You ain't got no headset. Like,
I'm about to pull over right now, Mr. Mark. Give me 1 second. I'm about to pull over in less than 30 seconds. I got to stop and gas up right here anyway.
Yeah, I don't promote anything that's unsafe, sir. I am a people that
course.
people look to of influence. So we are not going to, not for the sake of argument, we're not going to promote anything that's not safe, sir. All right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mark. I'm pulling over right here for you. But how you doing today, man? How you doing today?
I'm blessed, man. What about you?
I'm saying I'm hanging in there. Trucking is trucking right now. So I'm kind
I don't know what happened to him, but is he in the back
of saying
still?
right now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you cut out for a minute. Say that again. You said trucking is trucking, and then you cut out. Hello? Can you hear me?
Let's see.
Can you hear me? I don't know if he can hear me, but I don't know, maybe he got a call, but we'll wait for him to call back in. But I closed the poll out. Does economic cycles affect trucking? Yo.
There we go.
All right, you know what? You got to close both windows. You still got 2 windows open. Close out of everything. I'm going to close you out, and then you got to call back up, all right?
Got it.
All right. 80% says yes. 15% says somewhat. Whoever said no originally, they changed their vote. Now no is 0%. Rarely affects the industry, 2%. All right, everybody that didn't vote yes was wrong, because I just proved you how trucking affects the industry. I gave you real case studies. I gave you case studies that you've been directly involved in. So you can believe what you want to believe. You can disagree because I'm marking. You don't like me. You have a right to believe what you want to believe, but numbers are numbers, facts are facts. And if you believe that if everybody stops buying shit, you're going to have shit to put on the back of your truck, it just proves your ignorance. Because guess what?
If you think that's happening.
You're not moving nothing. There has to be something on the back of that truck. And if for some reason everybody stopped buying shit, what would you move? When people stop buying shit, you still have to compete with your competitors in the space, which supply may still be up. If demand is down, that brings more fierce competition, when ultimately affects rates. Because guess what? I'm not going to sit on my hands because you disapprove of a certain rate. If I see it and I can run it at a profit, whether it be a maximum profit or a minimal profit to keep cash flow coming in, I'm going to run it. So how doesn't the economy affect trucking? You can believe what you want to believe, but ignorance will continue to hold you back. What's going on, brother?
How you doing, Mark?
Bless,
Sorry about
man.
the connection there.
That's all good, man. How can I help you today? Were you the guy in the chat that said you wanted to call up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So basically, I hear everything you're talking about, and like everybody always say, they've been listening to you for a little minute now, and I finally subscribed over to you because I just said, let me just go ahead and make a YouTube real quick and stuff like that, and actually just like get the opportunity to speak with a black brother who is obviously sensible and knowledgeable on the subject. And you got a lot more knowledge than I do personally on a lot of things when it comes to just running a moving company, and on top of that just OTR. So I I'm baffled on like what I see and how these guys are even managing a lot of the times to even get a truck. I'm wondering who is allowing some of these guys to walk into their their lot, whether it's a rental or not, and even feel like some of these guys are even aware enough to drive a box truck. I'm I'm out here right now in Colorado, right? And I own the number one company right now in Wisconsin for moving, right? Number one on all platforms, DVD, top dog, everything, right? Thank you, I appreciate you. And I don't think people understand how hard it fucking is to be out here and sacrifice not only yourself, but the people who have to sacrifice themselves with you out here on this road. It is daunting, and it's scary to me that these black men are on these chats with you right now. And I don't care how young, how old. I've been in prison. I've been incarcerated. I didn't broke that. I didn't deal with so many things in my life, right? And I had to reconstruct and build in order to become the person that I am right now. And I still deal with complications now due to the fact I was raised in the jungle. I'm from Washington, D.C., straight from Southeast. Everything I do and everything I dealt with was hard, gritty, right? And a lot of these guys come from the same place you come from, Mark, the same place we come from, same place I come from. And I don't get how they can sit here and look at you and be like, you ain't coming from the same cloth because you had to build a different mindset in order to make it out of what the same shit they still stuck in right now. How these guys can get up here and just try to criticize you or anyone else that is out here trying to figure it out. And then on that, top of that, getting up here and allowing these imbeciles to speak how they speak. You better than me. Because the moment they would have said something like that, I would have cut them off. I would have hung up. There wouldn't have been no more talking. Because ignorance is bliss. And that type of ignorance that's on this podcast that you allowing to like kind of even grace yourself with, you have impeccable. Because I'm telling you, none of these guys that's on here and been talking like this, man, would never drive for me, would never work with. Because these are the same guys who I be fucking bailing out every other week, talking about, hey, boss, can you come get me out of jail? And I'm tired of that shit. These are the same ones who getting on the road and running out of gas on the highway talking about something. I ain't look at the odometer. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, how hard do these guys need to work, or if they even working at all, to really understand just the basic knowledge of this business and how it works? You don't even have to honestly pick up a book 9 times out of 10 to understand something. Because if you go through something hard enough and you
Mhm.
fail hard enough and you keep pushing through that failure, you're gonna go through all those hiccups, right?
Yeah.
I done went through all those hiccups, Mark. I done experienced all the hiccups in my last 2 years, and I'm still beasting and I'm still doing what I got to do, right? I done
Hmm.
fired over 20 different people. I done hired over 50 different people, and some stay, some go, some respect you, some don't. And the worst problem is, and I'm having such a hard time sitting through this stuff, is because 9 times out of 10 they black,
Oh yeah.
and 9 times out of 10 they talking to you crazy like they know better. Like I said,
Hmm.
these guys that I be hiring, man, they get up here and they be talking about, oh man, you don't know what you're doing.
I'm sitting here paying you $25 to $30 an hour. Just sit back and do your job, man. You getting paid. My struggle ain't your struggle. At the same time, if you good and you know how to run a business, then go do it yourself, right? All
Mm-hmm.
these guys are getting up, and just because they saving up a little bit, they think they owner operators. Sometimes you gotta go sit down and work with people. I work with over 10 different moving companies. And as soon as I said, hey, can y'all teach me something? I'm trying to do this on my own. Man, they
Mm-hmm.
shut the door on me so damn fast. They didn't want to work
Mm-hmm.
with me no more. All of a sudden, I'm sitting here and I'm like, damn, just like you, I'm on Craigslist, Mark, trying to
Mm-hmm.
get it. My first move was just like yours. I was in a U-Haul, and I said, man, my business partner at the time, this is my first guy, my homeboy. We
Mm-hmm.
was in the truck at the time, and he was moving out his house because they wouldn't renew his motherfucking lease. And I said, bro, come live with me. I went and got a U-Haul for this guy. Me and him both went and got a U-Haul, and we drove to his house, did the entire move. He didn't even know how to move. I've been
Mm-hmm.
moving all my life, Mark. I've been homeless, dealing with all this stuff. So I said, man, this is easy. I like helping people move. It's like some stupidity of mine. It's like a drug. I like helping people move, Mark. And I'm like, man, you struggling? Let me come get you, brother. So we go do his move. We get it done. We about to drop this U-Haul off. Tell me why, by the grace of God, the guy name was Phil Jackson. Can't make this up. He was like, I need you to help me move. Can you please help me? I need this box truck, please. I ain't know nothing about rates, no nothing, Mark. He said, I can pay y'all 200 an hour. I ain't know what it was. I ain't know if that was high, low, what it was. But all I knew it was a blessing in disguise. And I said, yo, we need to take this. He said, man, I'm tired. I said, nah, fuck that. We going to go do this. Me and him spent 12 hours doing this, sun up to sun down. And me and him was tired. We went home, we counted that money up, we took that truck in, we paid him, we did what we needed to do. And you know what we did the next morning? We started a moving company. It's like these guys don't see the grit, and y'all give up way too fast, man. It's not easy. It don't happen overnight. You gotta be. I ain't taking a day off yet. I swear to God, Mark, I ain't have a day off yet. And I'm talking about every day on the road. And yeah, people talking about 13 hours and they doing 14. When I tell you I'm out here doing 16, 17 hours on the road and off the record, 16, 17 hours off the road. And I'm out here trying to get 24 hours, you know what I'm saying, in 32 by myself because I got a lady at home with kids, you know what I'm saying? Got a mother, and they depend on me, Mark. So at the end of the day, y'all got to understand y'all quitting on yourselves way too fast. And the ignorance is what is keeping y'all from getting to where y'all need to be. Because if y'all sat down and listened to Mark and just tuned in for a second and just shut up and stop trying to get on here all the time and just rant about how he wrong and how he don't know this and how he don't know that. Just sit back and listen. I didn't save myself so many dollars from hearing this dude over the last year. And I've been like, damn, thank God I tuned in just in time for this one moment. Whether it was, hey, you need to know about traveling through different states and understanding they got different laws and abiding by them. Just because I was out here commercialized and running properly, just because you doing things right, just because you right, don't mean the cops, the dot officers, those guys, don't mean they gonna behave right. So at the end of the day, you gotta make sure you cover all your dots and Q's. Everything gotta be covered, especially as a black man on this road. So when he trying to talk to y'all, he trying to help y'all with y'all personalities too, because they shit, they suck. And I'm telling y'all now, if I was a shipper or a broker or anybody, I would walk in and say, man, get the fuck out of my doorway because y'all attitudes is hell. And he trying to talk to y'all, put y'all the right way, but y'all don't get it. Y'all think he trying to sun y'all. He not trying to do that. He trying to sit y'all down and trying to keep y'all from making the same mistakes me and him doing. Me and him did, the ones he made in the past. Y'all not listening. That's why we keep repeating ourselves as black men. That's why I'm not hiring people of my skin at this point. And I'm struggling to keep black people under me because it's like, yo, y'all don't listen. What's wrong? Even people that I've worked with that were black, that were more articulate, that were more intellectual, that had it all. They had businesses, just like Mark said. They started in 21. They were doing amazing for themselves. Number one moving companies out in Wisconsin, the Midwest area. And I came out here and I was watching what they was doing. And I said, man, let me work with y'all. Let me help. And I ain't even try to be a boss. I was just trying to help the company because I saw a black man. And I said, hey, before I go out and see y'all keep failing and y'all keep fucking me up at the same time, I'm going to go do my own shit. I was a manager. I was a supervisor. I was a general manager, all at restaurants, everything you can name it, man. I got degrees and shit. I got felonies. I got it all. I did blue collar. I did white collar. I did all type of shit. But y'all out here not learning shit because y'all don't want to listen. Y'all gonna be 35 and 40 years old and getting out of fucking jail, and then it's gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late. Because then y'all already still talking about moving companies at 40. How y'all gonna be moving around? I'm telling y'all now, as a moving company owner operator, y'all need to be the first ones to be picking up shit. When it comes to a fridge, if you ain't in front of it, it ain't gonna get picked up. Them dudes will look at you and not follow you at all. You need to lead by example. So do the shit right the first time and you ain't gotta do it again. Cause now I'm sitting here, I got 3 box trucks under my name. 3 box trucks. But let me tell you what else I'm dealing with. I'm also dealing with dealerships not giving me my titles. I'm also dealing with I'm also dealing with brokers and owner operators and other big companies, like you said, TQL, things like that. What they're doing, how they're doing and taking 50% of your rates. Y'all gotta work through that shit. It's not y'all fault that the rates is like this, sure. But at the end of the day, if y'all don't stop complaining about the shit and start doing something, that ain't gonna change. So if y'all keep accepting the rates, shut up. Cause I'm out here and I'm fighting with brokers on the phone all the time because of y'all. I'm over here talking about who's accepting that. Oh, we had a guy over here talking about he going 2,000 miles for $2,000. Y'all out y'all mind. What are y'all doing? Help me. Help yourself. Shit. Say no. If 3 of us call straight, I will get 10 of y'all numbers. And if 10 of us call 10 brokers, the same broker in a row, and we all say no to a rate, and then we finally agree on that high rate, I bet they'll go for it. Sure, all of us may not win, but y'all tripping out here, man. Everybody about to lose because everybody got their head up their ass, Mark. And I'm sorry to go on this rant, man, but I just see so many foolish people getting up here and talking like they know. And they don't realize you don't sleep when you trying to get up and get out of this shit. And you ain't going to sleep until you able to get up and out of it. So until you figure out how to get somebody else in your truck, until you figure out how to do your rate per mile, your CPM, all that important shit that he's telling you, you ain't going to get nowhere. You're going to be going in circles talking about my insurance eating up everything. And that's all I got to say, Mark. If y'all looking for a job, anything like that, holla at me. I'm hiring people of integrity and professionalism. If you got work ethic and you're a black man and you out here, even if you're a black woman and you understand what we dealing with in our plight, we need to come together and understand that we could do our own shit. We don't need to sit here and be working under everybody else. Y'all got 5 trucks, I got 10 trucks, you got 7, you got 30. There's a whole operation right there. Why not pull up the Amazon and say, give us everything? Y'all tripping, man. Y'all so busy got doing y'all own thing, but that's all I gotta say, Mark, man. I'm here and I'm sorry you dealing with all this bullshit, man.
Oh
Seriously.
no,
Cause
I
that
ain't
shit
dealing with
crazy to
nothing.
me.
I ain't no. I ain't dealing with nothing. I run to the smoke. Listen, the more ignorance, the easier it is for me to create content. I love the ignorance. It don't bother me because ain't not one person came up here and discredited anything that I've said. I went through. Listen, one thing about content creation, especially when you start it, you get scrutinized. People scrutinize you. So all the scrutiny as far as my credibility, we've already accomplished that. We've went through all that. Everything that I was scrutinized as far as my business, my amount of trucks and all that, that shit has been proven. So I'm past that. Where the challenges that I get now is based on my delivery, because most people that disagree, they and it's not to toot my horn, they do say, yo, you are a wealth of knowledge, but we don't like your delivery. That's where I get scrutinized, because it's the moment that I start kicking up, then that's when I started the dislikes start coming. People don't like that, but
that's the problem, Mark.
But what? Go ahead.
Because I'm gonna say one thing with that. Just want to add one point to what you're saying, because
Go ahead.
everybody honing in on that one aspect of you, right?
Uh-huh.
That's not a flaw. That's a strength, because they
Yeah, I
call
know
out
that.
their weaknesses, and
Yeah,
they
I
don't
know that.
enjoy that. So it's
Well,
like, stop coming up here, man, making a fool of yourself.
well, here's the thing. You said something about, the ignorance and you don't know how to deal with it. One is patience, right? I got a lot of patience, and two, I have to be patient to deal with it, to expose the amount of ignorance. People have to see the ignorance. Because if I said, man, you believe some guy told me he don't give a F about a cost per mile? Do you believe someone said that knowing what it costs to run their business doesn't have any bearing on the success of their business? Man, Mark, I don't believe that. So sometimes things are just
Dudes
so
be trying to pay the
unbelievable.
phone
Like,
bill.
like you have to expose the ignorance so people, because here's the thing, ignorance is a teaching tool. People can see their competition live in the flesh. They can see the ignorance and they can know what not to do. It's just like back in the day. I gave this example yesterday. I don't know how old you are, but man, people used to, drag us to the funeral. See how your cousin laying in that casket? You see him? No, look. Oh, it's a dead body. Look. Hold your head and make you stare. I don't want to catch you out here in these streets. Now that their parent do that, oh my God, they calling child protective services on your ass. I'm an OG. This is my way of, I was in school back in the day when teachers would put their hands on you. Get your ass in line. The parents would give her permission. Hey, my kid got out of line. Go upside his head. Nowadays, don't touch my child. You can't even put a kid in the corner. Go in the corner, face the wall. They look at that shit as capital punishment. So I have patience, because you have to show how ignorant people are. You have to show it so people can see that shit in the mirror. Me personally, that shit don't bother me, bro. I'll be 45 in 2 months. Like, long are the, like, my years where I was really concerned with how people thought about me, and like I'm over 20 years removed from that type of mind frame. I don't care about what people think. You see what I'm saying? Like Dizzy, I will never jump to go prove anything to him. If I go prove something to him, I'm a fool. Why would I go prove something to somebody that don't even know what it costs to run their business? Why would I go prove something to someone that, and I'm saying this humbly, and people that know me in real life, even content creators, like, there's some content creators that I've met in real life. One of them I really spent some time with, and he saw Mark behind the cameras. He'll tell you, even with our differences, listen, y'all getting a real humble Mark. Because some of the shit that he saw, if I really wanted to get up here and flex, we kicked it. From the pull up to the whole process. I'm you know what I'm saying? So I don't have anything to prove. I'm not like 20 some years old. Oh, I'm going to show you. I'm at the crib. I just streamed last night till about midnight. I'm back on stream now. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to go find something to do. Go catch a movie or something.
I worked hard. I can't even get out this truck.
But see, that's the thing. That's the grind. That's the grit. That's what NW Lou was upset about. You're out the grind. So demonize me because I did what was in my best interest, and we're probably the same age, and you're trying to figure it out, and I figured it out and accomplished it and already won at it. Or listen to what I'm saying. Excuse the antics and take the delivery. See, you focused on the candy. Shout out to Cars and Cribs. But that's why I listen to Cars and Cribs, because it worked. You still here whether you like me or you don't. You don't like me as a person. I'm not up here for you to judge, mark the individual. I'm up here for you to take my information and either apply it or don't apply it or scrutinize it. I'm not up here as a person. I'm not a lifestyle content creator. That's why I don't show you lifestyle. I'm up here to talk business and trucking. Scrutinize me on my information. So I always tell people, keep it on the content. Don't go personal, because if you're a strong debater and you have a wealth of knowledge based on the information you're providing, you should never veer into personal innuendos. You should be able to substantiate and articulate yourself based on whatever it is you're debating. So, people, they fall for the bait. It's purposely done to get them coming here. It's done purposely. So you do have to have an excessive amount of patience dealing with content creators, right? Because you get challenged from them. They don't want to work together. You get challenged from viewership. Small person. Some people get it more than others. We saw an example of that earlier this week, but that goes back to knowledge base. If you are presenting information and people can't pierce that armor, they'll try to poke holes through it. But damn, you know what?
Precisely.
I can't. So then they don't. I proved that by dropping the link. Because when other people do put themselves in a situation that may not drop the link and they drop it, it's been people waiting for the opportunity. The wolves just appear. You see what I'm saying? Because there's people watching like that ain't. And it might be people, and it might be people watching that may not agree. But if they can't articulate themselves in a manner, they not gonna get up here and embarrass themselves, which further proves the point. So one thing dealing with us, and I've talked about this before, this is something you're gonna have to deal with too. Us are going to count us pockets. We're worried about what us have and what we don't have. We saw that earlier the week in my content. I've talked about it throughout my growth in business. I had a guy tell me, Mark, we making you rich. We doing all the work. Completely forgot. And this was a guy that was around in the early days. He completely forgot that I was out there for 3 years to get to this point. So fuck it. Same like NW. You ain't out here with us no more. But guess what? I had to remove myself to expand the business. I can't actively be carrying couches when I'm consuming a multitude of phone calls and other things are going on, and this truck is having an issue. I got to take payment from that truck, but I'm on a job myself. Customers paying me $100 an hour. Where's the little black guy with the short locks? But I'm tucked on the back of the truck acting like I'm packing the truck, but I'm on the phone booking a move or taking a payment. I can't do that.
On the phone is...
You see what I'm saying? So Forget all the years that I worked to remove myself. Now that I'm not out here no more, oh, you counting my money. Damn, man, he got this many moving trucks plus the final mount truck. Well, shit, we did $2,000 today. You get paid 10, you get paid 10, I get paid 13 an hour. That's 33 an hour. He charging 100 an hour. Look how much money he made. Now look how much money he making. Oh my God, this is too much money. We're making him too much money.
Hey,
You
Mark.
gonna go through that.
Mark.
You gonna go through that.
Not realizing that they curried the TV and dented it with their finger, right? So now you dealing with that on the back end, and they
Man,
home
listen.
good counting their pennies.
But
You only
see,
pulled about a little plus profit off it.
But it's like I told that guy,
Man,
you're not making me anything. All the money that I'm making it. The money that you're making, you're doing the work to make it, except I provided you the opportunity. Because before this, you didn't have shit. When nobody even gave you a chance. I worked myself to a position where I can make this type of money and provide opportunity to my community. But you're right. Your people will be the first to criticize and talk down on you because we look. But see, that's that whole crab in the barrel thing. But here's the thing: you're gonna have to. That's some shit. You're gonna have to get used to it. You're gonna have to create a plan, and you're gonna have to deal with it for a multitude of years, and you're gonna have to work your way out of that. See, me, I will never. I looking back on just that era, you know what I'm saying? At this point in my life, I think by the grace of God, I did things that I needed to do so I can work my way and I won't have to go back to it. But that was an era that if I was older coming in, having to deal with that, I don't think I would have had the patience. I was in the grind and I needed to do what needed to be done to get to where we are today. But you're going to deal with, your people are going to be the crab in the barrel mentality in our community is just a person to argue with you about what you made or didn't make, but don't know what it's costing them to operate their business. They'll listen to a guy at a truck stop tell them, some random guy at a truck stop, but you can tell a person what you've done and they'll discredit it. I prove shit all the time. I just don't tell you the point of showing it to you. I show you the ignorance, and there's a lesson in ignorance. In that content, there's more lessons than not knowing what it is to run your business. That shows the crab in the barrel mentality within our community. That shows how people focus on other people instead of focusing on what the fuck that they should be focusing on. You worried about a motherfucker who's in the crib. And you want to say what this motherfucker did or didn't do.
House, man.
So, at the end of the day, there's so many lessons in that shit. It's lessons in that shit. It's just the people, certain people are going to pick out certain things. Some people are going to see the full scope of why. And some people are going to say, oh man, this dude is like this guy, Debbie Downer, or too harsh. And that's it. There's a method to everything I do. Even when I put content out, even the content I put out, I purposely put that shit. I've been anxious to put those clips out. But I knew I needed to put them out around the holidays because engagement is real down during the holidays. So I need to put out the most electrifying content. I've been waiting to put that shit out patiently for 4 months.
Sheesh, you were sitting on that one for that long, my
for 4 months because I study everything that I do. I study it. The last 2 years, engagement goes down during the 2 weeks of the holiday. People are spending time with their family, so I made sure I put out the best, most engaging content during that time period so I can keep my engagement up. I'm smart, bro. I don't just tell you guys.
Bro, I've been having nightmares with some of this.
Well, what?
I'm
love
out here
it.
losing hair. I'm out here
For
Watching
what?
these guys stressing me out, man.
Listen. Don't let them.
Cause
I don't lose.
cause
Listen.
you look at yourself.
You
Look,
said what?
don't stress me out in the way of just myself, right? Like it's a way of just it's just watching us as a whole, man. You know, just like it just put me
Hold on.
down.
Hold
You
on.
know, watching these guys not understand, man. Just
Hold on. Hold on.
missing
Hold on. Hold
everything that's
on.
supposed to be
Hold
gotten.
on.
You
Hold on.
know.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Alex Klein, hit the link and come up. Alex Klein said, I never drove a box truck. This is what Alex Klein said. I never drove a box truck. See, here we go. He's telling me that I never, look how ignorant this is. I never drove a box truck. OTR local. He said, I never drove.
What?
He said, I never driven a box truck before. Never.
He's
Now, there
telling
go the
you
link.
that.
But see, this is what we're talking about. But hold on, watch this. See, because I love it. Let me prove something to you. I bet you he won't hit that link. I bet you he won't hit that link because we're going to disprove that right now. He said box trucks out of state. Okay. I've done that too. The last long distance move that I went on was in 2019. But this is a person that's going to tell me I did moving. So I've already proved that I did moving and final mile. This guy says I only did moving. He says, what low board? So this person wants to discredit me because there's different sectors of trucking you can do.
Yo, get
So
on the
because hold on.
line, man. Get on the chat.
So because I
Get
didn't
up
go
here.
hold on. So because I didn't go OTR, then fuck me. You're not an OTR guy. You're a moving and a final mile guy. So fuck you. We don't count because we're OTR. So why the fuck are you over here? Alex Klein, hit the link. So if you don't account for final mile and moving, and I guess we moving the people on the back of a horse. Did we put the furniture on the back of a horse, or did we put it on the back of a goddamn it? I don't know, trailer. You're a moving guy. That's it. So I've shown my warehouse. I've been to my warehouse. I've shown my journey of final mile. I've shown manifest of accounts that I've had, but he won't hit that link. Alex Klein, I bet you won't hit that link and come up here and say this shit to my face. I bet you won't come up here and you're making a claim, but come up here and prove it. And then we're gonna go right over here and we're gonna start pulling this shit up. But that's after he said final mile with who? So either he's a troll or he's new to the channel. Either he's a troll or he's new to the channel. Either he's a troll or he's new to the channel. But let's see if he clicks the link. I've talked plenty of times with who I've run final mile with. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Because I see I'm finna have to put somebody on blast. I'm back. Is the loser still here? Pippi, don't block him yet. Hold on. Hey, Alex, click the link. Bring you your cash out with you. We're going to put up a wager. This guy, I think he's a troll. I've showed moving trucks and I've shown my final mount trucks and wrapped. Show my taxes from both companies. Now, I have files and files and files and files and files and files and files of documents, right? But not here, obviously, because I don't have the capacity to store all that stuff here. But I did find this. All right, here's one that I found that I have here. All right. I got one banker's box of files that's for some reason I have here. And this guy says this guy never did final mile delivery. Hit the link and make sure you bring your Cash App. I need you to Cash App Pippi. And Pippi, after we discredit this fool, we're going to block him. We're going to block him. All right? Because even if, let's say what he's saying is correct. I just did moving. This is the ignorance, which is, I did, but it's 50%. But let's say that's the only thing I did. That don't give me the right to create a YouTube channel and talk about it? So a person can do moving and if I didn't do nothing else, I can't talk about it? Or because I only did moving, then... So let's say I only did moving. Still means I made more money than you. But he said I never did final mile. So here is one banker's box full of final mile documents. Now, we're not going to go too much into detail because we haven't extracted our personal information. But here's, and this ain't even all the contents of this banker's box, but here's a bunch of it. Now, I don't know. All right, well, let's start with these FedEx ones. Either I'm rich as fuck and I just order a bunch of shit personally, or I just have a bunch of, let me cover up my personal shit. Here's a bunch of, give me 1 second. Here's a bunch of Estes billing, Holland. This is all shit that was coming to my warehouse. So Estes. Hold on. See, you wouldn't see no shit like this because you never had a warehouse. Here is Nonstop. I always talked about how All my freight was coming from nonstop. There goes my zip code, east side of Chicago, 60617, where my warehouse is at. There's nonstop delivery. That's coming from Holland. Hold on. And this is a bunch of Holland invoices. All this is Holland. That shit was Estes and FedEx because these were the carriers, the middleman carriers that were coming to my warehouse. Hold on. Here's a bunch of FedEx receipts. Give me 1 second. Don't worry about it. We just want to make sure we cover. Here's a bunch of FedEx freight documents. Nonstop delivery, coming from nonstop delivery, because this was the company that we were getting our freight through. It's crazy how all these FedEx, Estes, all this shit is coming from nonstop delivery. Hold on 1 second, big dog. Give me a second. Hold on. Slow down. We gonna get there. He won't put that money up. Make sure you block him, Pippi. Make sure you block him after I finish. Because we only show receipts every viewing. You know, we don't give a fuck. But it's the end of the year. We feeling good. So we showed Holland. We showed FedEx. We showed our zip code. We showed nonstop delivery, which I said is where I was getting all my freight from. FedEx, Holland. Who else did we show? Holland, Estes. Here's YRC. Let's show some YRC documents. Give me 1 second. Let's go through YRC. Oh, this is YRC. Give me a second here. Is this? Make sure we cover up everything. What's that? 60617? What's that? YRC freight? What's that? Nonstop delivery. He said Mark didn't run freight. So now Mark proving that not only we ran final mile, but we did it from a cross dot perspective. Hold on. Don't worry about it. We going through a lot of shit. What is this? All right, let's get to this. Hold on. Let's show some companies that we receive freight from that's not even in business anymore. Here's a freight receipt from New England Motor Freight. Hold on. Is this a receipt? Yeah. Let me just cover all this up. Oh, people love to get your personal information. They love that. They would love that, wouldn't they? So, here's a bill that came from New England Motor Freight to my warehouse. Man, I must just be ordering a bunch of shit. Who the hell gets challenged then they can pull receipts up on the dime? And which I don't do often, but hold on. All right, let's get to all these non-stop. Ooh, hold on. Ooh, Roadrunner. Hold on. How many of y'all received freight from Roadrunner before? Now he's saying I didn't have an authority. So all these companies are going to deliver to me with no authority. All right, bet. No problem. Hold on, Pippi. We finna block them. Don't worry about it. We finna get them up out of here. Don't worry about it. Oh no. So here's more freight that came to my warehouse. Roadrunner from Nonstop. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Here's a contract we got through Nonstop for Icon Fitness. This came through YRC. What is that? Hold on. Let's get to all this shit. All these big manifests. All right. Hold on. Let's see here. All right. Now, all this shit right here. Hold on. This is for this company, Nonstop Delivery. And this is, let me block out my information. So Nonstop, these are all the bills that the customers would have to sign at completion of delivery, whether they were white glove or threshold or whatever the case may be. All right. Central Transport, Nonstop Delivery. Woo! There's a lot of these too. Hold on. It's a lot of this shit. We got so many of these, it's pathetic. Hold on. More Holland. Hold on. New England Motor Freight, more FedEx. Roadrunner. Holland. Let's see if we can find. We showed you one from Central Transport. New England, Roadrunner. Hold on. What's this? All right, here's something that came to my warehouse. Some massage chairs that were delivered. This came through, who did this come through? LEM. I never heard of that company. Well, nonetheless, it came through Nonstop to my facility. You see the 60617 where my warehouse is at? What's that say? Massage chair pallet. We got so much. We got years and 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 years of receipts. Is he still talking? Did he hit the link yet? Did he hit the link yet? Did he hit the link yet? Or are we still waiting for him to hit the link? Because the moment I get tired, Plippy gonna block you. What do you need to hit the link for to come? Whatever it is you want to do. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, whatever visibility that you're trying to get, we're gonna give it to you. Whatever visibility that it is that you want to get, we're going to give it to you, sir. This is like 1 month worth of shit. So what guy who's never done this would just have all these freight bills. And this is just one banker's box that I just so happen to have at my condo. All my files from all the years are stored. I just happen to have one banker's box in my condo of some files for whatever reason I got them here. All right. But I'm glad I did. So I must be a guy that just orders a bunch of shit. What's this? Yo. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Yo, what up?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
What's up? Are you Alex?
No?
Oh, shit. All right. I was looking for Alex.
He's not going to answer, bro. He's scared.
Okay. What's going on?
Well, I just got my MC authority, and I've been looking for a truck. I'm trying to get into the industry, but there's some things I'm nervous about, so I wanted to get your advice.
What are you nervous about? Like trolls like Alex?
No, I'm not nervous about trolls like Alex.
We got a solution for trolls like Alex.
What's that?
Alex said he's trying to figure out, I never ran, but I'm always giving advice. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna get back to you in a minute. Let's for sake of argument say that was truthful. That was facts. Which we know it's not. But let's say it was. In almost 3 years, how is it that a guy can give so much advice, sound advice, that never ran? This goes back to what I told somebody the other day. I think I was talking to Kirk. Because he was going on a tirade the other day where he was pulling up his receipts too. And I think I told him, I said, listen, as a content creator, you're going to always be scrutinized. No matter how much you show, it's never going to be enough. And the unfortunate thing is when you're met with that type of challenge, you don't know if it's a person that's doing it to troll for fun or they really are that ignorant. So that's the thing. So this is why I don't really engage in it too often. But you can show a person bills on top of bills, freight receipts on top of freight receipts. And then instead of them being like, oh, well, you give me a reason for having this many freight receipts. They can't give you a reason for that. It's just, no, you didn't do it. Okay, so even when you prove it and you dispel it, there's always going to be people that do it. All right, Pippi, I'm done with him. Go ahead and get him up out of here. All right, Alex, enjoy your day. I'm sorry this shit didn't go as planned for you. You thought you was finna get up here and... Hey, Alex, I've been through that shit already. You should have joined the Get Along gang 2.5, 3 years ago when I first started creating content. I done showed taxes. I done showed all type of shit. I done showed wrap trucks, branded trucks, everything. So he's ignorant. Trucks with my ICC wrapped on the truck. I don't get it. But, you know, whatever. All right, let's block him. Did you get him out of here, y'all? Sorry, Alex, but since you don't want to hit the link and we just disproved you didn't want to put no money up, you're going to have to get blocked. Or you know what? Don't block him. Don't block him. Don't block him. Let him be. Let him wallow. What's up, big dog? Don't block him.
What's up, man?
Don't block him. Don't block him. Don't block him. Let him be. Let him be.
Let him learn
Let him
something.
be. What's going on?
Not much. How was your Christmas?
Man, I was blessed, man. Kicked it with my
Yeah.
OG. We was chilling.
Hell yeah, that's good. Okay, So let me break it down. I'm kind of new to all this,
Mm.
and I've been watching your videos as much as I can. But the one thing that is kind of scary to me is one, when I'm doing my cost per mile, I have to divide all my costs by the amount of miles I'm gonna run per month.
No,
But since I haven't done this before, I don't know exactly how many miles to expect. And so I was wondering maybe you could tell me like a good number that I could, not be super optimistic, but not be too pessimistic either. So right now I'm using like 4,000, 5,000 miles a month. What do you think about that?
what do you got, a box truck?
Yeah, I'm planning to get a box truck.
So you haven't got one yet.
Not yet. No, I've been talking with the banks and the dealership.
Okay. So once you run, you'll be able to use real numbers.
Right.
So now if
Right.
you're looking to get some type of idea on some type of base to go off of when you first get your truck, is that what you're asking?
Yes, exactly. Just so when I'm running my numbers and stuff, even especially that first month, I know what jobs I can take and what jobs I shouldn't take.
What type of truck are you looking to get?
26-foot box truck, lift gate. Right now it's going to be a International MV607.
What year is that?
The one I'm looking at is 2024.
All right. Well, you sure you want to talk to me, because this guy says I never did this before. The guy in the chat. You sure you want to talk to me? Because Alex said I never. He said I've only done moving, and I never did final mile, even though we just discredited that again. For the, I don't know how many more times I need to do this.
Yeah.
But you sure you want to talk to me? Maybe
I'm,
Alex
I'm,
is a better guy for
I've
you.
I've been waiting to talk to you. To be honest, I didn't want to come up here
Okay.
until I had all my info ready.
Okay. So you said a 2017. You got your
2024.
oh, you're buying a brand new truck.
It's not brand new. It's used. It has 88,000 miles on it.
How much is it?
$88,000 after taxes.
That's a brand new truck, bro.
Okay, brand new truck.
And trucking. So when we go out and buy a car, that would be considered a used car. Same year,
Yeah.
88,000 miles, used car. And trucking, 88,000 miles. To be the
Nothing.
trucker, that's a brand
That's
new
why I
truck.
wanted that one. Yeah.
$88,000.
Yeah.
Who's financing it?
The bank, the local bank here.
At what percentage?
I think we haven't gotten it down exactly, but they said I'll probably get around 10, 11%.
So you done the math on this already, right?
Yeah.
We're
So
looking at over. Go ahead.
my truck note should be around 1,800, and that's another thing that was a little bit scary to me because I projected when I first started, I was thinking I'd be able to get it around 1,400, 1,500. Is that too high, you think?
I'm listening. I'm just going to listen to you before I say anything.
Okay, I'll break down my everything then. So the truck note right now in my projections I have here, I'm put up 1,800, and all the other stuff, insurance, load board, truck maintenance, putting a $500 a month away for maintenance and stuff like that. Monthly expenses, 5,375. Then I also put one aside for startup costs. So I got like pallet jacks, straps, insurance down payment, MC number, DOT, ELD device, and I put that for about 2,080. That all adds up to 2,080. Then I did just variable costs, and my variable costs right now are just going to be fuel, and I did about $3.5 per gallon. I saw I get about 8 miles per gallon, and I'm projecting. I think I can do 4 to 5,000 miles a month. So that's what I'm using as my monthly miles.
Wait, you're going over the road, right?
Since I'm brand new, I've never even driven a truck like this. I want to start kind of locals just so I can get the hang of driving and stuff. But I do plan to go OTR. Yes.
Local doing what? I don't know,
Whatever I can.
because according to Alex, I don't know what to tell you. But what do you want to do local?
Well, I was thinking I could work locally with some of the shippers out here, like doing some of the Lowe's and Home Depot. Then I was gonna get on TQL, see what they can offer me, Then as soon as I can hit the relay load board, hop on the relay load board.
How old are you?
28.
Man, I'm so scared to talk to you now because Alex is just, he's in my mind right now.
Forget about Alex, bro.
Nah, man, Alex is in my mind, man.
love-
I wish Alex was brave. I wish Alex was brave. I wish we can finally have a brave soul, but we don't. All right, so look, let me be honest with you, bro. Alex ain't gonna like this because Alex said, "Man, you ain't never been OTR before. You finna spend over $100,000 for a truck,
Yeah.
right?" Hold on, I'm getting the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You finna spend over $100,000 for a truck.
Yep.
You gonna have the insurance for a brand new truck.
Yep.
And I'm just using your word. You said you're hoping that you can get on with a local 3PL to do some curbside work.
Yeah. In the beginning, if I can, if it's worth it, but mainly load boards, and whichever load board will take me, basically. So probably
I mean,
TQL.
what ultimately do you want to do? You want to go over the road or you want to stay local?
I want to go over the road, ultimately.
Okay, well, you can go over the road, new.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what the challenges that you're going to face.
Okay.
The competition.
The competition of the other carriers around me in my area.
Your cost is going to be extremely high.
Yeah.
You got a brand new truck. You're going to be paying the note of a brand new truck. You're going to be paying the insurance of a brand new truck.
Yeah.
You're going to go through the learning curve. Hold on. There's no relationships you have. So you're going to have to deal with companies like TQL and so on and so forth.
Right.
And your cost is going to be high in comparison to a lot of other people that you're going to be competing against.
Yeah.
Why do you want to get a brand new truck?
I don't want to have to worry about maintenance while I'm over the road. I'd rather start without that worry.
I mean, the truck going to break down, bro.
Yeah. Well, I figured
New
the
truck,
later it breaks down, the better for me.
But that's not always necessarily true. There's new trucks that break down. I got a guy in my Discord, truck broke down, brand new, 30 days.
Damn. That's crazy.
So, I mean, shit happens.
Yeah.
There's manufacturer defects, all type of shit. You don't know. You assume that because it's new, you should go an extended period of time before it happens. And that may be one person's situation, but the next person, they could buy a truck and they could have a malfunction the first month or the first 60 days.
Yeah.
You don't know.
That's true.
I would rather, me personally, I would rather have a lower operational cost.
Sorry about that.
Me personally, I would rather have a lower operational cost.
Can you hear me?
You there?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I would rather have a lower operational cost, especially at the beginning phases of my business. And I'm just speaking to you from a business perspective. Alex says I shouldn't be up here, but he won't come up here. So from a business perspective, I would rather start with a much more lower operating cost, especially as a novice.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be met with challenge. You got to go through the learning curve. A lot of brokers aren't going to want those brokers that guys want to work with aren't going to work with you. You're going to work with the guys that work with new carriers, and you're going to get the rates that new carriers get.
Right. Right.
You're going to make the mistakes that new carriers make, and it's going to cost you. Why would you want to start a business with such a high cost and all the uncertainty that comes
Yeah.
along with starting a new business?
Yeah.
I
That's
mean, we can
true.
get more technical, but I'm keeping it surface level from a business perspective, because at the end of the day, it's
Yeah.
still a business.
Okay. Can I ask you something then?
Sure.
So right now, with the projections that I did and my calculations, if I have my truck note at 1,800 per month, which is the truck note for the brand new truck, and
You're calculating that right now. We can't say that truck to
that's
me. That truck, listen, that truck is going to be over $2,000.
a month, you think?
I know so. Have you ever purchased $100,000 car before, or at least
No.
$100,000 car?
Hell no.
It's going to be over $2,000.
Okay. Let me throw that in real quick, and then I want to see what it does to my CPM.
You haven't gotten a rate yet, right?
A rate for the truck? That's correct. I haven't gotten that yet.
You're assuming they're going to give you 9%.
Yes, I
And
am.
what are you basing this? What are you basing this assumption off of?
My meeting with the lender yesterday.
They ran your credit, your personal credit.
No,
You
not
didn't
yet.
let them run it. You didn't let them run it.
Right.
All right. So you don't know what bank is going to pick that loan up. You don't know the rates.
Yeah.
You're assuming 9%.
Yeah. Okay, then let me ask you. Even if it was 2,000, I just plugged that in. It put up my CPM for the first month to 197, and that's for 5,000 miles. Then for the after the first month, since I won't have my startup costs, it goes down to 155. So I
All
kind
right.
of want to know, like,
All right. You're
how is
putting 5,000 miles from a local perspective, right?
I I did that from the perspective of that's what I think I can drive
If you're going
minimum.
to listen. If you're going over the road, that's like 2 weeks of driving. What are you going to do
Really?
the
Oh,
other 2 weeks of the month?
yeah. Well, I didn't want to put a super high number in there, and then when it comes to my first month with the truck, I can't find any jobs, and now all my projections are wrong. So I kind of wanted to be a little bit lower.
All right.
Um,
So based off doing local work, what research have you done?
Local work, not that
Mhm.
much research. I've been looking at TQL and the load boards that they have there to see what kind of jobs there are.
I'm talking
I
about
also
from a local curbside perspective, doing final mile, one man.
not I haven't done much research on that yet. That wasn't like that's not
Okay.
like my primary plan. That's just kind of like whatever jobs I can find in that first month, I plan to take them, kind of thing.
Well, here's the thing. That's dedicated. So if you're gonna do that, then that's Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday or 7 days a week.
Oh, okay, I see. I didn't know that. I thought it was more like gig work.
Don't buy a truck to do. Listen, you're finna spend 3,000, depending on your insurance, maybe $4,000 a month to do gig work.
Yeah. No, I mean I plan to do an OTR, but I was just thinking in
Bro,
the
listen to
beginning,
me. Listen to me. Ain't listen,
money.
bro. You finna buy a brand new truck to do gig work.
No, that's not what I said. If I need to and if I'm not getting any other jobs off the load boards or through brokers, then I'll do gig work.
How much
That's the plan.
capital? How much capital are you gonna start with?
I have about 15 to 20,000 put away.
You live at home?
Yep, I rent.
You rent from your parents?
No, I live at my home. I got a place.
No. Do you live at home with your parents? That's what I'm saying. When I said you have your own
No,
place. How much does
right.
it cost you to live?
13.5.
For rent?
Yep.
13.5,
Yeah.
1,350 or 13,500?
1,350.
350. That's for rent. What about all your other expenses? Car note, utilities, girlfriend, all that shit.
I put I did the calculations for that. I basically put for the whole month I would need 2,200 to base level survive.
Base level survive 2200.
Yes, sir.
So with Final Mile, this is dedicated work. I guess you didn't know that, right? So stuff like this, you're going to sign up with the 3PL and they're going to give you a raid, and whether you agree with the raid or not, then you'd run. They'd give you 10, 15, 20 stops depending on what you're running. It could be 600 a day, it could be 650 a day, it could be 700, it could be 750 a day. You got me on like another thing because I hear like an echo and I hear myself talking.
That should be better. I had my phone set up against my laptop, so I think it was
Okay.
echoing.
All right, so cool. So this is going to give you something guaranteed, and whatever the rate is what you're going to get. So
Okay.
if you're running like something dedicated, let's say they're giving you 700 a day guaranteed 5 days a week, that's what? $3,500 a week, right?
Right.
This is how you kind of plan for doing local work. It's not
Take what I can
what
get. Yeah, I see
no
what
no
you
no,
mean.
it's not take what you can get. It's not how you were looking at it.
Okay.
All right, so from an OTR perspective, then you can kind of calculate miles and things like that because there's uncertainty there. There's uncertainty in anything you do, but that curbside provides you somewhat more of a guarantee because, 5 days a week, I got to be at this 3PL, and whatever they give me, whatever's on that dock, I'm getting a guarantee of $700 a day.
Right.
Based
Makes
off your
sense.
research and based off what you're purchasing and trying to do, and me personally, I wouldn't do it.
Okay. You would go directly to OTR as soon as I start?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I wouldn't buy a new truck.
Okay.
You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You
No,
you haven't
I
even
was
done it. Oh no. You haven't even done enough research to really even understand the differences between curbside and OTR.
right.
Then the miles you threw out there, like you ain't gonna make no money if you only going $4,000 to $5,000 in a month OTR.
Okay.
You ain't dead. You ain't went nowhere.
Okay. That's why I'm here. So I could ask you this.
Man, if I were you, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some people ain't gonna like it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's people that don't like it.
Alex.
Man, anybody thinking about Alex? Alex, I can't take anybody serious that can't confront me like a man. Because a lot of these people just be trolls because they just don't like me personally. And I get that. You're going to be under scrutiny when you create content. But me personally, I wouldn't invest that much money into something that I don't really understand.
Okay.
That's a big commitment.
Yeah.
And you're basing that commitment off what?
The little research I did.
Okay. So you understand the market, how the market fluctuates?
No. I know there's like higher seasons like
and see, this is why I'm not going to exhaust too much energy into this conversation as far as going into technicals. Just with the question that I asked you, you said no. So more reason why I wouldn't make a large investment into something that you really don't even understand how even the rates work.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't buy a brand new truck, a brand new 2024, 88,000 miles, $88,000. Once you go to find, you're gonna be over $100,000. Your insurance is probably gonna be in upwards of 2,000 plus a month, probably more based on your age, right? And
1,200
based
for
off,
the quote I got.
where'd you get that quote? Progressive?
Yeah.
And you sat down at the computer and you did that yourself, right?
I called them. I called her. She asked me all the questions.
28 years old, brand new truck, $1,200.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to negate anything you're saying. I'm just going to it's not realistic, bro.
Okay.
Where do you live
I
at?
gave her the VIN number and everything.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Where you live at?
Arizona.
You live in
Phoenix.
Arizona?
Yeah.
Wow. I wish I'd asked you that first.
Why?
That market is tough.
Really? I was
From a
hoping you wouldn't
local
say that.
from a local perspective, tough.
Okay.
Even with the Amazon guys out there, that's one of those markets where everybody complains.
I see.
You know, I haven't met one person from Arizona that had anything good to say. Now, I'm not saying it don't exist, but I'm just telling you my experience.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but it is a tough market.
Okay.
Um,
Because of the competition, or just because of
no,
supply and
it's
demand?
just a tough market.
Okay.
It's just a tough market from a local level. Based off my research and understanding of that market, Arizona is kind of like a retirement place. Kind of like Florida. Would you agree with that or
I mean,
no?
it's growing really fast.
Okay. So for some reason, there's just not a lot of volume when it comes to work out there from a local perspective in comparison to others. Even when I've talked to people that run Amazon that can compare to other markets, same thing.
Okay.
And here's the thing, none of these people know each other, but they all say the same thing when they talk to me about it. And this is not me coaching them or anything. This is just us talking in the
Conversation.
Discord and shit like that. So none
Yeah.
of these guys don't know each other, but they all share the same sentiment when it comes to that market. So I'm just expressing to you the sentiment of other people that have operated in that market or operating in that market. Um, from a business perspective, I just don't think it's a good idea. You haven't really done much research. I don't really think you understand what you're getting into. And I think because of that and because your cost is going to be so high, you're going to
Yeah.
struggle. It's like you setting yourself up for failure. Now, some people may say, Mark, you being hard on them. Let him do what he want to do. But like I always say, do what you want to do. I'm not going to
Now I'm
start
good
no
for your
business.
advice.
And when I ask you, do you understand the economic landscape of trucking and how the economy affects it, you said not really.
Right.
The rates. Do you think, based on your research, with your operating costs, let's say fixed being over $4,000 in this current economy, based on your research, do you think you could compete really as a new entrant into the space?
I think I can get to the level eventually where I can compete, but definitely starting out in the first 6 months or first year, probably not.
All right. So then my next question is, how much money do you have saved up to, how many soldiers do you got to fight the war of that 6 to 12 months? Soldiers are dollars. Each soldier is $1.
15,000 soldiers.
Okay. Now, when you calculate your cost to live and then you calculate an estimate to operate,
Yeah.
once you get in the thick of this shit, it's going to change. You're going to really be in the. Do you think
Right.
$15,000 for a new business with a high operational cost is enough working capital to sustain a new business that has to go around the learning curve with a high cost and your current cost of living?
I thought if supplemented with the income from, doing trucking, then maybe it could get me by.
What do you mean? Supplement with what? Trucking what? What do you mean?
Like the money I'll be making from actually doing jobs.
Well, you have to compete for those jobs. Like no one is guaranteeing you. There's no guarantee that
Right.
you're going to
No
get
guarantee.
what you want as far as rates and
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah. That's true.
See, that's where a lot of people fall short at. They assume that they're going to go find something, they're going to run it, and it's going to be profitable for them, whether they know what their cost is or don't. That's an assumption. You
Yeah.
you build your business to compete. You don't build it off
To
of
survive.
assumptions.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead.
Okay. So if you were starting out and you were crunching up your numbers, where would you want your CPM to be to make it so that you would be able to sustain and compete?
What are box truckers currently running at right now? The average.
I'm I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing like 180.
Just give me a range.
180 to 320.
Mm-mm.
Oh, like the cost per mile or what they're getting paid? Sorry, I misunderstood.
Their rate.
Their rate? Yeah, that's what I thought. 180 to 320 average.
Okay.
Is that wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Cause I don't know. Cause that's the number I've been trying to
That's the
figure out. Is
thing.
like
That's
what?
the thing. They just saying you don't know.
Yeah.
Why don't you know?
Well, I've been trying to figure it out, but it doesn't
Okay.
seem like anybody
So hold on. It doesn't seem like what? I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
like I can't get on a load board and look really. That's what I've been trying to figure out how I can do that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What are guys that drive semi trucks making on average? You can see that.
Yeah, that's true.
So what are they making
I
on
don't know off the
average?
top. I think about the same about what I said.
Okay, let's go with what you just said about the same amount.
Yeah.
Let's just go with that scenario. Let's think. Because what I'm doing is I'm encouraging you to think. I'm not going to sit up here and I'm coaching you how to make better decisions when it comes to making decisions for your business. Let's
All
take
right.
your scenario.
Yeah.
You think a box truck person is going to make the same thing as a semi truck driver? Think about it. Just sit. Let that sit on you for a minute.
No, I don't. I don't think that.
So why would you think that? Because when I asked you, that's what you
Yeah.
said. But now that I asked you in this way, now you don't
Yeah.
think that.
Yeah. Um. I know. I know
So
it's a
so
big.
so here's what you do. If you couldn't find the answer for a box truck, the first thing you should have did was went and looked at the semi truck. I'm hearing this echo again. See, I'm coaching you how to make good decisions. So you can go look at that to kind of help gauge you for the answer that you're really looking for, or give
Okay.
you a gauge. Your numbers
That's
are
a good
way
idea.
off. Think about it
Yeah.
like this. With the research that you've been seeing, have you seen like a sentiment of people saying that it's trash and all this, that, and the third? Do you see that type of content?
No, not really.
Where have you been researching? Because you don't know too much.
Say that again.
Where
About
have you
people.
been? Where in your research have you
Yeah.
seen the just sentiment of trucking is trash, and have you seen this type of content or stop taking cheap freight, rates are low, trucking is trash, da 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 da?
Yeah.
Have you seen
Okay.
this?
Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
So if you saw that, what would make you think that the rates are what you assumed? And I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but if there's disdain based off rates,
Yeah. Well, because I figured, what a good rate for those people might not be a good rate for me, and what a good rate for me is not the same for those people, because
well,
our operating expenses might be different.
okay.
So,
So let's talk about operating expenses.
okay,
What would be a good rate for you?
with the numbers that I have, that as we said, we don't know because they're based off of quotes and what the bank told me without pulling my credit. Then I get my CPM down to like
All right,
155 to 190.
let's use common sense.
Okay.
You're coming in with a brand new piece of equipment. It's going to be over $100,000. $88,000 is the base price. Once you finance that thing, we're talking about commercial financing.
Right.
Who do you think is going to finance this thing? I just want to test you now. Where's the truck at? First of all, where's the truck?
It's
What's
at a
the name of the
commercial truck
dealership?
dealership. Arizona
What's the name of the
commercial truck dealership.
All right. Who do you think they would go to for financing for this thing? Or who do they use? Who do they use?
I don't know I'm not going through them. I'm going through my own bank.
Okay, so your bank is going to put the money up.
Yeah.
They've approved you already or pre-approved you for a commercial loan?
No.
They haven't.
Not yet.
So there's no guarantee.
Correct. I'm still doing research. That's why I haven't really taken a real step on anything yet. Just gathering information and trying to do my due diligence.
Okay. So based on what you researched, you're thinking your cost per mile is what? You think it was
for the first month, 197, and for the second month, 155. That's with the truck note of $2,000 and a monthly miles of 5,000 miles.
There's a possibility. I'm telling you, it's gonna be $2,000 and above. It could be higher than that.
Okay. And from our last conversation, I'll probably do more than 5,000 miles a month too.
Based on what you're telling me, 5,000 miles is going to be enough to mount up to anything.
Okay.
That
is one of the other things I was confused about. Was what would be like a good average of miles?
Some guys running over 2,000 miles a week.
Nice. Yeah. So if I put that in, then that drops it down to like 139 for the first month, 113 for the second month.
No, you don't know what your costs are going to be. Yeah. You're not calculating all costs, bro. You're buying a brand new truck. I know you don't understand this. I'm not finna tell you what and what not to do. I'm not finna do that. I'm trying to coach you into understanding how to make more well-informed decisions and what to look for as far as education. The last thing I'm going to do, I'm not going to sit up here and tell people what they should and shouldn't do. I never did it. People are upset, small part of people. But at the end of the day, you got to I'm not going to be there to hold your hand. But I'm going to tell you how to make better decisions. Your cost ain't going to be that low, bro.
Okay.
You can take what I'm saying at face value, but buying a brand new truck with brand new insurance and you're only 28 years old, your fixed cost is going to be high.
Okay.
Now, the more you drive, the more fuel you burn.
Right.
More tolls, more food, more factoring fees.
Yep.
More maintenance. More maintenance.
I did account for the fuel and for the food, just so you know. But no, I know what you mean. I could definitely start out with a much lower operating expense, so I can be competitive in the market.
I mean, if you're scared of breakdowns, then I don't know what to tell you.
Don't get in a truck
yeah, if that's your fear to cause you to go out and spend over $100,000 on a truck that you don't know how to move.
Yeah.
There's guys in here that are struggling to move trucks for way $70,000 less than what you paid, which means their operation costs are lower.
Yeah, much lower.
So, and you're new.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, then. So after talking with you, I'll definitely go for a older, higher mileage truck, because especially
I listen,
you put
listen.
into perspective, we're
I
gonna break
didn't,
down regardless.
I didn't tell you to do that.
No,
I
I
want
know
you
you
to,
didn't tell me.
I want you to go out. I want you to go back to the drawing board. I
Yeah.
want you to do more research, and I want you to understand what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Do I think you can compete brand new in the current market at the cost with a brand new truck? I can
Yeah.
tell you this straightforward.
Okay. What if the bank say we took what they said for face value and my numbers were right and I did get a real CPM of like 155 to start. Is that competitive? Because that's where I'm lost. Is
It,
like I don't know exactly what
it
a good.
can be, but it's not going to be likely based off what you're getting, and then based off your knowledge and based off the amount of people who are going to deal with you or not deal with you, and the learning curve that you got to go through. You're going to struggle like every new
Yeah.
person does. So
Yeah.
it's not
Definitely.
it's just not likely. And $15,000,
It's a couple months.
not even.
Damn. Yeah. I see that. I'm looking at my monthly
Not
expenses.
even.
Yeah. Right.
I can bring people up here that have blew through 10,000 in 2 weeks
Damn.
with older trucks.
Yeah.
15,000 ain't really no money. You taking on a listen. Let's measure your risk. You're taking on a huge risk with no soldiers.
Yeah.
Imagine buying a brand new. Give me a second. A brand new. Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to think of something good at around the same price. Right? I just want to give you a good
So,
analogy. Imagine buying a brand new Cybertruck, the one that cost 100 grand. The what they
yeah.
call that one, the Beast or whatever that one's called, the Cyber Beast, the $100,000 one. Would you finance that with your cost of living with $15,000 saved up? To finance that, you're gonna be about 2,000 a month.
Yeah. Hell no.
You wouldn't. Why wouldn't you?
There's no reason to. No
No.
benefit to do it.
Speaking. No, not. Let's look from a financial perspective.
Oh, because I can't afford that.
You can't afford it.
Yeah.
You working a job. The job is paying you, but you wouldn't be able to afford it, right?
Right.
Right. From a business perspective, and I know Alex says, you shouldn't listen to me, right? But clearly Alex is a hater. But let's look at it from this way. From a business perspective, you have to rely on the income from the business, right, to be able to pay you to cover your cost of living. And also the business has to make enough money for the business to sustain and grow, right?
Right.
Look at that same situation. You're going to invest over $100,000 into this business just off the equipment alone. You got $15,000 saved up. There's no other job or anything to help you weather the storm because you have to make sure that the income is coming in enough to sustain cover the cost of the business, cash flow. You know what cash
Right.
flow is? You sure you
Yeah.
want to listen to me? Because Alex says you shouldn't listen to me.
I'm
just
sure.
okay. You know what cash flow means, right?
Right.
And then pay you so that you can cover your cost of living.
Right.
There's a learning curve associated with it. And you only got $15,000 in the reserves to weather the storm.
Yeah.
Now, based off the analogy that I just gave you, comparing it to the situation that you're potentially, about to embark on based on what you're telling me,
Right.
are you looking at it a little bit different, or are you still looking at it the same way?
I'm looking at it a little bit different.
We're just having a dialogue. I'm just approaching it from a different way, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How long do you think, if things don't go right for you, say you start in March,
Yeah.
and just things aren't working out, you're taking losses here, rates aren't, you're running lows, and you don't really see an upside. You're trying to book lows, and people are asking for your MC number, and then you don't understand why they're just hanging up on you. Once you give them your MC number, they're just hanging up in your face. You don't understand why they're doing this. And then
Yeah.
you find yourself maybe running one load a week. The loads that you do run, if you get them, they don't seem beneficial for you after you run them. Once you went out there and you did the work, as far as seeing the fuel consumption and the tolls and just the money that you're spending over the road to survive. You're from Arizona. You're going to be placed in a colder market if you really going to where the money is at. Now you're up here in Chicago. You plan on sleeping in the truck, or you don't want to sleep in the truck? You want to get hotels every night?
I will if I have to.
You will get a hotel if you have to, or you'll sleep in the truck if you have to?
I'll sleep in the truck if I have to.
But what's your first plan of action? Hotels or sleeping in the truck?
Hotels.
Okay, so now add that to your cost.
Yeah. I did.
Okay. So how much you think you gonna spend on hotels in a week?
I did $500 for the month.
What type of hotels you sleeping in?
$40 motels.
Where you think you finna find a $40 motel in 2025?
Damn. Yeah.
Bro, you're gonna be spending at least $80, $90, $100 in some of the bed bug infested Super 8s on the road. At least.
I guess I'm sleeping in the truck then. I have no problem with that.
You would sleep in a $40? No, let's go back to this $40 motel. We gotta get a little satire. This is kind of boring. You would sleep, like, literally, you were proactively thinking in your head that you would lay your head down in a $40 motel?
I'll put something over the pillow or something,
You think bed bugs don't know how to crawl up over a pillow?
Damn.
Nah, that ain't it, big dog. That ain't it.
That's true. I'd rather sleep in the truck in that case.
But here's the thing. If they do exist, I wouldn't want to stay at one. I don't think they exist no more. $40 is...
Yeah, it's been a minute since I went to one of those. Anyway.
10 years or longer?
Yeah.
You could get a Red Roof Inn back in the day. I remember, traveling and putting drivers in Red Roof Inns back in the day for $50. You get the
Yep.
Red Roof, you get the membership, and they'll knock that $10, $15 off, and you can get it for like $58 or some shit like that. Buddy. So going back to what I was saying, with everything associated, how long you think $15,000 if things just don't work out in your favor? Because a lot of people think things are going to work out in their favor, then most people realize that they're not because they don't
Yeah.
consider this learning curve. How
Yeah.
long you think $15 is going to last you? Because you're using that money in the business and you're using that money to live.
That's true. So then it would last me 1 month. In my first month.
Okay, let's say we stretch out to a month. Let's say you last you that 1 month. Then what? Now you broke.
Yeah.
Now what? Still got this $2,000 some dollar note, this $1,800, $1,900, $2,000, $2,200 insurance.
Yeah.
You counted for your log subscription?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So now what? You run through this 15,000. Now what? This is just a scenario that most business people think of. You still have to
No, definitely.
prepare. So now what?
did think about that.
Where we at with it now? Where we at with it now? Hold on. We're gonna get there in a second. But where we at with it? Where are we at now with? What do we do now in this situation? Follow your dreams. Don't let me, because they say I'm a dream crusher. Listen, if this is what you want to go do it. Listen to all Alex and what was Buddy ass? Alex and Chauncey and all these guys. I'm not telling him not to follow his dreams. Man, follow your dreams, big dog.
Wasn't Chauncey yesterday?
He was yesterday. Follow your dreams. So listen, for the record, we're not telling him not to follow his dreams. Follow your dreams, big dog. Just make sure you come back. We want to know how the dreams was it. We're gonna play Meek Mill for you. We don't like Meek Mill. We do not like Meek Mill.
I don't more, bro.
No, I don't like him, but we're gonna play that intro though.
No,
we gotta
don't
play that intro.
please.
Listen, we might have to play that intro. Dreams and nightmares. We need to know if it was a dream or did it turn to a nightmare.
Yeah.
So based off what we're saying here, we want you to follow your dreams. But based on what we're uncovering here, which is why you clicked up because you wanted real dialogue.
Yep.
You think you got a dog? Who gonna take care of the dog?
I got a brother.
He live with you?
No, but he lives down the street.
How much dog food costs a month?
$60 a month.
You gotta add that into your cost of living, big dog. Ooh, if he gets sick too, how much that vet bill be expensive too. We gonna knock on wood, hope you don't get sick, but damn, you got a dog? All right, so with all this dialogue that we've had, do you have a different perspective?
I do.
So now let me ask you this question. You think you got enough money?
No, not for my original plan.
How many months of working capital and just living costs do you think you would need?
6, hopefully. If I could, I'd have 6.
Mm-hmm. Did you think about that prior to having this dialogue?
No, I didn't think about that. I've been optimistic about everything.
That's fine. What's the old saying about the cat? Am I getting that confused with another saying? Something about optimism killed the cat or some shit? Is that a saying?
Nah, it's curiosity.
Curiosity killed the cat. Okay, well,
Yeah. But shit, optimism might kill the cat too.
so it's cool to be optimistic. But the way I was raised was, you always, we wish and we pray for the best, but we also still prepare for the
Yeah.
worst. You be listening to like rap music and stuff.
I used to.
You listen to like King Von and them.
Yeah, I like King Von. Yeah. Were you from 53rd?
63rd. But let's take that for a
63rd.
second. Let's take
My
that.
bad.
Let's take that. If I gotta go over there to old block, I'm gonna hope, but I'm gonna prepare. What do you think preparation gonna come with? Now don't say it, but just use your imagination.
Yeah.
Little four of them, they kind of reckless with it. So I'm gonna make sure, not just with that, I'm gonna make sure that I'm alert, and I'm just using this for satire. You going over there, me going over is two different experiences. But I'm saying that in anything that you do, especially something that you investing in, you want to make sure that you're prepared.
Yeah.
15,000 in this industry, 26-foot box truck, and I'm while you figuring things out and learning and making the mistakes that's costing you, like you can run through that quick, bro.
Yeah.
That ain't really, you want to have at least 6 to 12 months, bro.
Okay.
I'm not no dream crusher though, bro. I want you to, if this is what you want to do, get the phone. I hear the little echo. I hear the echo. If that's what you want to do, man, go ahead and do it. We don't want anybody, Alex and all them guys and Chauncey, saying, oh, this guy is we want you to do what you feel, what's in your heart. I just want you to think about it.
Yeah.
Me personally, I wouldn't do that shit. Hell no. That shit crazy. I only got $15 and I'm gonna take that risk. Yeah. How much you got now? 15? Well, when you plan on making this decision? If you didn't talk to me, when was you gonna hit go?
I almost did it today.
So that means you really ain't got 15.
I do have 15.
If you go get the truck, you still gotta put your down payment. You gotta get your equipment and all that shit.
After everything, after all that.
So you got more than 15.
15 reserved, yeah. 15 for like if everything goes bad. 15 in my savings, you could call it.
You almost pulled the trigger today?
Almost, if the bank didn't tell me that it was going to take a couple months for them to put all my numbers together and everything.
A couple months?
Yeah. Because they want to put me up on an SBA loan. And I was like, I don't think so. So I think I'll find a different way. But
see, now it makes sense. Because I'm like, what bank is going to take a risk on a commercial loan for a new business? I just didn't want to say it. Because, people say, Mark, he's a Debbie Downer. So I'm trying to approach this from a more subtle perspective. I don't like this subtle shit, bro. Where is Alex? Alex done snuck back in here. Hey, Alex, I don't like this subtle approach, Alex. I got to go back to the old Mark. I'm trying to try this new shit. I don't like this shit. Because 20 minutes ago when you said your bank, me knowing what I know, ain't no bank finna loan you no money. A new business.
Yeah.
A commercial loan on a commercial piece of equipment for a new business. No bank finna give you no money. But see, when I say that, I'm a Debbie Downer. I just let you talk. But now since we here, I don't like that approach. I don't like that. We got to go back to the old Mark. All y'all soft people, too bad. Listen, bro. Listen. You know why they trying to do that? Because they not finna give you the money, bro. You know why? Because you're too much of a risk.
Yeah.
But you're a new business, and what happens with most new businesses? They do what?
They fail.
If you were a bank, if you were a lender, would you give some 28-year-old curly-haired kid with $15,000, would you loan them over $100,000?
No.
Based off what?
Hopes and dreams.
Based off statistics, because most businesses fail. Second, do you know that banks don't even deal in commercial lending for commercial pieces of equipment like trucks? Did you know that?
They said I'd have to do like a business loan and then use that business loan to pay for the commercial auto.
Who's going to give you the loan?
It was supposed to be the bank, but now they want to put me up on a small business loan, so I don't know.
You know why they want to do that? Because they're not going to lend you the money. Why?
I see.
Why don't they want to lend you? What do you think the minimum threshold is before banks even pay you any attention?
2 years of business?
2 to 3 years.
With cash flow?
2 to 3 years. All right. Now, let's look at it like this. Let's go to just the actual asset, the truck.
Yeah.
Why don't commercial, large institution banks deal with trucks?
I don't know.
Your research is probably taking you as far. Too risky.
Liability.
Still too risky. A lot of liability. It's different from cars. You know, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, so on and so forth. They'll finance a used car.
Yeah.
Trucks, they don't. Too much of a risk. Why? You're a new business owner, one. Then what do the banks know about a lot of new owner operators? They're like you. Naive. So don't have enough working capital. You go out, we loan you, we buy this truck for $100,000. You have one breakdown, and then what?
Yeah.
No, not yeah. Now I want you to answer the question. We're not even use yeah as a. You came up here. I'm being nice to you. I'm like you getting. I think Alex might have did something. He might have tricked me or something. Alex probably tricked me. Why don't you think that?
Why don't I think what?
What the question I asked you? I'm
If
old
I-
now.
if I
You gotta
break down
keep up. Because the breakdown.
If I break down in the first month, it's gonna go on a
Period.
credit card.
Period.
Yeah.
It don't listen. It don't have to. There's people that have been running a whole year and break down and they out of business. Cash flow, working capital, same thing.
Damn.
If you were a lender, would you loan you money?
No.
Keep it a buck. Why wouldn't you loan you money in your situation?
There's no like guarantee. It's too risky. Haven't shown anything.
It's too risky. Nothing is guaranteed, and they could loan Donald Trump or Elon Musk money in. He could renege. Who knows what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
But, institutions, a person in your situation is just too much of a risk. If you can sustain the first two stages of starting a new business, then okay, which is usually the first 2 years, then they may, and then even then in 2 years, they may not touch you. They may offer you like a business line of credit or some shit like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's too risky. This is why you didn't get the truck. If they would have financed you, you would have ran out of there. You wouldn't even be up here right now. You would have made the worst decision you made in your life. This
Probably,
is
yeah.
no, ain't no probably about it. Ain't no probably about it, young man. It would have been a bad decision. You know what? I can go further into detail. The old market's back, goddamn it. You know why it really would have been a bad decision? What's
Let's
today's
hear
date?
it.
What's today's date?
28th, 27th.
Alex, the 27th. So you would have got your truck. You would have been, woo, you ready to move some loads, ain't you? You ready to move, ain't you? You would have got the truck. You would have been ready. Next week, you would have been running, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Picking shit up, running all through January, getting them loads, right? Running them loads in January, right? Wrong. You wouldn't have ran shit in January.
Damn.
Why you think you was gonna run in January? What loads you
I was-
gonna
I
run
was-
in January? What loads you
I was
gonna run, Mr. $100,000 truck, high cost per mile, high insurance? What loads you finna run in January?
Whatever I could get off of TQL, to be honest.
What you think? What you think you gonna get? You gonna get something. You gonna get something. But guess what? That 15, that shit gonna be 14. Then it's gonna be 13. It's gonna be 9. It's gonna be 8. If you get something.
Yeah.
You know why? Let's see how much research you done. Because this is where that 15 starts to diminish because you don't know nothing. Where Alex at? Alex, what goes on in January?
Taxes? Taxes come out? W-2s? I don't know.
Okay, well, what else?
January. Got the inauguration, presidential inauguration.
What else?
But
Keep going. Keep going. This is great.
all right,
This is
all right.
great.
Let me think.
This is great.
Let me think.
Yeah.
January.
This is great, man. I love this. The old market's back, man. The old market's back.
I'm the first victim.
No. Hold on.
No, that was a joke. But
What was the lecture about today?
thinking for myself.
Did you watch the lecture? Did you listen?
Oh, earlier today? No, I didn't. I got on late.
It was about how the economy affects trucking.
Okay. I'm gonna have to catch up.
Look at it from this perspective. What have you done prior to trucking? What industries have you worked in?
I'm
helping you make decisions. Go ahead.
I don't want to say which one, but it's part of the reason why I wanted to take this step into. But I work for a large e-commerce business in the logistics department, and I see the loads coming and going and how much they're getting paid. So that kind of motivated me.
Okay, but what have you done in your life, young man? What have you worked at? Restaurants, retail? What have you done? Tell me, what have you done? How can we use real life scenarios to? Go ahead.
Okay, this is my 27th job, but in the past I've.
Your how many job?
27. Yeah.
So you don't commit to nothing too long, then.
Well, I mean, I've been at this job for like 4 years. It's just if I don't like it, I don't stay, basically. But anyway, the jobs I've had were I've managed a gas station, I've ran a food truck, I've worked at restaurants. Sales.
Are you Hispanic? You're Hispanic, right?
No.
Arab? You're Arab?
No.
Pakistan?
Technically, I'm Asian.
You're Asian?
I'm Pakistani, yeah.
Pakistani, right?
Right.
What's your name again? Oh, you
I
put
just put my username down.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me cut to the chase. It's Christmas, right? Everybody does what around the holidays, for the most part.
Buy stuff.
So in retail, what do you think the reaction would be the next quarter?
Yeah. Real slow.
Okay. The bank gives you the money today. You're competing for way less freight with a high operational cost your first 30 days. There goes your 15 grand. The bank not approving you today just gave you another lifeline. Hey, Alex, do you think that's good information? You think I'm telling them the right thing? Or no? Do you think what I just told him, was that some fly shit? Was that the right thing to tell him, Alex? The bank just gave you another lifeline. By not approving you today, they just saved you.
Yeah. I agree.
Do you agree just because I'm telling you this, or you just agreeing because you don't want to disagree, because you don't want to see
No.
me turn up?
No, I came home and I was like, I'm kind of happy that it didn't go through because there's more. It's just that somebody else wanted to buy the truck that I wanted to buy, so I was thinking I was in a hurry.
They wanted to buy it? Did they buy it?
Someone else? No, I don't think so because I spoke with the dude just earlier, but
Or did the dealership just tell you somebody wanted to buy it?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, see, they saw you was they. See, I was finna use a word, but I ain't gonna use that word. It started with an S. This is what we say in Chicago. Well, I ain't gonna say it, man. You seem like a nice guy. Man, they thought you was.
I'm not sweet, bro.
They said on the new. Oh yeah, I was gonna say sweet. On the new. We got us one. Hey, we got us one. On the new. Man, this kid came in here green to them all, boy. Yeah, tell him somebody finna come back. Let's force him because we gonna get our money. We don't care if he failed. Oh man, there's no way he's gonna make it. You think they don't know trucking? They don't. You think they don't know? They sell trucks.
Yeah.
On the new. Oh, he's sweet. Man, he green. This motherfucker coming here smiling and shit. Woo, we finna sell us a 2024 to some young buck. Man, let's see if we can close that deal out, man, before the end of the year. Let's see if we can get that one on the books for the end of the year. Yeah, just tell them somebody else is coming here for a cash deal. Wants to make a cash deal. Just get them in here. Here you go. You went running. Yeah. What, a cash deal? Oh. You think they would be calling you if somebody came in there with cash? They wouldn't have called your ass?
That's true.
The deal would have been done. They saved you, bro. They gave you a lifeline.
Yeah.
You should be thankful. Thank God for that.
Oh.
But they weren't going to approve you anyway.
The bank? Damn.
They weren't going to give you the money. That's why they're trying to outsource.
I see what you mean.
You know who loans new entrants money for commercial pieces of equipment?
I don't know.
Perco. You ever heard of Perco before? Me neither. They got this little bitty office in Miami. Like, it looks like it's like an office, but it's when you go through the door, you cross the threshold, it's like one office. So instead of like the office is one office and it's just got like 3 desks set up. And what they are, they're like hard money lenders. Like, they lend to riskier people. And the higher the risk,
the higher the interest,
the higher the reward. So when I say you gonna pay. That's who gonna loan you the money on that, young man. You know why? Because you don't know how to move a $30,000 truck, let alone a over $100,000 truck. Why would a person who's gonna front $100 and some thousand front it? When you said 9%, the old me, like the old me yesterday me, I would have had a field day with your ass. 9%. You too much of a risk. Oh, we need 25% from you, big dog. Because then if you fail, which you would have in the first 30 days, shit, how we going to get this truck off? We just paid Arizona trucker, whoever the hell got the truck, over $100,000 for this truck. This dude defaulted the first 30 days because he on the phone crying to us, talking about the brokers won't give him no loads and all this shit. We ain't trying to hit all that goof ass shit. Now, but we stuck with this $100,000 truck.
Yeah.
How we move it? We ain't in the business of moving trucks. We in the business of getting suckers. So now they gotta invest resources, which those resources are hiring some skip tracers, because you running the load, you ain't returning their calls and all this goofy shit. So now they got to go through the process of chasing you across country, calling different, tracking your ass, calling different recovery companies in multiple states that have to allocate resources at their cost to recover this truck. Once they recover the truck, that cost, now they got to store it. They got to send it to an auction and hope they get some type of return on their investment. In most cases, they're going to do what?
I don't know.
Incur a loss. I'm teaching you business right now. The things that you need to think about and understand, right? So you just don't continue to be green, because you green right now. We take advantage of people like you out here in the real world.
Yeah. Damn, Mark, you crushed my dreams.
Yeah. I feel good too. I feel good. The old me is back. Man, I can't believe I was turning over a new leaf. Gosh, man, I met my quota for the day. Run, crush, dream a day.
Keep the bad credit away.
Yeah.
Keep the bankruptcy away.
Something. So if you feel that way, anybody that is naive to believe that, man, Mark, man, you won't YOLO. You only, man, why you crushing his dreams? Redirect that energy. What? Yeah, it is a dream and it felt good and you thought you were going to get out here, but man, that's just not how things work. I used to be like that too, bro. I'm keeping a buck with you. I'm just old and I'm not old, but I'm older and I'm just at least 2 decades removed or longer from just believing fat meat ain't greasy. And a lot of you people in your age, they just don't, they don't resonate with some of the shit that I say. And I understand. I just poke fun and I enjoy the engagement, and I use it to bring satire to the channel because I don't really care, bro. Anybody that has common sense would know that what I'm telling you is valid. The people that don't, we need people like them too. We need people. I need people to be at the service counter when I go to Home Depot. I need those people. I had to get, it's cold here. So sometimes when you pull out the garage, the air pressure might come down a little bit. It gets really, really cold. So when I pull up to, some of these tire spots, I need somebody because I ain't getting out. It's cold. Man, put 45 pounds in the back tire, pimp. They going to come out in the cold in that 0 degree, negative 13 degree, and they going to get down and they going to put that thing on there. And I give them $5. It's free. I give them $5. I appreciate you. We need people to do the things that I don't want to get out in the cold. I don't want to get out in the cold. So we need people to do the things that we don't want to do. This is how things continue to go on. And some people ain't gonna like that. They like, man, who this guy think he is? But it's truth. I need people to do the things that I no longer want to do because I can pay you to do these things so that I don't have to do them. Even if it's free. I will give your ass $5. I'm not bullshitting. So I appreciate people that are naive. They have a place in this world too. Where we at with it? Mr. Sir. I'm gonna call you Mr. Sir since I don't know your name.
So now, hold on, let me charge my phone because it's about to die. I'm thinking first, don't need to get a new truck. I see some good ones out there. 2018, 250,000 miles, $50,000. I think that'd be a way better option. Same dealer and everything too. But I don't know why I wanted a new truck.
Cause you scared,
Yeah,
and you have every right to be scared. You're embarking on a new journey. That's a huge risk, but you haven't measured your risk tolerance.
yeah, that's true. And then secondly, save up more money for operating expenses before I start the venture. A lot more. And then thirdly, when I'm doing my calculations, 4,000 not a good benchmark, so I'm going to use a higher number because I do plan to be OTR.
I think you need to study the landscape of the market. I think you need to study your market. I think you need to understand what it fully entails to run OTR with a box truck. What radius would you run? Understanding that, outbound, what states have outbound freight?
Yeah.
Where's the outbound freight coming from? Because I could tell you, ain't shit really coming up out of Arizona.
Yeah. We don't make nothing.
All
We don't
right.
have no ports.
So the money is in the Midwest.
Okay.
Are you
What about
prepared?
California?
Well, there's opportunity in California,
Okay.
but the money is in the Midwest. See, people think of California and they think of the ports, which is a good assessment. But shit coming in the ports, right, is being distributed where?
Intermodal trains,
Why? Because
53s.
that stuff is entering, but it still is being distributed throughout the country, right? It's entering in the
Yeah.
port on the East Coast, entering in the port on the West Coast.
Yeah.
That stuff was going to the port. It's setting that
That's like first
container
mile
on
type.
right. So on a chassis, that shit is running
Yeah.
to the rail yard, and then that shit is running intermodal. Let's say, all right. So boom. All right. So what area are you going to really capitalize in a box truck? Midwest, right? For the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared to be away long periods of time?
Yeah. I don't have any commitments except for my dog, really.
That dog might not see you honestly for 2 or 3 months.
Damn.
You didn't know that? I mean, depending on what you
Not that
trying to
long.
do. Well, how
I
long
thought
you
like maybe
thought?
like 2 weeks. I thought like 2 weeks, 3 weeks type of
Hey
thing. I thought that
Alex.
was it.
Hey Alex, since you Oh, look at Alex. Look at Alex. Look at Alex. Look at Alex. Hold on, where Alex at? Look at Alex. Tell Alex to come on. Let's invite Alex up again. Let's see if he gonna come up. All right, so boom, check this out. 2 weeks. Okay. And then what?
Couple days, hit the road again.
And then what?
Over and over and over again.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. I mean, if you want me to dig, I can dig.
I think I've had enough for today. Maybe maybe next time.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, okay, no, let's hear it. we're here. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. So, and this dialogue has been very helpful. And so,
If you got that truck today, you do you really think you would be able to go out for 2 weeks at a time and be able to sustain that business with those costs?
that's what I figured when I was doing some of the math part of it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I decided if I figured out all the money that I would need to survive and support the business, and then
Mm-hmm.
I figured, okay, maybe if I were to get $2 per mile, then I would
Uh
need to
oh.
do six
Uh
thousand.
oh. There go the $2 a mile. What I told y'all last night about the $2 a mile. I told you.
I,
Here we go.
no, 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 no,
Here
no,
we
no, no,
go.
no. That was before. That was even before I saw that video yesterday. I was just assuming maybe if I were to be able to get that. Okay, I didn't hear
But
it from nobody or anything.
okay. But assumption based on what? What if your cost was more than $2 a mile?
Well, I have my cost, and it's
No,
lower
you
than
don't.
$2. Well, my
All right.
projected
All right.
cost.
All right. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, and so if then I would need 6,600 miles. I mean 6,068 miles a month at $2 a
Mm-hmm.
mile for 20 working days. So like say I only was only able to work 20 days out of the month. Then that would mean I need to do about 300 miles a day, and I figure that's pretty doable.
Over the road. We're talking. We're still talking over the road, right?
Yeah, just like averages, just like the minimum that I would need in order to sustain at $2 per
And so,
mile.
so here's the thing. Because when I talk, people, there's a very small amount of people that get upset. But listen to what you're saying. I know you don't know what you're saying, but just
You're saying I'll do more than
so, bro. See, this is where I hit a crossroads, and it don't really bother me. I don't really care. I'm gonna continue to do what I do. I just don't understand, and it's nothing to do with you. With and I don't. 300 miles a day,
minimum. That's like the minimum I would
bro.
need.
That's no, you're wrong. Like you gonna think you're gonna drive 300 miles a day? You gonna run up a bag with a brand new truck with the operator? How many miles an hour you think you'll be driving over the road, just on average?
50, 60 an hour, right?
Let's say 65, 70. Let's put you
Okay.
at 70.
Okay.
How many hours is that on average? What's 7 times
I'm not
5? What's 7 times 5?
35. 35.
Can you drive a 5-hour stretch without having to piss?
No.
Let's say you did. How many hours can you drive?
11, I think.
Listen, do you think you'll like bro, do you really understand what it entails to be out here over the road?
I've never done it before, so I can't say yes.
How much research have you done? Really?
A,
Keep it a buck with
a,
me.
a month's worth, I'd say.
Bro, go back to the drawing board. Because just
Yeah.
some of the things that you say, I understand why, because there's a lack of research. I'm thankful that, I know the bank wasn't going to give you the money. I was trying a different approach, but I hope people see why that approach doesn't work. Because if you don't be straightforward and you don't really kick people in the ass, they're not going to understand it. If you would have went somewhere to a third party lender, right? like a Perco or a Top Mark broker and they would have gave you that truck, you would be fucked right now, bro. And you wouldn't have realized it right away, but next month you would have realized it. And the difference between the conversation that we're having today when you hit the link and next month would have been a totally different conversation. Because you would have came into this green thinking you're going to run, and then you would have entered into this industry during the worst quarter of the year. You just told on yourself right now. The conversation would have been totally different. It would have been me holding you accountable, and then people would have been looking at me like I'm some type of fucking bad guy for the ignorance. They're looking at me like I'm a bad guy right now. And you're telling how ignorant you are, but they want me to pacify you. Because next month I would have been like, it's cool you fell, big dog, man. Shit, I'm going to pull up, man. It's cold, man. I need you to put some air in my tires. You look like a smart guy, bro. Not because you got glasses. Do more research.
Yeah.
A lot more. Don't invest into things that you don't understand. Measure your risk. My advice to you, you want to really get into logistics, have you looked at cargo van? Have you looked at, okay, what do you do currently right now? Are you working right now?
Yeah.
All right. You have a personal vehicle?
Yeah.
Are you signed up for like any gig apps or anything?
No.
All right. Why don't you do some part-time gig work doing deliveries? Why don't you sign up for like a 3PL and just get some type of understanding of what it entails out of your personal vehicle? Learn at a fraction of the cost. This is just the learning thing. It's just like I said at the beginning of this monologue, a lot of the things that I learned when I was working, I didn't have 27 jobs. I had 4 jobs in my lifetime, but I talked about what I learned at those jobs and how I applied it when I got into business. Like I would really start modest. I would start more for more humble beginnings because I just don't think in this economic landscape, and you can go inquire with other people and I'm pretty sure they'll tell you, oh man, you got more than enough money. Don't listen to Mark. Hit the link. I got my link, but my link is to bring you up here and talk to you. They got a link where they're going to sell you a course to ensure your success. But I guarantee you the results that I'm telling you you're going to have those same results.
Yeah.
You can't escape the learning curve. You know, so you can go talk to other people. You can still go with what you're doing. I can tell you the companies that'll finance the truck for you. I can get you financing today. I think you should start and learn the industry. Listen, if I would have started way back then the same way you started, I didn't have the resources. But if I would have had the resources that you have, I would have failed. When I did Final Mile, when we transitioned over into Final Mile for moving, the reason why our claims were low is because of the experience for moving. The reason why we got the first offer for Final Mile is because of moving. I'm hearing this thing again.
Should be better.
So maybe start something in your car. Maybe run some Amazon Flex, some Roadie. Maybe sign up for a 3PL that you can do some shit in your car. T-Force, US Pack. I know when we were at Dynamics way back in the day, I don't know if it's not Dynamics anymore, it's T-Force. Hold on, let me show. Is Alex still in here? Let me show him some of my, since we never did find him. Hold on 1 second, don't hang up. I'm trolling Alex right now. Hold on. I just thought of something. So I thought of something. You back? I'm back.
Yeah.
So way back in the day when you ran for a 3PL, this is way back in the day. This is more proof for Alex because you used to have to wear uniforms for the 3PL, well, at least the top. So this was what my first guys when we first started finding them out. This is the uniform that they had to wear. So this is T-Force, but this is back in the day when it was Dynamics. And obviously this shirt is obviously you can tell it never really was used because by that point Big Mark was in the big office, big dog. But I would always I wanted trophies of the different accounts. Then they transitioned into this one. Now this one was one of the ones that one of the drivers left on the truck. It's really huge, but it was around the office and I just kept it as a trophy. I got more. I got ones that say installs. I got some that say XPO. But anyway, what was I finna say? What were we talking about? I'm old. Forgive me. I'm just trolling Alex right now.
You were giving me advice earlier about starting with 3PLs and doing gig
Oh,
apps to get
oh
some
yeah, yeah, yeah,
experience
yeah,
first.
yeah. So I would start there, right? Because this will give you an opportunity to learn at a fraction of the cost.
Okay.
And you can take this money because you would do this to supplement, right? And then the money that you're gaining,
Set aside.
you can set that aside to invest into that business. So when you go into that business, you're not going into it fully from the blind. You still have some entry level experience.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, you're gonna be met with fierce competition. If you were to come up with the resources through a third party lender, a hard money lender right now, you got that truck. There's loads that need to be moved in January. Nothing. It doesn't stop completely, but everything slows down. It's not much people on vacation. Nobody's buying anything because they're broke from spending money now. Then they're gonna run up. They're gonna really go broke New Year's Eve, and then they're gonna wake up the second and realize how broke they are. And then there's got to be a reset, right? No, don't shit move. But the little shit that is moving, everybody's competing for that little shit, which means what? Competition is more fierce, right? And who's gonna win? The people that are in a better position, people that or who's willing to run at a low cost. Not everybody that's running at a low cost is running at a loss.
Yeah.
I know people. I have people in my Discord. I got a guy. Listen, there's people that subscribe to me. They're running OTR in 01s, 02s, 03s, and they're laughing at you. They laugh at guys like you.
Because I'm unnecessarily paying so much.
You can't compete with them.
Yeah.
You're worried about maintenance and all this other shit that new truck or old truck, you're going to have to pay it eventually anyway.
Cool.
These are guys that are real truckers. They'll break down in the middle of nowhere. They'll walk 6 miles to the nearest town. These guys ain't tripping over the things you tripping on. I tell you one thing, what's consistent about these guys, they not Gen Z. These are guys that are my generation or older millennials. So at the end of the day, the information I'm giving you, it has nothing to do with OTR, final mile, curbside. Listen, I challenge anybody in this space to come up here and debate me when it comes to business. And I'm not bragging, hands down, I'll win. I'll tear their ass up, pause. You don't have to run in a specific niche to understand the landscape of this industry when it comes to business, based on the information that I provided for you. Middle mile, final mile, curbside, moving, competition. There's more metrics, a lot more metrics in OTR. I can operate at a higher cost in a specialized niche like moving. If you rented a truck and I rented a truck to do moving, you rented a truck to do over the road, what may be exorbitant for you to do OTR, that ain't nothing. The customer paying 100% of the cost. 30 cents a mile, whoop-de-doo, who cares? $750 a week. So this first move Monday, my Monday move, I'm gonna make $3,000. Care about 30 cents a mile? But you running however many miles to complete that load at 30 cents a mile plus whatever your operation cost is to rent the truck, it's a difference. So
what's that one that you always play?
What?
I don't care about the cost per mile.
Well, that's NW Lou. So here's the thing. I understanding business and understanding the competition. It's guys out there that are running 2002 Freightliners. There's guys out there running in 2001 Internationals. Shit, look at the box truck couple. They got like a 07, 08 Hino. How you gonna compete with a guy like that in January?
Yeah.
So the rate that you would frown upon,
he's happy to get. Yeah.
The guy that I'm thinking about in mind that got the 201, he paid $450 for it. You know why he paid $450 for it? Because the guy who owned it didn't have the money to get it fixed. You know how much the cost to fix it was? $10,000.
Damn.
He paid $10,000 to, I forgot what he said to get it fixed. He paid $450 for the truck. He paid $10,000 to get it fixed.
That's crazy.
All right. So at the end of the day, everybody's, situation is different. So you go buy $100,000 truck like you were going to do today, and then your first 30 days, you were walking into a dead market and you didn't even know it. But there's people here that are saying that I'm crushing your dreams. So if you want that, I can tell you a person who's gonna go finance you. They'll finance you tomorrow, and then you let me know how next month goes for you. And then make sure when you come back, I know who just did what they did, and I got Alex in here. I'm gonna send you their information so that they can run you your bread back.
Cool.
Because at the end of the day, people will tell you anything, but it's you that's gonna have to foot the bill. People will encourage you and say, man, don't let Mark crush your dreams. But at the end of the day, you go buy a $100,000 truck today like you were, ignorantly, green, and next month you would have met your fate. And these people, when they gave you a they wouldn't have gave you shit. They would have laughed at you. They'll say, man, Mark, you crushing his dreams today, but next month when you fail, they're going to like, well, what'd you do that for? The point that I'm trying to make is it's every man for themselves. They'll ridicule the next man for saving you, but then when you fuck up because they encourage you to go do the dumb shit, they won't reach in their pocket and go like that.
Yeah.
So these are the people that are competing. They want you to fail. I get a lot of hate. You know why I get so much hate? Well, it ain't a lot of hate, but you know why some people get mad? You're giving too much information away for free. Even Alex. That's what it's really about. And that's what makes me do it more. I love the child. Listen, the more they say shit, the more I'm going to give it away. You ain't going to be able to depend on nobody in the thick of it. Content creator, person in the chat, nobody is going to give you come give you a lifeline. And that's just the truth of the matter. So
Yeah.
I know you got some more questions. Now's the time, big dog. I'm kicking it now. You got me.
There was
What else
there
you
was
got?
one thing there was one thing
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about. It's more business related, and it's because I saw you did that video about um, if you were to start your business now, you would choose the Sprinter vans over doing a 26-foot box truck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you cited that we're moving into this phase of like where everyone wants everything on demand and everything, and like like we said, I don't really have any skin in the game of a box truck business here just yet. So, like, would you think maybe I should think about more about doing like a Sprinter van type of thing instead? Because like the
Well,
operating expenses are going to be lower, the
that's
startup
not
costs
why.
are lower.
See, that's not why solely why I would do it all the way. And I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. Listen to John Too Smooth, who's trolling, saying you should do it. The trolls in here today, so they switched. But they must didn't see that episode last week where the trolls came in. I pulled them up. Should we
Chauncey,
should we get our anonymous on again and start the next person that come in here? I'm gonna turn your camera on. Now go ahead and call them 3-letter people on me. I see I gotta make another. I turned somebody's camera on last year. Was that the year before last? Last week it was 3 people in here fucking with me. One girl, she thought she was gonna come in here and fuck with me and switch her little Gmail account. I said, Natasha, is that you? She got mom's the word, scared the shit out of her. She shitted on herself. She was in here trolling me. I went over to my other screen. I got to doing my little thing. I said, Natasha, is that you? Shitted on herself. I said, look at you, Natasha. She shitted on herself.
that's crazy.
Now, I don't do it too often. I do it maybe once or twice a year because I shouldn't be doing this, so I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? I shouldn't do it. It's not on the up and up because I'm, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes we got to remind some people, not everybody is somebody you should mess with. And there was 2 other people in here trolling that day too. And I had to call them out. It was a guy in here, content creator. I ain't gonna say who, but he got a lot of freaky names. Hey, content creator, Mr. Freak him, dick him down, and Mr. Freak Daddy that was coming in here trolling me, content creator. I know who you are. I done pulled you up too. Chill out. Stop messing with. It's like when I did it, everything stopped. They're like, God damn, this is. Now, I hit my quota. We can have some fun, but I will get over here and I will flip your camera on. Where do we leave off at, sir?
I just asked about Sprinter vans, and you said John
Okay.
Too Smooth
All
said
right. So
do it.
all right. So boom. Here's the reason why I would do it. One, because of what you said, right? As far as the e-commerce thing, and then 2, I need people. All right, the Sprinter vans opens me up to a bigger cesspool of applicants. It's hard finding people to work. More hard finding guys. All right, for over the road. One, because of what's at stake. You need someone that's willing to go out over the road, stay out over the road, because this is how you're going to maximize your earning potential, right? Person coming back home need to come back home, especially you're in Arizona, you want your truck in a market where you're making money, right? Would be the Midwest. So if this guy's crossing country to come back to Arizona for you to have to sit, you know what I'm saying? So that's one thing. All right. Final mile moving, same thing, more labor intensive, not like how it was back in my day when I first got started. It was easier to find applicants. It's harder to find applicants now because people don't want to do really labor intensive taxing work, right? Curbside maybe, maybe easier to find people, but it's still difficult to find people and to even retain them, right? Retention. What I see a lot of women coming into the space, especially from a local level. You see a lot of women doing Amazon DSP. See a lot more women doing FedEx now. You see a lot more women doing UPS. This opens me up to more men and women. With the final mile and the moving, only men can do that. All right. There's women coming into the OTR space, but it's more men. I want something that's not really taxing on the body, that opens me up to a bigger pool of applicants. And one thing that I know about women, specific demographics, urban environments, these women, they are the head of the household, single mothers, they depend on their job, they're a little bit more reliable, right? So I'm looking at it from a full perspective, right? So I know I could hire more women, provide more opportunity to women, right? And my retention would be higher, less turnover, right? Because it gives me more assurance that they're coming to work because of their economical situation, you know what I'm saying? And that may be a bogus way to look at it, but at the end of the day, I'm a business person. I'm a capitalist, right? What people don't understand when it comes to business, you want to have a high retention. You want your turnover to be low as possible. Why? Because it costs money to hire people. See, people don't understand that the hiring process, the vetting process is costly. And then once you hire them on, the training process is costly. Why? Because now I got to send you out on a truck for a week or two, right? With another guy, I got to pay him an incentive to train you. I'm paying you to train, but I'm not getting the productivity out of you that I'm not getting that value because I'm not getting the productivity of what I'm training you. Yeah. I'm paying for you to learn. So I look at it from a retention standpoint. If I were to start with OTR right now, final mile, moving, my retention rate is going to be low. I know it's going to be low. Turnover is going to be high. I go hire do final mile nowadays. Back in my day when I was first starting, they pay you for drop routes. Okay, I got 2 or 3 trucks running. 2 trucks show up, but the third truck doesn't. The helper shows up, but the driver doesn't show up to work. Or the driver shows up and the helper doesn't show up to work. Or let's say I'm running 3 trucks and I'm on one of them. Me and my helper are here. The second truck, that truck, and that helper's here. The third truck, only one person shows up. I can't run that truck. Now they're charging me back for that route, $1,000. Back in the day, they'd just get mad at you, cuss you out. Then they'll call me, man, Mark, you got another truck? And then I'll come in and I'll say today, or I'll divide that shit up amongst the other trucks that I have in that facility, right? Man, can we go put an extra 2 stops here? See, can an extra stop fit on that truck? So on and so forth, right? So I understand that. It's costly. I understand if I wanted to do OTR, man, I may hire this guy to go on the road. Me, I'm a business person. Yo, I need you to stay out over the road as long as possible. But I understand in today's time that's not realistic. I understand that in today's time, why would you want to come lift furniture for me for $20 an hour for, let's say, $200 a day, when you can go do DoorDash or some shit like that. You may make a little less, you may make a little more, you may make the same thing, but
Be
it's less
easier.
taxing. It's less taxing.
Yeah.
When I was getting started, these opportunities to make money didn't exist, so it was easier to find people to work. It was either you work or you did some dumb shit, or you just sat around and did nothing and was broke. You know what I'm saying? So, it would just be easier to hire people to do cargo van work because it's less taxing. You're dealing with smaller packages, and I have a bigger pool of applicants to pick and choose from. And I would target women. I would 100% target women, especially if I'm in an urban environment. Single mothers, come holler at me. As a business owner, okay, when's report card pickup day? When are school holidays? Because this is where I'm gonna come into an issue with call offs for babysitters. I understand all this, right? Because I've studied the industry. All right, so boom. All right, Martin Luther King birthday. So shoot, we running 20 vans. Oh, shoot, 8 of them are single mothers. They talk about they drop their kid off at daycare. Ain't no daycare, so I need to have a plan in place. That's why I would do vans. It's more reasons, but I think it would be an easier lane in today's climate of this industry to operate from.
Yeah. When you brought up that idea about how everything is moving towards so much more on demand, that really sat with me. So that's why I was wanting to ask you about that. Yeah.
Did you get your answer?
Yeah, I did.
What else?
So I'm gonna look into that, but I don't think I really have anything else for you right now. Maybe soon after I do some more research and come up with a better plan.
Okay. You sure you don't got nothing else?
No, just play that one time for me.
Play what one time for you?
I don't care about cost per mile. That's just so
Nah,
funny
see,
to me, bro.
nah. See, we
That's
can't
just so funny, bro.
we can't hit it. We can't hit it.
Damn.
We can't hit it unless it, like, we just don't hit it just to hit it. You dig what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
That's fair. That's
We
fair.
it's gotta be a reason, because we don't want to play it out.
Yeah.
We don't want to play it out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, well, this was very enlightening. This was an enlightening conversation.
It was.
You know,
Especially for me.
I hope you learned something. I hope, you do what's in your best interest. I hope you do more research. You know, I don't want you to fail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want you to succeed. I just think you need to do more research. 30 days ain't enough. I would love to continue the engagement, and I don't care. Like, I want to know why you want to do this. I want to know why in such short notice you're ready to pull the trigger with only 30 days. And I mean, I love to kick it with you because I really want to know what brought you to this.
It's I don't know. I feel like I'm getting older, and I don't want to. I want to do something real. Like I don't think, like, I tried buying a house, and then I was like, oh, I didn't realize how broke I was when I didn't until I tried to buy a house. And so I'm trying to, I guess, do something in the long term that'll make me more money and set me up better.
When did you try to buy this house?
About 6 months ago.
And how much money did you have saved up then?
About the same.
And how much was the house?
250.
They probably wanted what you got saved up just in earnest money.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's when I realized I couldn't afford a house either. So.
What?
Yeah.
Did you get a pre-approval or you didn't even?
I got pre-approved for 300.
So if you couldn't buy, and what did they tell you?
Well, it just wasn't it. It just wasn't my time. I could have bought it, but I didn't want to. It didn't make sense.
Why didn't it make sense for you to buy the house?
The condition of the house wasn't that good. It wouldn't have been a good investment. Um, that's about it, really.
So what made you come to that consensus, but that didn't bring you to the consensus when it comes to this?
Well, I figure with this, I mean, unless I'm a really big failure, then I should be making some money to supplement. That's
Wait,
kind of
wait, wait, wait,
that's
wait,
kind
wait,
of what I
wait,
think.
wait, 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 wait. Say that one more time.
So I figured that with at least buying a truck, the truck can help me make money instead of just being an expense. It's kind of buying the truck is more like an investment.
But you understand there's a risk associated with it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And where do you mind telling where you work or who do you work for,
Uh,
or
I
just
don't
what
want to say.
industry? What industry?
E-commerce, transportation, and logistics.
From home?
Yeah.
E-commerce. I'm trying to think what you can do from home. E-commerce, transportation. You work for like Uber Eats or some shit like that from home
No, no,
as an IT guy?
no.
E-commerce, logistics, and what was the third?
Transportation.
If I guess it, you'll say yeah. But you work for a
Because I
company.
think there might be some conflict. That's why I don't want to say.
What
I'd rather
conflict
just
with
not
who?
risk it.
Conflict with who?
Me doing this and me working here.
But if you start this, you're leaving that, right?
Yeah,
So the company that you work for is a work from home job.
yeah.
Are you making good money from it?
If I do overtime, I get 60,000.
And when you say
That's okay
overtime,
for me.
is overtime every day or?
No, no. Like we get like peak season, so maybe like 6 weeks out of the year is overtime.
All right. So why do you want to leave? What is it? Something with the company? Or you just are you part of the be your own boss gang?
Yeah, yeah. That's the second part. I
Be
don't.
your own boss gang. Okay,
Yeah,
I get it.
because I don't.
You be watching
Sorry,
like
go
Ty
ahead.
Lopez and all that. Grant
No,
Cardone.
it's
Okay.
just kind of how I always been. That's why I never
Mhm.
really cared about a 9 to 5 job. That's why I had 27 of them.
I know that, and when you said that, I kind of looked at you because a person. Here's the thing: for you only be 28 and have 27 jobs, that means you've shown no commitment in much of the things you've done. That
I mean, in my
means,
jobs, yeah.
but here's the thing: that means when you're met with challenge, you run. The moment you meet, and I don't know you, but to have that many jobs and to only be 28, the only thing, and this is me just being older, being wiser, for you to have that many jobs at your young age, that means when you're met with challenge or you're met with some type of scrutiny or just something that that is opposite of your thought, you just throw in the towel. Would that be a fair
No, that's not.
assessment?
No, that's not
Okay.
the case. I've had that many jobs just because I was in college and I'd get a job here and get a job there and work for my friends or you know
Well, what are these all like above board jobs or we don't. I don't want to talk about hustles. I'm talking about.
No, no, no. Yeah. I mean, like a W-2 and everything. Yeah.
So you've quit on your
Yeah, but
friends and you left your friends hanging
not.
before.
Say again.
You've
Oh
left
no,
your friends hanging.
not like that. Like, okay, so one of my, I guess I wouldn't call them friends, but they were customers of mine at another job I had. They started a food truck business. They liked how I worked, so they got me on and driving the food truck, working the food truck until until they didn't want to run the food truck business anymore. So now I need another job, and I've been counting like every single job I've had, like Starbucks, waitering, um, busing, cooking. So.
So what drives you to to leave these jobs? Starbucks, waiting, cooking. What what drives you to just quit the jobs?
I guess in search of a better opportunity would be the most usual one. And then I did get laid off during COVID, but that's just the one time, so I don't think that really counts.
So you're always on the search for better opportunities.
Yeah.
So much that you've had 27 jobs.
Yeah. But like the job I've been here, like the job I'm at now, I'm about to pull up on 4 years on it. So I wouldn't say like I'm uncommitted or anything like that, you know? There was one time I had 3 jobs at the same time.
So out of all the businesses that you can start,
Yeah.
why box truck?
It it's part of the industry that I'm a part of now. So
Mhm.
since I've been here for 3 years, I've gotten familiar with it. I wouldn't say like I'm super knowledgeable or an expert in it, but I've gotten familiar with it, and it seems like something I enjoy and I would enjoy.
Let me ask you this. If
Yeah.
I can guess your job title, you don't
Mm.
have to tell me the company. Would you tell me, yeah, this is what
Oh,
I do?
yeah.
Are you a freight broker?
No. If I could, I would tell you privately. Like, it's just I don't want to just put it all out there. That's why.
Because I was
But
gonna
I don't
say
know if there's any way I
if
can
you're a
say
freight broker,
something.
you should have way more.
Knowledge. Yeah, I would agree.
All right, so look, so based on where you work, what do you see? What do you see that you still have a lack of understanding? What do you see? I want to know what you see.
What do you mean? Say that again.
Wherever it is you work, what are you seeing that is driving you to make the decision that you're making to get a box truck?
So, like, there'll be times when I'm scheduling loads or, um, I guess like editing them. I guess but I'll see like the loads in my area that are 26-foot box trucks that are picking up from postal stations and how much they're getting paid for how many miles they're getting paid, and uh, that's what kind of was like I could get a piece of that. I would like to get a piece of that.
So you're a logistics coordinator.
Yeah.
All right. I knew I was going to get it. I just needed to get more context. So you're a logistics coordinator. Hey, Alex, how you think I knew that, Alex? Anytime I can get a moment to shoot, like I love it. This shit is so
Shit
fun to
on
me.
Alex.
I
Yeah.
be bored. I be bored sometimes. I be bored. This is bored. I get bored sometimes. This is the life though. So now I ain't shitting on Alex. I like Alex. That's why I said don't block him. Sometimes here's the thing. Sometimes people will say things to just get engagement because they know I'm gonna go back and forth with them. I don't think Alex is ignorant to believe what he said. I think it's just a something to poke some fun to get me riled up for engagement. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But here's the thing. Because my jokes is funny, but anyway. Logistics coordinator. Okay. So you want to start this business based on what you see at your job.
Yeah.
What longevity do you see? Like what's your overall plan? You get into this business. What's your overall plan?
The main goal is to be able to get a fleet and hire drivers, and then maybe move into warehousing or
Cross docking?
something like that. Sorry,
Talking about cross?
warehousing,
Okay, tell me warehousing as far as doing what?
owning a warehouse essentially.
Okay.
A lot, maybe a lot in a warehouse.
To do what?
I haven't gotten that far. That's like 10 years, 15 years.
I did some cross docking for a couple of years. Have you watched that content that I've done on cross docking where I was showing all my?
No.
It's very expensive.
Okay.
That was one thing that if I could go back in time, like, would I do it? I would probably say yeah, because I had experience that way. I can talk about it now, but from a financial perspective, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't do it again. Me personally, you know what I'm saying. But so you want to scale?
Yeah.
Like how
Scale.
many trucks?
What I was thinking was
Mm-hmm.
by like the third to fifth year, I'd want to be on my second to third truck.
Mm-hmm.
Then um, from there, focus on paying off the trucks first before we get another one. And then
Mm-hmm.
from there, I'd be able to hire more drivers and more trucks.
So
And
third
then
to
also,
go ahead.
sorry, also I was going to think about moving into dispatching once I have like a fleet as well.
Mm-hmm.
And like the dispatching I was going to do maybe between my first and second truck after I've hired a driver or two so that I could be dispatching them while they drive. But that's like 3 to 5 years I'm talking. If everything went right. Really
Mm,
right.
okay.
You gonna shit on me?
No, I just certain things it doesn't require me to go into further context, whether positive or negative, because it's so far removed from where we are currently that if I did go into it, it would be shitting on you. That's why I just didn't say anything. I know what I know in my head, but like we're talking years down the line and surety that obviously at that point to get to some of those things we've already met levels of success.
Yeah.
So there's bridges and there's roads that need to get crossed before we can even get there. When I started cross docking was I got on boarded with Nonstop Delivery, which is the company that I was showing all those freight bills for. I think it was Q4 2016. Process took a while, but we started receiving freight beginning of 2017. And, that was year 6 going into year 7 when I got to that point. You know what I'm saying? So,
How many how many trucks did you have by that time, if you don't mind me asking?
15, 15.
Damn. And you like
Yeah.
starting with 1 to 15 in 7 years?
I started with my Chevy Avalanche. So here's the thing. Let me say this too. Where the industry was at that time and scalability at that time is different. I say it all the time, I'm transparent. Would I be able to duplicate what I was able to do during that time period then now? No. Not because of what's up here. Like I
Just because.
can't do what I did without certain things. One is people. Like retention. I was able to get people and retain them because of just where we were and just in society at that time. It was like I didn't have to compete with other industries. I didn't have to compete with gig economy. Um, we were just in a different time period.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do what I did then. Sometimes business is about timing. And
That's true.
I can admit that. I'm not going to sit up here and say, well, you know what, this is what happened, this is what I was able to do, and you can do it too. I wouldn't be able to do what I did then now. I know I wouldn't. And I'm talking about me. I wouldn't be able to do it. We're in a different time period then. I just, it's just now Alex saying first he said I was a mover, now he's saying I wasn't a mover. So okay. So now we're not even a mover no more. So all right, so boom. So sometimes business is based on timing. And that can play a part in your success or failure as well. But yeah, so 7 years when I started doing what something that's in your plan to do, I started doing it year six going into 7.
Okay,
And
nice.
yeah, if I had to do it all over again, yeah, for the experience, if I could see into the future from a talking about it perspective, but from a business perspective, I probably would frown away from it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It was just, you know, it was just costly, bro. There was a lot of things that I didn't even account for when I took that opportunity on. Um, that I understand why it even exists now to curb a lot of their costs, like just all the way down to the trash, like all the trash that I had to.
Get rid of.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if a person paid for like white glove, then all that trash would go back onto the trucks and then it would come back here. So I had to increase my garbage pickup. I had to add another box, a recycle box, a larger garbage box. I had to increase the amount of pickups per week, you know what I'm saying? Based on
Yeah.
the volume. Some weeks we were overflowing. So when Republic Services would come out, the driver would be cool, but I didn't know, behind the scenes, he was writing this shit down. And then when I log into the 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 account management software for that, and they'd send me the goddamn invoices, they would charge me a fee for overflow. Or if, some guy threw garbage in the recycle container, they would charge me for that. A lot of overflow charges, a lot of the costs associated with doing reverse logistics for the shit that we picked up. Wayfair was one of those companies that, and I like to this day, I still don't understand it. Um, most of the shit that we got was for Wayfair. Half of the shit that we delivered for Wayfair, we had to pick it up in a week or two. But that shit that we would pick up, when it got back to my place, we had to prep it for a middle mile carrier to come pick it back up if they didn't give us the approval to dispose of it, right? So that prep came with pallets, which we didn't pay for pallets because all the inbound freight, I would keep the pallets. But just like the shrink wrap and the tape and just all the things to strap it, banding it, all that accounted. You know what I'm saying? Like there is costs that I incurred that, I feel like I was ignorant taking on that opportunity that I just wasn't aware of until I got into the thick of it, because they started me with little freight and they just slowly ramped it up, ramped it up, ramped it up. And then once they ramped it up, that's when I really realized like, yo, and it was just a lot of costs. And they pay you depending on the account that you're delivering or picking up for, and then they pay you on a scale based on whether it's curbside, threshold, threshold room of choice, or white glove. Obviously, as it went up the scale, right, the pay would be more, but it was based on the delivery or the reverse logistics pickup. But all the costs that were associated with dealing with white glove, whether we were delivering or picking up, like the trash and the extra security and all the materials associated with it, so on and so forth, there was no price structure or no payment for that. It's just, all right, we're going to pay you $85 to drop off this mattress in Box Spring, or we're going to pay you $150 to drop off this cooler from Websterant, or we're going to pay you $33 to drop off this headboard curbside, or we're going to pay you $150 to drop off this Nordic Track treadmill, white glove, whatever the case may be. But all right, this is a white glove for a Nordic Track, so all the packaging is getting thrown back on the truck with maybe another 5 or 6 stops that were white glove, and all that packaging that's all got to come back. That's got to get disposed of it. That's at my cost. So, so
I would have never thought about that either.
I didn't think about it. That was my ignorance. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. So
Yeah. Damn.
But that's what comes along with that. So yeah.
All right. Well, I don't want to take up more of your time though, but
No,
thank you for talking with me.
I'm chilling. Yeah, I mean, if you want to leave, you can leave. Maybe Alex will come
I
up.
gotta eat.
Go
I
ahead,
gotta eat.
eat.
I'm so
Go
hungry.
ahead, man. Do your thing. Do your thing.
All
We
right,
just
man.
dropped the link for Alex. Man, peace.
Thank
Peace,
you again,
peace.
Mark.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Have a good
Yes,
one.
sir. Yes, sir. Let's see if Alex will click the link. Let's see if Alex will click the link. You think he'll click the link, Alex? Or he's just trolling? I love to have a conversation. I saw he gave me a compliment earlier as far as my business acumen. I appreciate that, Alex. He said good content. Alex, I appreciate that. Alex either thinks that I moved, which I never drove the truck. So that means, okay, let's see. How did I start a moving company? Never drove the truck. My father ain't got shit. Actually, I take care of him. When I say he ain't got shit, I'm talking about nothing. Nothing. So didn't get anything from there. Mom didn't give me anything. She's still living. Both of my parents are alive, so no trust. They're both living. Grandmother, nothing. I remember standing in the line to get cheese with her. Same thing with my other grandmother. Never knew my grandfathers. So didn't get any trust or like startup capital from some. I got some uncles that they was hitting that boy back in the day. You dig what I'm saying? So they didn't get shit to me. Some of them uncles were hitting that boy. You dig what I'm saying? So they didn't get shit to me. So yeah. Yeah, humble beginnings. And that's the thing. I wish I would have had like some rich like uncle or something. That would have been sweet. That would have just gave me some type of like bypass of all the bullshit. Like I wish that would have been my reality. Some people, they frown upon that shit. Shit. Man, I wish that would have been my reality. All right? But it wasn't. Man, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, what would a life been like being born into entitlement and just wealth and not having to meet challenges and things of that nature? That probably would have been pretty dope. I could have probably went to private school. I didn't have to go to CVS. I could have went to a private school where there were less kids in the classroom, where I would have got more one-on-one time with the teachers, and I didn't have to, deal with the rough Chicago streets, and we would have had like all the cool things. And when I got to a point where I wanted to start my business, Alex, I could have went to like one of like my rich family members and say, hey, listen, I want to start this business. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but since we're rich and we have a lot of money, give me the money and then I'll figure it out along the way, but it don't really matter because we got the money. That wasn't the case. We had to start with what we had, and the reason why we started with what we had because we were fucked up. We were fucked up. That guy that I talked about, Jamal earlier, me and him ended up getting into it, and over a period of time, I just exhausted the money that I had. I was still trying to figure my way out, and I told you guys the story. I've showed you. But people, what I've learned is that, and I talked about this earlier, and this is part of for anybody, because a lot of you guys hit me up in private and say, man, Mark, what cameras you using? What you just, can you give me advice on, I want to create my own channel and show my journey and da 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 and da 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 da. I'm going to tell you guys this. Cool. But be prepared for scrutiny. When you speak on a public platform, no matter how much you prove, you're going to always be under the thumb of scrutiny, and you have to have a strong backbone. It's never going to stop. No matter how credible you become, no matter how much you prove yourself, they're just going to change it and then scrutinize you in a different type of way. You know, even when you become credible there, they'll say shit like Buddy has said, you out the grind. We still in the grind. We've been in the grind since a baby. That's what NW Luke told me. So my struggle and my grind don't account for anything anymore because we got up out of it. That should be some of the most ignorant shit. But we can look at Grant Cardone, and I'm not measuring their success, or we can look at these other channels of people from different ethnicities, and when they talk, they're not met with the level of scrutiny that a black person is met with. And I'm not using a black card. I ain't tripping. I love it. It's exercise for me because that link's still pinned to the top of the chat. I love it because it's exercise for me. I love to debate. I love to disprove shit. I love this shit. This shit is fun to me. I've learned to lean into it. I've learned to lean into it. And that's the thing. And it's like I was trying to explain to someone earlier today and earlier this week. Like, yo, when you speak from, or you speak on things that you're well versed in, you're going to get minimal challenge. And then the people that challenge you, you can invite them to discredit you. And if they can, they have no problem coming up. Alex believes that I did everything. I just wasn't in the grind. So I'm trying to figure out where the money came from. Listen, I wish I was some rich entitled kid, but I wasn't. There's people in here that are from my side of town. We know the same people. And I didn't know these people before I came on the internet. It just so happened that once I came on, oh, well, you know, oh, man, yeah, oh, yeah, man, yeah, okay, oh, that's all bet. So, you know, that's just the shit you deal with when you online, bro. It's cool. I appreciate it though, because it keeps you sharp too. It keeps you sharp, and I appreciate these challenges. This shit is cool. But link pin to the top of the chat, Alex. You know, we love it. Even with content creator come to Chicago, I meet him. Man, yeah, I saw it. People still challenge you. My biggest adversary, one thing that he still said, listen, I can't take away. I came to Chicago, I saw it. We're not adversaries anymore. Me and Kirk, I think Kirk said, for the people who don't know, Kirk said he gonna make that nickel right. Kirk said he gonna make the nickel right. Kirk said he gonna make that nickel right. He said that the other day Midwest was there, and there was other about 25, 30 people, about 30 some people there when he said it. Midwest was there. He said he was going to make it right. He said he was going to make it right. So we're not really advertising. We're going to give him a chance to make it right. But that situation, we've been going at it all, but he ain't never took my credit away. Still gave me my flowers. So even with that, people going to still push another narrative. If I start saying, hold my breath on that nickel, we don't want the money. We told Kirk we don't want the money. We're gonna find another way for him to allocate that money into something that is going to be more beneficial to the community. We don't want the money. We're going to allocate that money to something that can benefit the community more. I just have to think. I told him to give me some time to think about what I want to do with that bet. And we're going to allocate that money to something that's going to be more beneficial to the community. So, but he did say he was going to honor our bet and fork it over. Right. So it is what it is. So, I don't know. I think our community does need to do better. Hopefully in 2025, it does get better. Link is still pinned to the top of the chat. I don't mind having an engaging conversation. I don't have nothing to do. The gym don't close until 10. I might take the day off because I'm sore from yesterday. Who knows? Link is always pinned to the top of the chat. We have nowhere to be. Link is always pinned to the top of the chat. Or they'll criticize you just for being a mover, which is not true. So I was a mover and just a cross dock owner. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? I just don't understand people nowadays. I love it though. Link still pinned to the top of the chat. What we gonna do? What we doing? We having another conversation. We taking on challengers. I don't know. Is Dizzy here? Is Dizzy undercover as Alex? That might be Dizzy. Is that Dizzy? Dizzy, is that you? Come on up here, Dizzy. You ain't gotta hide under another name. Let's talk. But shout out to Dizzy though too, because I gotta release that. We're not gonna just release videos. It's a storyline to the Dizzy. Dizzy eventually did come up and listen to me. We're gonna put that video out. We gotta put out maybe 2 more videos on Dizzy leading up to the day he finally came and just was quiet and just listened to me give him the cost per mile. So let me say that too. Don't think that Dizzy didn't finally come and chill. There something happened with Dizzy where he did come and wanted a resolution. And we're going to get to that, right? We're going to get to that. So I don't want you to think that, we were showing you where his mind I'm showing you where his mindset was originally until the time where he just listened. He just listened. And if you got through the video yesterday, I was begging and pleading with him towards the end of the video. Man, brother, can I just give you the formula? I was literally begging, and I joked with him like, man, brother, you need love, bro. I love you, brother. I was joking with him, but I was serious at the same time. Like, bro, let me give you. But it was after that conversation is when he came back and he just listened. So we're going to get to that. We got 2 more videos for Dizzy, and then we'll get to the conclusion. we'll get to the conclusion. Yeah. Legacy said, "Bro, got created channel to troll." You got a lot of people that do that. And then when you remove them from one channel, they create another one. And then you move them down, they create another one. You move them down, they'll create another one. You move them, they'll create another. It's just what they do, bro. They get entertainment out of it. Sometimes I engage and sometimes I don't. It's the end of the year. Beginning of the year, I'm not engaging. We just gonna ignore and we just gonna remove. So they got maybe a few more days of this going into the holiday because we understand that this is a time of, this is a reset period. So we'll let people kick it and laugh and get some jokes in and entertain some bullshit. But beginning of the year, we getting straight back to business. I ain't entertaining it. So you got a few more days to play around and joke and all this shit. And then we'll go from there. Now, the thing with Alex Klein, I believe I've seen him before, just not recently, So, think like maybe a year or two ago, I think maybe he was more active in the chat. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I think that name rings a bell. I try to store, people that I see frequent the chat in my long-term memory. And then go from there. And then we go from there. All right. So anybody else calling up? Alex, is he finally going to call up or no? Because that's what everybody waiting on. Everybody waiting on Alex. We all waiting on Alex. Is today going to be the day? Is today going to be the day? Man, it's so boring. Hey. Hold on. Shout out to you, Vince. Congratulations. One thing I can tell you about people that watch the channel that do want to troll, they know how to do it respectfully. That's how you know it's a person who watches and they doing this for entertainment. They know what not to do to get their ass put up out of here. They know they know the sentiment of what to do just to stay in. This is how you could tell it's a person that's here for value. Hey, Alex, it's so boring over here, man. Come in, hit the link, man, so we can get some good. It's the holiday. People ain't really moving like that. Ain't no trucks moving. Come entertain us, big dog. Let's have a good little, back and forth. I don't think he's scared. I don't think it's nothing to be scared because I don't think his intentions was never to come up here anyways. It's just to troll for whatever reason. Alex must don't think that I can do what I did last week. Should we turn Alex's camera on? Should we flip Alex's camera on? Y'all ain't gonna report me to them 3-letter people. Natasha and them, all them people who was trolling me last week that I called out, how come they ain't been back? Y'all want to see what my anonymous? Y'all want to see my anonymous skills? Hey, Alex, was you in the live stream last week when them 3 trollers came in here and I called them out by name? What day was that? Was that the day Mr. Jones was up here? That was that day. Mr. Jones was up here. Go watch that stream, Alex, when Mr. Jones was up here and the people was in my live stream bothering me. And I had to I had to make some examples out of some people. One of them was a content creator. I ain't been back since. I said, let me leave that dude alone. Don't think you finna come in here under some punk ass Gmail and don't think. Like I all right. Kevin said he don't want to be embarrassed. No, I don't think that. I just think he just want to troll. I just think he want to troll. 5-star said Amazon rates are back to pre-Thanksgiving level. You know, a lot of people used to get mad at me when I talked about Amazon. People still do. I never talk about Amazon from a operational perspective. I always talk about it from a business perspective, which I have every right to. If you go out and you buy a fraction of a share, just a fraction, you have a piece of that company. You have a opinion whether you do or you don't. That's the thing. For some reason, people have an issue with people that speak. See, my thing is people that misspeak. Right? There are people that can speak on things eloquently that know more about shit than the people that actually do the shit. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Your favorite people during the pandemic told you peak season was coming. Mark told you it wasn't. It's crazy, right? But I appreciate the compliment, Alex. I appreciate that you do give me my credit for my business acumen and my moving and my warehousing. I appreciate that. All right. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you and your family. I appreciate you not, for not discrediting my moving and my warehousing. Who we got? Can't see you, can't hear you. Whoever that was, call back up. We got time. It's Friday night. It's the holiday. We kicking it. Big Mark on the tube. They don't like when I say Big Mark either. That's why I say it more often. Hey, man, I gotta stop trolling the trolls, man. I gotta stop trolling the trolls. Yo, can't hear you. Can't hear you. Gotta unmute. Turn your camera on. Hey, I've met people in public that were subscribers. And every time I meet somebody in public, it's a great interaction. Shout out to all of y'all. There was a guy, I seem like I run into a lot of people in the grocery store. That's crazy. I ran into a guy in a grocery store that watched the channel on Thanksgiving Day. On Thanksgiving Day, I ran into a subscriber in the grocery store. I run into a lot of people in the grocery store. I run into a lot of people in the gym. All love. I ran into people while I was out with my girl in restaurants. There was literally a guy. I don't know if he's watching now. If you are, say what's up. We were at, I think I told this story. We were at Provare, and there was a guy sitting at the table right next to me. And the table were like literally this close, you know. And I caught him, but Chicago people will look at you multitude of times, make sure that you ain't one of their ops. You know what I'm saying? That's just something here that happens. You kind of understand it. But eventually he said, "Man, Mark, right?" And then Mark the mentor. But that was crazy because he was literally sitting at the table right here. Shout out to you. I ran into people in traffic. Like there's a guy flagged me down on the expressway. I got flagged down on the expressway twice. Um, my girl don't like when we out and people stop me. She'd be like, "Who you think you is?" I'm Mark the mentor. That's what I tell her. I'm Mark the mentor. She just starts smiling. But yeah, man, I run into a lot of people. But mostly in the grocery store and at the gym. Mostly at the grocery store and at the gym. I'm in a big city. So you'd be surprised how many people watch your content that get value from you. Um, um, and they always show love. They always show love. So shout out to all y'all, man. I appreciate y'all when y'all stop me out in public. Whoever that was, come back on. I ain't gonna tell you who it was that's trying to call in. I'm gonna leave it for you as a surprise. Somebody trying to call in. I ain't gonna tell y'all who it was, but y'all might want to stick around and see if they can get their shit together. I know who it is. I'm just not gonna say nothing. I know who it is, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see if they get their stuff together. If they gonna call back in. We're gonna give them a minute to get their shit together. Y'all might want to stick around. The person that's calling in, I see who it is, but they may be traveling through a funny area right now. So we're gonna make some good content. We ain't got nowhere to go. We're gonna give them a minute to call back up. Hit the link, call back up. Kelvin said, "Yeah, Dan Ryan. Yep. Both times was on the Dan Ryan actually. Both times was on the Dan Ryan. Yep. Yep. Yo, hold on, my bad. I ain't pressed the goddamn button. Hold on. I don't see you. You gotta unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, and it seemed like the camera froze or something. No, I think that the person is calling, I think they're just traveling and their connection is not connecting because it's not even allowing them to. It looks like I could see through the dark that their camera is they're froze. Chicago is first for Tom Holman says we're coming to Chicago first. Tom Holman says okay. So Brandon Johnson must be going to jail. Good, put him in jail. Put him in jail. I don't care. You want to defend somebody? Shit. Come on, come get him. This person's trying to call up. We're gonna give them a chance to get their shit together in order. We're gonna bring them up. See who it is. We'll keep it. We'll keep it as a surprise for you. No, I don't think they sitting in the dark on purpose. If the person who is who they say they are, we're gonna see who it is before we bring them on camera by the voice, and then we'll bring them on camera. We got ways around that. We got ways around that. John says, so there ain't no money in box trucking. That's false. There's plenty of money in box trucking. There's plenty of money in box trucking. Where'd you hear that at? Who told you wasn't no money in box trucking? Who told John it wasn't no money in box trucking? Somebody told him that in here? Who told him that? Where you hear that from, John? The chat? I don't think nobody in this chat said that. I don't think nobody in this chat said that. Alex said, watch what I say. Watch what I say? Is Alex telling me to is Alex telling a grown man what to do? Alex must don't know how old I am. All right, let's do something here. Let's have some fun. Give me 1 second here. You calling back up? Yo, hello. I hear you. I did hear you for a minute, but your Bluetooth is sounds like it's trying to connect to something else because now it's mute. Bluetooth was mute. I heard you sound like you were taking the exit. So whatever you were doing when you first called in, it was fine. But if you did something after you called in, then that put it on freeze. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's the you're probably traveling through a an area with a bad signal. We'll give them another chance to come up. Normally normally their service is pretty good, so it's a dead zone. Hmm. Well, wherever you're at, it was working in comparison to the first time. So sounds like you're getting closer to a better signal. So you try it again, and I'll pull you up on camera. I'll drop it again. Giving them some time to come back. Link pent, or it's not pent. Well, it is pent. It's pent in this in the chat as well. What y'all doing in the chat? Uh, All right, come on back up. Hit the link. I'm still here. I'm still here. B Teller say he finna trade in his 392. You trading it in the for what? He's trading in a 392 for what? For 26 footer? Okay. Coming up out of the Dodge, going into the box truck. Okay. Getting up out of that Dodge. That Dodge thing. All right. Well, we're gonna give this person one more opportunity to hit that linkage. And then depending on where they at with it, as far as the service, whether they're in a dead zone or not, will cook up. Will cook up. All right, the link pin. Come on back up. Still waiting on you. I know you're going through a dead zone, but try it again. See if you're out of the dead zone. We'll give them 5 more minutes to call up. And if not, then I'm going to get out of here. See y'all going back and forth in the chat. We just waiting for this person to call up. And if they can get some good service. If not, then we'll try it again another day. I've been on for a long time. Time flew too. That's crazy. Time be flying. I could still make the gym. What y'all doing for New Year's while we waiting? What y'all doing for New Year's Eve? Who gonna go out and get drunk? Not me. Said get some dinner? It ain't time for dinner yet. Alex Klein said he going out for New Year's Eve. That's what's up. Enjoy yourself. Be safe. Kelvin said he's doing DoorDash. I'm probably gonna have a drink here with my girl, but the streets ain't something we'll be partaking in. If we do go out, it'll be early in the day. Maybe get a dinner. We'll be back home before 7. So I would get, if we were to do something, I'd probably set like a 5 o'clock reservation, or maybe a 4:35 reservation. Probably 5 because that's when most restaurants was like steak places and stuff. They open about 5. Um, get dinner. We'll be back at home by 7. And if we do consume or indulge in adult beverages, it would be from the confines of my home. I don't gotta worry about little foe in them, racing up Lakeshore Drive, racing down State Street, racing down Michigan Avenue. I ain't gotta worry about that, and just being out trying to get from one place to the next. We'll be here, and that'll be that. That'll be that. That'll be my New Year's, and make sure before midnight, if I'm still woke, thank God for 2024. Pray for a good 2025, and that'll be it. But to people who do go out, make sure you drink responsibly. We want to see you here next year, whether it's for positive reasons or to troll me. I want you here. I want you here. Either way, I want you here. I want you here. If you here for positive things, I want you here. If you here for negative things, like trolling me, I want you here. I want you here. I want to see you another year. All right. All right. So yeah. All right. Are you coming back up? I know you watching. Just hit the link. Hit the link. You said you'll be in church. The streets are scary, and I got a wife and kids to live for. Smart man. Have you guys ever not went out New Year's Eve, but had to get up the next morning on New Year's morning early to go to work or whatever you had to do, and just wherever your travel was from home to wherever your destination was, you seen like the like accidents. Like, bro, you see all type of shit New Year's morning. Like, you see cars in buildings, you see cars crashed wrapped around poles, you see cars crashed into other parked cars, you see cars and accidents that's just still in the middle of the street. The streets are dead. New Year's morning is probably the deadest the streets are. And it's almost scary because there's dead streets and you just see wreckage everywhere, unattended to, because there's so much of it that the tow trucks can't get to everything in a timely fashion, to the point where you just see shit that's still lingering from what occurred from midnight to 6 in the morning. And just looking at some of that stuff be people that were innocent, that were trying to get home because they had a night out on the town, and they became a victim of circumstance due to the fact that they were out. And it's unfortunate. But me personally, I just, rather stay home. I haven't been out on New Year's Eve and God knows how long. Well, no, I'm lying. We've done dinner, but as far as like out, when I say out, I mean 5, 4, 3, like out like that where you're out during that time. No, I can't even remember the last time I've been outside. It's been over a decade. So you know, I need to be here, man. I need to be here so that I can, receive all the trolls and shit. I got to make sure that we all are on schedule. We need all the people here. We need the trolls here. I need to make sure I'm here for them to troll me. I don't want, like, we can't be out and then some drunk driver hit old Marky Mark and mark me his fate, and then I won't be here for the trolls to come troll me. We need to make sure people can count our pockets, tell us what we have or haven't done. We need to make sure, that we're here for all of that. We need to make sure that we're here for that. You know, we need to make sure we're here for the good people too. Said flying in NYC for the new year. So what I'm gonna do in NYC? Go to the ball drop. You know what? I just called myself in a lie. I have celebrated New Year's Eve out in the past 10 years. I forgot. I forgot, bro. I brought in 2020 in Vegas. So I flew out December 30th of 2019, and I brought 2020 in Vegas. So I caught myself in a lie. I forgot. I brought 2020 in Vegas, and I caught COVID. Yep, that's why I caught COVID before everything got shut down. I caught COVID. I don't know if I caught it in Vegas or I caught it on the flight back. But the lady next to me, who had the middle seat or the wind, whatever, the middle seat, um, she was just coughing the whole flight. So it could have been from her because it was a 4-hour flight, or it could have been in Vegas. It could have been at Dreas because I brought New Year's Eve and at Dreas. Future was there, and it was packed wall to wall. And there was people in my section I didn't know because it was so packed. And it could have been there. It could have been at one of them casinos, touching them nasty ass chips that everybody touched. But lo and behold, I had COVID. I didn't know it was COVID. I just knew I was sicker than I had ever been before. And so yeah, my bad. I just caught myself in a lie. I brought 2020 in. Yep, yep. In Vegas. And I would never do that shit again. I never do that again. I don't know. Maybe I feel the way I felt because I was sick. I had COVID. Because it was running rampant. Little did we know. Maybe I feel like that, but for the most part, I don't know. I just, it was cool, but I just felt like, I don't know, it wasn't worth it. Hey, Mark, can you loan me 100,000 or loan me one of your trucks? Okay. So somebody wants me to loan them 100,000 or loan them one of my trucks, or let me have one of them. Wait, you want me to loan you one or let you have one and loan you 100K? Okay. Okay. All right. I'll pay you back. Okay. Hmm. What are y'all talking about? Uh, Talking about Heaven on 7. I think Heaven on 7 is a restaurant. I've never ate there, but I know what you're talking about. Heaven on 7 is a restaurant downtown. I've never eaten there, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've never eaten there before, but it's a restaurant downtown. Um, but yeah. I like deep dish pizza and gyros. Okay, yeah, a lot of people, that come here, they get to a chance to experience deep dish pizza, Chicago style pizza, and gyros. Giordano's is people like Giordano's, but we kind of call it tourist pizza. It's tourist pizza to me. You know what I'm saying? I never really, when I was eating meat, I was never really a fan of Giordano's. I've eaten it, but when I did eat meat, I liked Lou Malnati's better. Um, Lou Malnati's is, to me, was better than Giordano's. Home Run Inn, better to me than Giordano's. There's other places like in certain sides of town. Some people will tell you they're like Italian Fiesta. Um, you saying Portobello's? You mean Portillo's? Portillo's isn't it's a tourist spot, but that's something that locals are frequent too. It's like, so when I was eating meat, I'll go to Portillo's a couple times a month. Um, get an Italian beef dip, sweet peppers, you know. But yeah, Portillo's is one of them spots where it's a Chicago staple. Giordano's is a Chicago staple, just not a big fan of their pizza. That's where everybody that's tourists come. Oh, what's this Giordano's? And I always tell people, man, go to Lou Malnati's. Uh, our plant-based pizzas hitting in the go. So I don't. I've never had a plant-based pizza. Like, I'll still eat pizza. Like, I'm a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan. So I still eat cheese and I eat eggs. I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. So I'll still eat a cheese pizza or I'll eat a veggie lovers. Actually, I had a veggie lovers yesterday. I'm not a vegan, so I don't. So I still eat products that come from an animal, like eggs and cheese. So I'm a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan. Nancy's is okay. I'm not a fan of Nancy's. I had Nancy's for the first time this summer. My girl introduced me to Nancy's. She took me to the one. I don't know how many of them are, but we went to the one on Washington, and it's on the corner. It's on the corner. You go up a few stairs. So I think that's Washington and maybe Peoria, Washington and Carpenter. It's in the West Loop. I know it's on Washington. It's on the corner though. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it. That's one of her spots, but she introduced it to me the first time this year, and it was okay. It was all right. Yeah, but that's the one we went to. Yeah. So yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I was more of a steak guy when I was eating meat. Um, Gibson's. I love Morton's, the Cajun ribeye. Don't even need steak sauce for it. Kind of miss it. Obviously Roof Chris. Stuffed chicken breast. Stuffed chicken breast was really good the following day. I liked the stuffed chicken breast the next day more so than I liked it the first day. So stuffed chicken breast from Roof Chris. Favorite dish at Morton's is the Cajun ribeye. Uh, just naming some of my favorite restaurants. What else? 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 Never tried the sweet potato casserole, so I would get stuffed chicken breast, obviously the spinach, and that would be my dish. I would just get the stuffed chicken breast and the spinach. Another favorite restaurant, Eddie V's. Um, I would get a dish at Eddie V's, but my main thing at Eddie V's that I was really in love with that I can no longer indulge in because there's some meat in it was the crab rice. Man, that crab rice at Eddie V's, man. Yeah, the Eddie V's that was downtown on Grand and Rush is not there anymore. So they kind of closed that one. A lot of the restaurants downtown closed, man. And they moved out to the suburbs. They're opening one in Oak Brook, I think they're gonna put it. So the reason why a lot of our restaurants moved out of Chicago, the ones that could weather the storm during the pandemic, like Eddie V's, like we don't even have a Roof Chris downtown anymore. Cause four of them that came, man, four of them done got some money. See, that's why you can't get four of them nothing, man. Four of them will mess it up. Four of them that came across some money. Four of them can get money now, and four of them be coming down there, and them people like, listen. We done tried everything to keep y'all out. We done implemented a dress code. Y'all done went and got the clothes, a curfew, an age restriction. Man, they did everything to keep following them out to the point where they said, listen. We ain't finna tolerate this. Roof Chris packed up and got the hell up out of Dodge. They moved way out to, well, they didn't move nowhere. They just closed the downtown location, a profitable location. They couldn't avoid following them no more. So now you want to go to Roof Chris, you gotta go way out to Northbrook. Eddie V's closed, same situation. They moving out to Oak Brook. They closed. Grand Lux is closed. Grand Lux always stayed packed. They weren't not profitable. Grand Lux was the first choice for four of them. They said, Cheesecake Factory said, look, we got a Cheesecake Factory at the Water Tower. We got a Grand Lux right on the corner of Michigan, Ontario. We ain't finna deal with little four of them in both locations. We closing the Grand Lux. Ain't no more Grand Lux. Ain't no more Laurie Steakhouse. STK, I don't like STK because I don't like their steak sauce. It's got like this sweet, zesty shit to it. I don't like STK. Steak 48 is cool. But I prefer if I had to choose between, well, I don't eat meat anymore, but when I would always choose Gibson or Morton's over Steak 48. I just wasn't a big fan of Steak 48. Mexican restaurants here in Chicago. I'm gonna keep it funky with you. Um, I'm gonna keep it funky with you. Mexican restaurants, it ain't. So the Mexican restaurants that were in the Mexican communities, that are in the Mexican communities, are always gonna be your most authentic. But I always like Uncle Julio's. I like Uncle Julio's. Um, there's a Mexican restaurant on 18th and Ashland, um, Los Comales, and then it's a bunch of Mexican restaurants in Pilsen that are pretty good. It's a Mexican restaurant in the South Loop that I like. I ain't gonna say the name of it because I go there a lot because they got a good veggie. They got a good vegetarian menu for tacos and shit. So I ain't gonna name that one. Actually, I took who did I take there? I took a subscriber there that hit me up when they came to Chicago. Who did I take there? I took somebody to that Mexican restaurant in because people hit me up like Mark, I'm in Chicago. I always be like, all right, man, where you at? Hit me up. Let's do lunch. Lunch on me. I took somebody there. Oh, yep, it was SD Walk. I took SD Walk. I took him and his son there. He was in town dropping off a load. And I took SD Walk there. Took him and his son to dinner. He DM'd me and I met up with him later on the day and treated him and his son. Yeah. That's why it's another thing that's crazy. Like, guy Alex, like I'm just some type of like mythological creature. Like I've literally met people. People come to town. Mark, if I'm free and you DM me, I'm free. I'll pull up on you. Big Mark pulled up. We pulled up. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. See, Alex gotta be a troll. But it's cool though. We like trolls. Big Mark pulled up on quite a few subscribers. Big Mark pulled up on content creators. Kirk ain't the only one I pulled up. I pulled up on Big Vic. I pulled up on Vic. I pulled up on Vic. Yeah. That's the crazy thing, but people would still discredit you. It is what it is. It is what it is. When we pull, listen. Oh, shit. But getting back to it, the small Mexican joints, the small Mexican restaurants is the best because they're the most authentic. But I like Uncle Julio's. They closed the Uncle Julio's. They closed the one in the city on North Avenue. That's gone. Papados, we got one. Papados' favorite seafood spot. But we only got one, and it's always crowded because we only got one. What else? Not really into Puerto Rican and Dominican food. Well, maybe I am. I don't know if I've had have I been to a Puerto Rican restaurant, Dominican restaurant? I'm not sure. Dominican. So we covered Mexican. Somebody asked about Mexican. Talked about Mexican. So yeah, I took SD Walk and his son to the Mexican restaurant that I like in the South Loop. They got a good vegan menu there. Where else? Yeah, so that's about that. Yeah, but Pilsen got all the Mexican spots. Like you can go walk down 18th Street and just walk and just choose one. You know what I'm saying? But yep. All right. So I guess the person that called up, they ain't gonna call back up. So we're gonna go ahead and I done kicked it with y'all for a while. We got trolled. We talked to some people. We had a good lecture. I used to hit the Uncle Julio's in Gurney. Yeah, there is an Uncle Julio's out in Gurney. Yeah, I went to the one in Schaumburg a couple years ago because we were out. There was a sneaker convention out there. I was going out there scoping some sneakers, see if I could pick something up. And I went to I went to the Uncle Julio's out there. What's going on?
What's going on, Mark?
What's up with you?
Can you hear me or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's going on? No, just saying what up, That's it. Seems a little slow on the chat. Nobody want to get on. Spoke to you not too long, maybe like 8 months, 9 months ago.
Okay. What we talk about?
Same. We're from Boston, doing XL, MDX, the Delatone.
Okay. How's that going?
No, that's back in the day stuff. And then was doing a little bit of Amazon, but I was just starting off with the Amazon again.
Okay. Oh, you said we talked a few months ago?
It could have been like 9, 10 months. You know how it is. Time goes by
Oh
fast.
yeah. Oh,
And I
so
was
what
just
you up
trying
to
out.
now?
Just doing the cargo van things. Got like 2 cargo vans and a little 16-footer just bouncing around
In Boston?
Boston.
That's good. Profitable?
The cargo van more than the box truck. Amazon, I did it for the year, but Amazon ain't it.
You said a cargo van more than the 16 footer?
Yeah, my market. We doing a lot of one piece.
What are you doing with the 16 footer? Is just that you got it running dedicated, or what are you doing? Or you just
Just studio
freelancing it?
freelancer, but more like for studio, 1 bedroom.
Oh, so you doing moving with it?
I wouldn't say like that, but we get moves 1 a week, 2 a week, nothing crazy.
So you're licensed or unlicensed?
No, unlicensed.
So you're just kind of hustling with it?
Just hustling. Been doing trucking for a long time, so I'm doing a little bit of gig, and then I got another guy that freelances with me with my other van. For the most part, just gigging it, just chilling, just feeling it.
What's the van doing? Same thing?
Same thing, just a lot of one piece here, one piece there, but busy, like 5 to 6 stops a day per van. Like the second van, maybe like 2 stops, 3 stops. So we're doing like 8, 9 stops a day.
Where's the work
But
coming from?
different apps, different customers, different stores like Casper and stuff like that. Different things that put together along the way.
Okay. That's what's
So
up.
for the
That's
most
what's up,
part,
man.
no, I had called in at the time that people was talking about the Amazon. I said, and I was telling you, oh, how much I spent down payment on insurance and how all that turned out.
Okay. All
No,
right.
no, just
Yeah.
that to reflect your memory what we was talking about last time.
Man, I talked to so many people, bro, in the past 40 episodes. Well, I don't know. Did you call in on the call-in show?
Can't
Or
remember.
was it just like a
Just
regular
like this,
show like
just
this?
like this, I
Okay.
think, just like this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, started off in 2011. He's like, oh, at least finally somebody knows what they're talking about. Been around from day
Oh yeah,
one.
yeah, I remember you. Yeah, because there's a guy in here, Alex, saying I never did Final Mile, but it's crazy that like where do people think people know the shit they know if they never did it?
This is before Google.
This is
No, I'm not saying
before
before
Google.
Google, but you know what I
Like,
mean. There was
like Alex made me go pull back the vintage T-Force shit back when it was Dynamics. I had to go pull out my trophies.
they don't even
I had to go
they
pull out my trophies.
all these
You said
companies
what?
has been sued, changed their name, class action, new name, class action, new name.
Man, that T-Force ain't been Dynamics in at least maybe 6 or 7 years. So yeah,
Yeah,
but
the box truck thing right now, the box truck, it, it box truck's alright, but getting old, the big and bulky stuff right there is getting tough.
that's what I be telling
They,
people. Like, that's not something that one. It's not something you're gonna be able to do it the rest of your life, especially if you still gonna have to intermittently get out there from time to time and do it yourself. Man, that pandemic was hard for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. And even when you transparent with people and you tell them, like they'll still, but that shit was hard, bro. That shit was rough,
mine,
bro. That shit was rough on my body, bro. Like I fucked my shoulder up so bad. Yeah, that shit ain't the older you get, man, you gotta have a plan. This is some shit that I would even Final Mile and moving. It's some shit that I would recommend someone do early in
young.
their life.
That's why with me,
Early in
with
their
the
life.
even me right now with the moving jobs, I only stick to studio in 1 bedroom.
Yeah. Man, I moved my girl into a condo early this month. I
I seen the
filmed some
video.
of it,
I
bro.
watched it. Even the thing is, with new guys, you save money, but you actually, like, at one point I had like what, 5 trucks and like 2 cargo vans going, so I always had the worst guy. That right
Mm.
there takes a toll on your body. Every day you
But
got the newest guy. You got the
but
newest
but
guy.
s-
Every day the
doing
newest
it,
guy.
not having to do it in some years, right? Still having the technique and the understanding of how to do it. I showed off with the camera a few times. The point that I'm trying to make is my body the next day. That's why I didn't stream none that. But my body was like
I
it was
remember because we,
muscles. It was muscles that I forgot I had because you're
I,
using so much shit. Like certain
right,
muscles you do with moving, you don't hit in the gym.
right
I
now, right
fucked
now,
up.
when I first started MDX, 2011, 12, the dressers,
MX,
the sofa, I used to, they used to put it to the edge tilt. I used to put it to the door.
oh,
Everything to
you
the
work.
door. Then we
You
rigging
you
it up.
you 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 ran for MXD.
Yeah, for like 2, 3 years,
Okay.
they lost the
Let me ask
contract.
you
They
this.
went to,
Let me ask you this. Hold on, because we're gonna prove Alex wrong. I hope Alex you still in here. The recruiter, you got the account. Don't say nothing yet. Did you get the account for your company? You dealt with the recruiter and everything.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hold on.
I used to work
Was
there
it
doing trash.
was her name Bonnie?
I went with a different guy, Victor Roebuck.
Okay.
He's from Ohio,
Okay. Yeah, I dealt with Bonnie.
Bonnie.
Um, she was the recruiter for the Midwest. I think she was the recruiter for the South too, because I know somebody down in Texas that was going through the onboarding through Bonnie. But that was back when hold on. This is back when MXD took the contract over from Excel. Excel was running like
Yeah,
Sears and shit back
yeah, yeah.
then.
Excel,
And
Excel,
then
JC Penney. He was
yeah,
doing JC
JC
Penney. He
Penn,
was doing
JC.
mixed, a little bit of mattress,
They were doing Montgomery
and then
Ward too.
from
Um,
there, I remember before I used to take all the sofa. So every sofa, every dress, I used to put it right at the door. They used to tilt it, put it right to the door.
mm,
Boom, come on, let's go. The helper used to
mm.
run in, put it right to the door. That was like, I'm now working. Like, I think I might have to take the drawers out.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Those were like looking at the landscape of like that industry now in comparison to back then, like talking about MXD and all these private companies that aren't around anymore, Excel. Those were the wild, wild west days. We didn't know it
Those,
then, but those
yeah.
were the wild, wild west days of Final Mile, because a lot of the
Every
shit that would fly in is not flying today.
I be trying to tell people all the time. They're like, "Oh, this and that." Like, dude, I got like almost 40, maybe 50,000 stops under my belt at the minimum. That's just
Mm-hmm.
15 stops a day, 6 days a week, and we may be counting 10 years. I've been doing it for longer
Mm-hmm.
than that,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not
Yeah.
counting them days where 20 stops, 18 stops, like 4 stops in 1 hour.
Yeah, man, those were the good old days, but not something that you can do for the rest of your life, bro. You know.
Nah, even trucking right now, you can't even grow it in the furniture business. Like,
You don't think
like
so? I I think you can, but you have
the
to have
workforce, the
the the
workforce,
the
the,
yeah, you gotta have the workforce.
the, wor- the workforce is not there. And then you're dealing
That's
with
what
the
I
people that
say.
you're dealing with, for one. And then, like 3 years ago, I went back to Fidelitone. They changed their name right now to Ryder,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't work with them for like 4 years. I went back there maybe like 2 years ago, and I didn't work with them for like four.
Mm-hmm.
They're paying less than they was paying 4 years the time I was there.
It's funny you say that. When I say that all
And
the
then like,
time, you know.
and he's like, "You
Go
going
ahead, go
on
ahead.
flat rates? You going on flat rate now?" And then it's like we used to do 2 days, 3 days to Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. They changed that to
Mm-hmm.
flat rate from the furthest stop. You don't get paid for that mile. And it's like, damn, I'm making less than 4 years ago. Gas is up, insurance is up,
I tell
everything's
people
up.
that all
It's
the
like,
time, and they say, "Oh well, That old stuff don't got nothing to do with this new stuff, which is the most ignorant shit that I ever heard in my life. But I tell people all the time the rates are the same or they're cheaper. The cost to operate is higher. The rates are the same. Like I've literally showed shit from 8, 9 years ago in comparison, but people still remain ignorant. I like this shit nowadays. I don't know, bro. Like this whole new generation or culture, like I just don't. I don't understand, bro.
When I
I
started
don't. I
off
don't
with
get it.
Excel, I didn't even need insurance. I didn't even have a DOT number, nothing. We ran under their DOT. They took the insurance out of your check. You just get in your own truck.
Who are
Every
you
morning they
using?
did a
Who are you
D.
going through? Were you going through Open Force or
Might have been
SCI?
before. I think it might have been. Yeah, there you go. It was right before
SCI?
Open Force came afterwards.
Probably is SCI.
But we was doing. They was. You didn't. I didn't have a DOT number, and I was running with them for like 2 3 years. I never had a DOT number, my
Yeah.
own personal, because I was on the new. There's no Googling. There's no looking. I'm like, I got the best job in the world. I was just doing recycling bin. I was just doing cardboard. That's when the warehouses started separating
Mhm.
cardboard and styrofoam and all that. That's what I was doing. And then it's
Mhm.
like, I got here. I was like, why would I look? Why would I look anywhere else? There's nowhere to look. You know what I mean? There was not.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like YouTube or anything like that. You can Google
Mhm.
Jordans. I don't know if you guys have Jordans out there. Jordans furniture. Macy's is
Mhm.
hiring. Or this company's hiring. Go on. Indeed, there was none of that. You met this guy, like I told you last time. You met the guy at the gas station. The gas station put you on this and that, and
Mhm.
then you learned.
Yeah.
And then maybe you found time some 6 months down the line, and then you
Mhm.
stop by there. But
Yeah. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. Yeah. Macy's. They were using. I think they were using Select back in the day. If I'm not mistaken. What's Macy's using Select? Macy's was an account that I used to try to get, but I never ended up getting it. I never ended up getting Macy's. I forgot who had Macy's back then, but I was after Macy's. But I never ended up getting it. Yeah.
just the furniture game stuff, with the claims, in-house claims. Sometimes you think you're going to the nicest houses, but those be the worst.
Those because those are the places where you got to be the most careful because you don't know, you know, their shit is more expensive down to their floors. You know that those they got the heaviest shit because the furniture that they're buying is not pressed wood; it's real wood. They
And also,
have
also
go
too,
ahead.
the people with the money be looking for the most discounts too.
Oh yeah, it's how the rich stay richer.
Yeah, like
Th-
price range varies on houses. Like in Boston, if you go to these houses that's 400,000-500,000, you'll get the tip. You go to a house that's like 1 million, you ain't getting no tip. You know what I mean? They're the one that the big houses is the one that can you take your shoes off. And a lot of people too that get in the game, when you go and you're doing these three like big and bulky, and you show up for Macy's, they automatically think you work for Macy's. So when they put in
oh,
that claim in, they don't know you're an independent contractor. None of that. They think you work for Macy's. They think they're filing the claim against Macy's.
mm-hmm. Macy's just rolls it
So
downhill, rolls it to the 3PL, and the 3PL rolls it down to you. So,
for the
I
most part,
mean,
but to me, the most part, the cargo van, I'd be just chilling. No DOT hours, minimum breakdowns.
mhm. That's good, man. I'm glad you still getting it. You found a lane. You're working at your pace, working at your time, not overexerting yourself. How old are you? 40 something.
39.
So you on the cusp of 40.
Yeah,
But no,
I hope like 2 3 more years, give this up.
then what?
I got a couple of rentals. I got a couple of rooming houses that I have on already that I bought back in like 2012, 2016. They'll just be sitting there. Not just sitting there. I got tenants and stuff in there. But
That's
for the
good.
most part, market
Smart man.
shot up a lot. Boston real estate
It
is
definitely did.
insane. So yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
definitely did. It definitely did. It definitely did. That's good, man. You made some good investments at the right
It's
time.
all right. Huh?
You're Arabian, aren't you?
No, no, no. You won't even know. You never even heard of us in Cape Verdean,
Uh, oh, Cape Verdean. Okay.
West
All
Coast of
right.
Africa.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're African.
Had not I'm not gonna say my boy, but I'll just say my brother, a dude from Boston. They're making us look bad, man.
Are you talking about Dave?
I can't remember his name. He was like smoking a cigarette. He was smoking a cigarette. He was drinking. I think he was trying to pawn the
Oh,
couch or
oh yeah,
mattress.
buddy. Yeah, yeah. You talking about Talk to Me Nice?
Talk to me nice.
Talk to Me Nice.
He
Yeah,
was
I was
making us
thinking
look
about.
bad.
Yeah, I was thinking about rebringing Talk to Me Nice back. I already dropped that clip, but I might redrop it again. I might do a
Come on,
DJ Vlad.
come on. He
I
made
might do a
Massachusetts.
Yeah, I might do a rewind and redrop Talk to
Massachusetts
Me
is like
Nice.
land of education. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, he was repping. He was repping. I'm like, damn, bro, you kind of like touched a little bit, like, bro, like, yeah, yeah, okay. So you've been following. Yeah, yeah. You said you called
And I
up
watch
about
all
10 months
the time.
ago.
Sometimes I'd be trying to tap in, but you got like 15 minutes to the next stop. You got 20 minutes.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I
Yeah,
appreciate
so
you
it's
then
like,
for watching.
no, I'll be
Yeah.
watching. I'll be sending a comment and this and that. But sometimes you know how it is. Trying to tap in. I got 4 kids. Be a little tough tapping in, but
Nah, nah, nah. I appreciate you just watching, bro. I
I'll be
appreciate that.
watching. Is realistic. The numbers, the money.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna text you earlier. I was like to say, oh, it looks good because I know what it is to be on the truck. And then I see you sitting there. I'm like, that's gonna be me one day. You're like bored, trying to wait for somebody to call in. That's one of the reasons why I called in. I already know what it is to be on the truck. I already know what it is to have 7 vehicles on the road and not even
Mm-hmm.
be able to sleep
Well,
peacefully
here's the
until the
thing.
trucks are
When,
parked.
when, when,
And I see you over there playing with the little paper clip. I'm like, I'm gonna be there one day. I'm gonna be
hey, when
there.
you get off the truck, people gonna hate you more. Alex is mad at me. He said I never been on the truck. I just find it hard to believe, bro. Like the narratives that people
I don't
are
even
push,
pay
bro.
attention to that no more. I used to get on the truck with Jose.
Mm-hmm.
Jose would be like, this person is calling. Jose would be like, this person said this about you. Jose would get off the truck. Jason, these are just names I'm making up. Jason would get on,
Yeah.
like, yo, this person's saying this. I'm like, yo, bro, everybody got something to say. I don't even think, as long
Truck
as they
talk.
show up, just truck
Truck
talk.
talk. Yeah.
Yo, you heard what happened to him? His girl's cheating on him. I'm like, yo, bro, listen, I just want to make sure everybody show up in the morning.
And that's that. And I said that before. That was my biggest. Like every night, man. I hope everybody show up the next day. I would have overflow. You know what I'm saying? But still, you could have days, and you just think there would come days where a multitude of people wouldn't show up. What used to scare me the most is, man, are people banning? Are they going to pull a old? Hey, man, tomorrow we just going to all come to work and just demand more money and lean on them. That was
I had
what
that
like
happen
what
to me. I had one.
you had that happen before.
I had one guy, just one guy, this and that. He already knew I lost like 2 of my best guys
Mm-hmm.
over nonsense shit, man. One guy, I lost one, man, lost one guy because the newer truck, the radio was working. Then the other
Mm-hmm.
truck, the radio wasn't working. And he's like, yo, I drove that truck in. I'm like, yo, I'm doing you guys a favor. That's me overextending myself. Like,
Yeah.
we're all from like the same area. So like, bro, you drove that truck in because I'm allowing you guys to drive my personal truck home and drive to work.
Wait.
This is the
You
newer
let
truck.
you let somebody drive your company truck or your personal vehicle?
No. Box truck.
You let them take it home?
Certain warehouses didn't have parking, and then certain people didn't have a car. This was back in the day. Back in the day, you at the time,
Man.
I know you're gonna hold me accountable, but at the
No, I ain't
time,
going to.
li-
Go ahead.
listen,
Go ahead.
listen to me. At the time, you're 25, 26. You got 10 guys under your belt. You're running. These things are all learned. All your eggs is in one basket. All my trucks is running from MXD or
Mm-hmm.
Purnell for Deltone. So if it makes it easier for you guys to get here, let's just get to the money. Yeah, I'm making good money. I'm not. You guys are coming to my city anyways, so I could drive by and I could see the truck parked there or whatever it is. Obviously now looking back, and also to doing big and bulky, when you're done working, you don't got the energy to go do more stops. You going to bed. Back in the day, we used to go
Never.
to sleep with our boots on. You used to be so tired, you get on the couch, you don't even take the boots off.
You know why I never allowed that? And even doing my scale prior to me getting the warehouse where the trucks could park, I rented like truck parking and shit because I used to have all my trucks, the rental trucks lined up on my mom's block, and then there's this one lady that just used to complain, and we had to move them. The police start coming writing tickets and shit. You know how that shit goes. But the reason why I
Yeah,
never
that stuff
did it
like
is because it gave the employee, it made it seem like you were giving them leeway, and then
for
that
sure.
made them feel like that y'all had a some type of bond that was outside of just the boss and employee
That
perspective.
was my
You see what I'm
situation
saying?
too because I stayed in the truck for 10 years. Like even though I
Mhm,
added trucks,
mhm,
I was in my truck. So I always had my
mhm,
truck and the worst guy or the new guy,
mhm,
the training, you know what I mean? And then I already
mhm,
had all my other trucks there with me. Like, you know what I
mhm,
mean? I had my, like, I'm not gonna, these guys with me 3-4 years, you know what I mean? These are not like,
mhm.
this is your first week on the job, take the truck home. These are guys that have
Yeah.
been at Bob's and all this and that. And they've been working with me 2, 3, 4 years, you know what I mean? But
Mhm.
now the situation is different. I mean, me being in the truck also too, you spending time 12, 13, 14 hours going away for 2, 3 days at a time. You guys kind of build a relationship. So it's kind of hard to stick to that. You know what it is.
No, I don't.
You you know
No, no. Me ain't no relationship build. The
not
build
no
relate
relationship
to
building. Not calling me after work, but what I'm saying is people assume that no, right now big and bulky we starting at 5. We work 5 to 7, 5 to 8.
Mhm.
What end up happening is like, everybody becomes human, like what up, what up? You know what I mean?
What you mean
I'll
they
buy you
become human?
coffee.
They weren't human before they
They
came
were
to
human,
work.
you know what I mean? But everybody's faking it. Everybody's faking it. Everybody's faking it. You hang out, you work with this guy enough time, you find out this dude right here sniffing coke, this dude right here. Then you end up finding the real. You spend 12, 13 hours in the truck with somebody, you end up finding out a whole bunch of shit.
Okay. So
People out
you
here just ready to tell you everything.
so you just
But
develop a more personal relationship with the people.
not personal where we're hanging out after work. Never. You're not calling me after work. But we're not strictly like if you came to the warehouse, I'm watching you wrap the truck, wrap the furniture, put it in the truck, make sure you're stacking everything right, this and that, and make sure the legs are to the door when we're coming in. You know what I mean? Make sure you got your slip booties on. You're not when you're on the truck 13 hours and
Y'all put
everybody
booties
know,
on?
man, bro,
Man, I
depends.
never told my people to put booties on. Never.
No, 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 no. I'm not telling them to put it on, but if the customer tell you put it on, what you gonna do?
Not put them on.
Or take your
I
shoes
told my
off?
guys not to put. Nope. Can't carry nothing heavy without having a rubber sole. Period.
You already
You
know
put a
how it
you
is,
put it
man.
you put. I do know how it is, but that's where you got to educate the customer because you put on a booty,
No, I
a
know.
mesh
Slippery.
a mesh booty carrying a 300-pound chest, and they just got their floor waxed. Well, I just did my floor. Hey, well, you knew you were getting this armoire delivered, so this is where the situation comes in.
You mean,
No,
no,
they have to have a rubber sole. Now, somebody
this is
just
all
brought
stuff.
up a point,
This is all stuff.
right? So I hear you, but
Beginnings.
this is where runners come in. This is where carpet shield comes in. This is where masonite comes in. All right.
No, of course,
Um,
but sometimes you can't run these runners. You can't run these runners. These houses are like 5,000, 6,000 square feet.
yeah. Well, no, you just gotta make sure you got enough runners so you
No,
could
of
tape the
course, you
fl-
can
you
always
could
have
tape.
enough runners, but how much time is going to take you? Bro, when you're out here in Boston, you're
Well,
trying to do three
well,
stops an
well.
hour.
If you're moving, then it don't matter because you've been
No,
paid by the
moving's
hour.
different. I'm talking about
But
big and bulky.
yeah,
You're
big and
trying to do two.
bulky.
When you're in the city,
eh,
you're trying to do 2, 3 stops an hour. You're trying to be out the city by 3 before
right.
the traffic hit. You
So
go on to put
sometimes,
runner.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
You're going to put runners and everything down on a dresser that's going to take you like literally 4 minutes, and you're going to spend 20. You can't do that every stop. You ain't even going to make it. You ain't going to
Yeah, I
finish the
know.
run.
Everybody got their own method. Some crews,
You're not going to finish.
right? Some crews would just do it, and I would just be like, well, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Some
just
people
do it
would put
just to
that.
keep it. I just do it just to keep going.
Some people would put down a carpet shield. Me personally, I'm on a truck. I ain't taking my shoes. I'm not finna fall. I ain't got time to be taking my work boots off at the door, putting the damn thing down, taking my shoes off, having to pick it back up. I ain't got time for that, bro. We finna put these runners down, and that's just finna be the end of that, bro. All that shoe taking off shit, moving shit in my socks, I'm not doing that. Me personally, I'm
No, I
not
know.
doing that.
No, for
Especially
sure.
like my last couple years, I got a bad my knee, my right knee is kinda, and when it's just like doing squats in the gym. You take your shoes off so you can get that, I guess that, like I see the girls that all they do is like the leg shit in the gym. They take their shoes off when they squatting and shit. I guess that because it gives you, but shit, just walking around in the house, in my flip flops or barefoot or my socks on, it's different than when I got like, so it's like I have more support. Man, I don't think I could carry something in my socks. With I can, but it would really hurt my knee, bro. I already know. So, and then just the liability that's at stake because I don't have on a rubber sole and shit. So I would always lay down if they said something, I would lay down the runners. That's just me.
Shit,
I
my
would take the
battery's
time.
low too, but I was just tapping in just to say what up. And
Yeah, I
I had sent
appreciate
you a
you.
message earlier. I was like, Mark needs a part time.
Nah, I'm cool.
No, no, I know. I'm just joking. Just joking.
Talk.
I've been seeing you. I was like, Mark's putting in that work. I seen you the other day. I was like, oh, I see one of these videos, 8 hours, 6 hours. I'm like, he's putting in that work. He must have been
Yeah,
tearing
I'm
somebody out.
bored.
You know?
Yeah, I be bored sometimes.
That's what
I
I'm
be
saying. I'm like,
bored.
Mark needs a little part time. Like, he must have been giving somebody the business earlier. Like, this
What
video
you
right
th-
here is 8 hours.
you think Walmart will hire me? Go greet at Walmart or something? Maybe just go greet. I'm gonna go get a little greet or a little greet job. Greet at Walmart or something. I don't know.
I'm trying. I'm trying to stay focused. I'm trying to get there. Trying to get there.
Oh man,
Trying to
you
get
you
there.
you
I'm hoping like another 2 years, 3 years, give this shit up. Just fall back. Fall back.
you'll get there, big dog. You'll get there.
No, I'm right
It's a
there.
matter
I
of
see
time.
it. I see it.
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
Sometimes you
But
gotta be
all right,
forced
bro.
out.
I appreciate
Yeah.
I appreciate you though.
You cut out.
You said your phone was down, right? I thought you was getting off.
No.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I said okay. I appreciate you for calling in. You said your phone was down, right? Can you hear me?
Anytime you talk, it cuts out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all good, bro. I appreciate you for calling up.
No doubt. I definitely check up on you. Got some things in the cut too that I'm working on. I didn't want to share it just yet until
All right.
it's ready to go. Touch base with you like end of February, March. Tell
Okay.
you something I just put together. Maybe run it by you.
Okay. I appreciate you,
Yeah.
big dog, for tuning in.
I didn't hear
All
you.
right. You heard me? I said I appreciate you for
You
tuning
cut
in,
out.
big dog.
No,
Appreciate you for tuning in. Yeah, I think his phone died. His phone died. All right, bro. That's it. I'm finna go. I don't know. Go to the gym. Call my girl. Maybe go get some dinner. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Shout out to Alex. Yo. Yo. Yo, you hear me? Yo.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, I said I got some different shit going on. Putting it together.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Where the fuck this dog came from?
Well, shit.
No, I said I got some different shit that I'm working on.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'm gonna have it together probably like February, March. I'll let you be able to critique it.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready, big dog.
Give me some pointers what I can fix and what I can't fix. How about
Okay. Just
that?
let me
I
know
had
when you're
some good
ready.
ideas. It took me a little bit of time. Yeah, it'll be like March.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
All right, big dog.
Take it easy, man. All right,
All
be
right, man.
easy.
Be safe. Yes, sir. All right, man. I'm about to go. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Shout out to Alex, man, for, providing good content, assisting in the good content. Who was that other guy? Was it another guy in here? What was that other guy called? What was his name? We got to make sure we give people their credit. John Too Smooth. And who else? I think that was it for today. So appreciate y'all on the assist. Shout out to everybody else. Appreciate you. Until next time. Peace.